When Charlie noticed Claire heading to the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower, he quickly made his way to the guest bathroom on the same floor for his own shower. This was one of the perks of living in a villa. There were plenty of bathrooms, eliminating the need to wait in line. Charlie finished his shower in no time. By the time Claire emerged from the bathroom, he was already lying on the bed, eagerly waiting for her. Claire was taken aback when she saw Charlie sprawled out on the bed in a singlet and shorts. After a brief moment of surprise, she exclaimed, "Why are you lying on the bed?" With a smile, Charlie replied, "Wife, remember when you said I could be promoted? After Mom went missing because of that MLM scam, my promotion got delayed. Now that she's back, you can't hold me back from getting that promotion, right?" Claire felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she struggled to respond. She realized she had indeed promised him that he could be promoted and no longer had to sleep on the floor. However, she had never been this close to Charlie before. This was all so unexpected for her. But as she reflected on it, she realized that her impression of Charlie had significantly improved during this time. This was particularly true today when she witnessed Charlie standing up to Jeff, donating $1 million to the orphanage, and helping his friend resolve work issues to achieve success. To Claire, Charlie seemed like an all-powerful male god tonight. She felt a swell of emotion and tenderness. Perhaps this was what love felt like. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her cheeks turned crimson, making her even more enchanting in the soft glow of the bedroom lights. Charlie, noticing her flushed face, felt an overwhelming affection for her. This was his cherished wife, a bright ray of sunshine that warmed his heart. Blushing, Claire gazed at Charlie and, after a brief pause, shyly said, "You can level up, but just one level." Charlie, intrigued, asked, "Wife, what do you mean by that? What does it mean that I can only level up one?" Claire explained, "From today onward, you can share the bed with me. But this bed is divided into two sections, male on the left and female on the right. You're not allowed to cross that boundary without my permission. If you do, you'll be downgraded one level." Charlie feigned sadness as he asked, "Wife, what do you mean by downgrade one level?" Claire shot him a confused look and replied, "You understand what it means to be upgraded, but you don't know what a downgrade is?" In a downcast tone, Charlie asked, "Does that mean I'll be back to sleeping on the floor if I'm downgraded?" "Yes," Claire said triumphantly. "If you misbehave, you'll be downgraded back to the floor. If you keep it up, you might even have to go downstairs to one of the guest rooms. We have plenty of bedrooms in this villa." Charlie looked like he might cry as he pleaded, "Wife, can you tell me what the next level is? When can I be promoted to the next level?" Claire blushed and replied, "The next level is a secret for now. As for when you'll be promoted, you'll have to wait for a notification from your superior." She patted her chest and grinned. "I'm your superior, and I hold all the interpretation rights." Feeling down, Charlie said, "Wife, didn't you hear what Mrs. Lewis said today? She's really looking forward to us having a baby soon. Why don't we make Mrs. Lewis's wish come true? Don't even think about it." Claire exclaimed, stomping her foot in embarrassment. "Who wants to have your baby? If someone is willing to bear your child, you can go and look for them instead. I'm not having a baby." Charlie expressed his frustration, saying, "How can a couple not have any children? We're both perfectly normal and not infertile. If we don't have a child, we'll end up being a laughingstock. What if people think you can't conceive? Do you really want others to look down on you?" Claire smirked slightly and replied, "Well, if anyone asks, I'll just tell them you're the one who can't have kids. Wouldn't that work?" She continued, "Besides, don't forget that you've just been promoted to the second level. Do you realize how many more levels you need to climb before you're ready to have children?" Charlie quickly responded, "I suppose the third level." Claire chuckled, "Keep dreaming." Then she picked up Charlie's quilt from the floor and tossed it over him. "We'll each use our own quilts. No crossing the boundary. If any part of you, hands, feet, body, or even hair, crosses that line, you'll be downgraded." Charlie sighed in resignation. "All right, I get it. I won't cross the boundary, I promise." Claire beamed at him and said, "That's much better. With that, Claire lifted her quilt, turned her back to Charlie, and settled into bed. Once in bed, Claire snuggled under her quilt, wrapping herself tightly. A blush spread across her cheeks as she stole a glance at Charlie, only to quickly turn away. In that moment, Charlie felt an overwhelming urge to hug her and plant a kiss on her cheek. However, given the mutual respect they shared as husband and wife, he knew he should remain patient and not rush her. After all, he had just reached a new level today. Simply sharing the same bed with her was a significant step forward. He resolved to behave himself and perform well in the future. With this mindset, he believed he would soon advance to the next level. Maybe once he reached that new level, he could finally share a quilt with his wife. As these thoughts filled his mind, a sense of joy washed over Charlie. Claire, not daring to look at him, reached out to switch off the light. "It's getting late, we should go to sleep," she said. With the light off, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness so thick they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces. The silence was profound, they could hear a pin drop. Charlie could distinctly hear Claire's breathing, which was unusually quick tonight. It seemed she was a bit nervous. Normally, her breathing was calm and steady when she slept. So Charlie asked, "Wife, are you still awake?" Claire responded, "What's the matter?" Feeling a bit jittery himself, Charlie quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to chat." "What do you want to talk about?" "I'm all ears," Claire said. Charlie smiled, turning to catch a glimpse of Claire's silhouette. "Wife, how's your company doing lately?" Claire answered, "Things are going well. I've received orders from Grand Group and a few other companies. I'm working on the designs one by one and coordinating construction. Overall, the company's situation has improved significantly. We have a few $1 million in the account now, just from advance payments. If I finish all my current projects, I could end up earning over $10 million. Charlie exclaimed, "Wow! My amazing wife, you're incredible. In such a short time, you've made $10 million. Claire clarified, "Well, there's $10 million in the account, but the actual profit is closer to $2 million. And that's nothing compared to what you make from your feng shui consultations. Oh, and please don't share any of these numbers with Mom. If she finds out I have millions in my company's account, she'll start plotting something." Charlie quickly assured her, "I promise, I won't say a word to Mom." Then he asked again, "So, since I've been so well behaved, does that mean I can be promoted to the next level now?" Charlie felt his heart racing after he asked Claire a crucial question, unsure of how she would respond. Suddenly, an object struck his face, and he immediately recognized the soft texture. It was the little teddy bear that Claire always snuggled with at night. Claire's whiny voice filled the air, "Hey, you're being so greedy. Usually, when you play mobile games, the further you go, the tougher the missions get. How can you expect it to be so easy?" Charlie pouted in response, "But dear, games these days let you progress quickly. You can hit level 80 with just one slash." Claire cleared her throat and mimicked the robotic voice of online customer service. "I'm sorry, dear, but that kind of upgrade isn't available in our system. May I suggest you try other games?" Charlie exclaimed in a panic, "Oh no, I don't want to try other games. Is there a shortcut to level up faster?" With a playful grin, Claire replied, "I'm sorry, dear, but there's currently no shortcut for upgrades in our game." "All right." Charlie sighed, feeling a bit defeated. "I'll do my best." Claire nodded approvingly and said, "In that case, I'm clocking out now. If you have any questions, come back tomorrow morning." Seeing Claire's cheeky mood, Charlie played along. "Okay, we'll talk again tomorrow morning." Claire continued, "Dear, please don't hang up just yet. After the beep, could you rate my service? Press 1 for very satisfied, 2 for satisfied, and 3 for not satisfied." Charlie joked, 4. Claire replied, "I'm sorry, that input is incorrect. Please try again." Charlie quickly clarified, "No, it's correct. 4 means very unsatisfied." Claire huffed, then said, "Congratulations. You've activated the hidden treasure chest in the game, and you'll receive a random gift. To open it, press 1. To give it up, press 2. Charlie eagerly shouted, 1. Claire made a squeaky sound like a spinning lottery wheel before announcing, "Congratulations, dear. You've received a random gift, downgrade 1 level. This gift will take effect immediately." Charlie gasped in disbelief. "No. I don't want that gift." Claire chuckled, "I'm sorry, dear, but once you open the random treasure chest, there's no turning back." Charlie protested, "I want to appeal. I pressed the wrong button, I meant to choose 2. Claire laughed for a moment before responding, "Dear, your appeal has been received. We'll process it within 2 working days. However, until then, you must accept your punishment of being downgraded 1 level." Charlie pleaded, "Come on, I'm your loyal player. Can't you show some mercy and undo my punishment just this once?" After a brief pause, Claire said, "All right, since you're such a faithful customer, we've decided to give you another chance to choose the treasure chest." She cleared her throat and continued, "To open the treasure chest, press 1, to give it up, press 2. Charlie immediately responded, 2. I choose 2. Claire replied, "Unfortunately, you've missed out on the hidden random treasure chest this time. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Charlie sighed in disappointment. "No, never mind. I'm just going to keep leveling up." Claire said, "Please don't hang up just yet. After the beep, kindly rate my service, press 1 for very satisfied, press 2 for satisfied, and press 3 for not satisfied." Charlie exclaimed, 1. Very satisfied. Claire beamed and replied, "Thank you so much for your rating, dear. This concludes our conversation. Until next time." That night, Charlie found himself restless, unable to drift off to sleep. Even though he had only moved up a level, this was the first night he was sharing a bed with Claire since their wedding. However, they maintained their own space, each using their own pillows and blankets. Charlie was particularly cautious not to cross the 38th parallel north that divided them. The thought of being demoted a level was too daunting for him. On the flip side, Claire was also struggling to fall asleep, feeling quite anxious and jittery. Her heart raced so intensely it felt like it might leap from her chest, even though she and Charlie were separated by their blankets and not touching at all. After all, this was her first time sharing a bed with a man since she had moved out of her childhood home, which naturally contributed to her nervousness. They both lay awake for a long time, minds filled with unease and uncertainty, until they eventually fell asleep one after another. The following morning, when Charlie opened his eyes, he noticed that Claire was missing. He then heard the sound of running water from the bathroom, indicating that Claire was taking a shower. Claire was very particular about her hygiene, always bathing in the morning and evening, which Charlie found completely normal. He got out of bed and stretched, but just as he was about to step down, his phone buzzed under his pillow. He grabbed the phone and saw that it was a call from Lisa. As soon as he answered, her panicked voice filled his ear. "Charlie, something's happened at the orphanage." Charlie quickly sat up and asked, "What's going on? Calm down and tell me slowly." Lisa broke down in tears. 10 children are missing. We think they've been kidnapped." "What?" Charlie felt a rush of anxiety and anger. "Lisa, what exactly happened? Please, give me the details." This morning, when the day shift matron arrived to take over from the night shift matron, she found the night shift matron unconscious and all 10 children in the nursery missing. The matron is currently in the hospital, and the doctor believes she was given a strong anesthetic. Charlie's face burned with rage and frustration as he exclaimed, "Who would do something so audacious? How dare they kidnap orphans?" Lisa replied through her sobs, "This isn't the first time something like this has happened, but we managed to thwart their previous attempts. Human traffickers are rampant these days, not just at the orphanage, but also targeting children in hospitals, homes, and even on the streets during the day." With a choked voice, Lisa continued, "The main reason for this is the immense profit involved in trafficking. They can easily sell each child for up to $100,000. Wealthy individuals who cannot have children are willing to pay top dollar for attractive ones." Charlie pressed on, "What's the current situation? Have you called the police?" Lisa answered, yes, Mrs. Lewis and the director contacted the police this morning, and they've opened an investigation. However, the police believe that the night shift matron was drugged around 3 a.m., meaning the children were taken 4 hours ago. They could have already left Orus Hill or even the province by now. At that moment, Charlie was consumed by a fiery rage. He couldn't believe that there were traffickers audacious enough to target orphans. The thought of those innocent children possibly being sold to a syndicate that might even harm them filled him with a violent urge to destroy those human traffickers beyond recognition. Lisa, where are you? He demanded into the phone. Are you at the orphanage? Yes. Lisa replied urgently. I just returned from the police station. Mrs. Lewis and the others are still there. That's good, Charlie said. Please wait for me at the orphanage, I'll be there as soon as I can. He hung up and rushed out, not even bothering to inform Claire of his departure. As he hurried down the stairs, Elaine, clad in shiny red pajamas, impatiently urged, Charlie, go make breakfast. I'm starving. Charlie scowled, his indignation rising. If you're so hungry, why don't you make your own breakfast? Elaine clenched her teeth in frustration and retorted, oh. So you think you're something special now, being rude to me? Charlie nodded defiantly. Yes, I do. If you can manage to get such a big villa, then you're impressive too. Elaine's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Do you really think you're capable just because you got this villa? How dare you show your face to me like this? Charlie responded coldly, I dare. Do you remember how you treated me while I lived under your roof? I hope you take a moment to reflect on that. Soon enough, I might just treat you the same way you treated me. Elaine's rage began to fade as she realized Charlie had changed. It was evident that she had lost her power over him. In the past, she would belittle him for living in her house, eating her food, and using her money. But now, the tables had turned. Just then, Jacob stepped out of the elevator. Noticing Charlie heading out, he inquired, Charlie, where are you off to? I need to go to the orphanage, there's something important I need to take care of, Charlie replied. Jacob quickly added, oh, I need to head to the Calligraphy and Painting Association too. Let me give you a ride. Charlie nodded appreciatively. Thanks, Dad. Elaine stomped her feet in frustration. Jacob Wilson, you can't leave. Hurry and make breakfast for me. Jacob shot her a disdainful look. Do it yourself or just go hungry. Ignoring her completely, both men exited through the main door. Elaine stood there, seething as she glared at their retreating figures. Her authority in the family had evaporated, even these two men, who once seemed meek, were now dismissing her, especially Jacob. He had even summoned the courage to ask for a divorce. How dare he? This man, who had been silent for over 2 decades, had suddenly grown bold. Something must have happened recently to trigger this drastic change in his demeanor, and she was determined to find out what it was. Charlie and Jacob made their way to the garage and climbed into Jacob's BMW. As soon as they were on the road, Jacob anxiously asked, Charlie, how can I get rid of that shrew? You have plenty of unconventional ideas, hurry up and share some. Charlie replied, if you want a divorce, you'll need to go through a trial separation for at least 2 years. Didn't Mom mention that yesterday? Jacob expressed his frustration, saying, 2 years is far too long. That shrew still hasn't realized Matilda is back, and I can't keep it hidden forever. I'm considering divorcing her before she finds out about Matilda. He let out a heavy sigh and continued in a somber tone, you heard what that shrew said yesterday. She threatened me, saying she wouldn't let me off the hook easily if I have another woman. I'm genuinely worried she'll go after Matilda if she learns about her. Matilda is so gentle, dignified, and has such a mild temperament that she won't be able to handle the shrew's wrath. Charlie replied, Dad, I really want to help you with this situation, but I'm afraid I can't. You'll need to sort this out on your own. Truth be told, Charlie had considered getting rid of Elaine entirely. He had thought about it ever since she stole his card, but he couldn't bear to see Claire so upset. Otherwise, Elaine wouldn't have lasted another day. If he did manage to get rid of Elaine, Jacob would likely enjoy the happiest time of his life. Charlie pressed on, by the way, Dad, no offense, but your biggest issue is that you're too weak and scared of Mom. She only has to throw some minor threats your way, and you go into a panic. No one can help you if you don't overcome this obstacle, it's entirely up to you. Jacob sighed again, admitting, I know, Charlie, I know. But it's hard to change after all those turbulent years with her. It's tough for me to break free from this mindset. Charlie stated, well, Dad, my hands are tied here. Now that Matilda is back, if Mom finds out, she'll go after Matilda with everything she has, just like last time. She won't stop until she drives Matilda out of the city again. You need to figure out a plan for when that happens. Jacob's heart raced at Charlie's serious words. This was exactly what he feared the most. If Elaine discovered Matilda's return, she would attack like a piranha going after its prey. Frustrated, Jacob said, okay, I'll think about it. I'll try to come up with a solution. After dropping Charlie off at the orphanage, Jacob headed straight to the Calligraphy and Painting Association for a meeting with the members. The moment Charlie exited the car, Lisa was waiting at the door, and she rushed toward him as soon as she spotted him. Charlie, she cried out, rushing into his arms. Charlie, please do something. I'm really scared that those children will be lost forever. Charlie gently patted her back to comfort her and asked seriously, don't worry, I'll do my best. Where is Mrs. Lewis? Is she back? Do you have any new information about the children's whereabouts? Lisa shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. Mrs. Lewis hasn't returned yet, and I don't know if there's been any progress. At that moment, a taxi pulled up at the orphanage entrance. Mrs. Lewis and the director stepped out, looking somber and worn out. Charlie quickly approached them with Lisa and asked, Mrs. Lewis, what's the update? What did the police say? Have they found anything? Mrs. Lewis managed a bittersweet smile as she replied, the police have opened a case file and are reviewing the CCTV footage. So far, the only lead they have is that the kidnappers were driving a white Iveco daily. There were about 6 or 7 of them, and they drugged the children before dragging them into the van and leaving town. Charlie quickly inquired, have they tracked the van? Yes, Mrs. Lewis sighed, but the kidnappers had a fake license plate, and it vanished once they hit the highway. The police suspect they swapped it with another plate on the road. The Iveco is a common model made in Orus Hill, so tracking it down without a valid license plate is quite challenging. Charlie nodded gravely. Under these circumstances, relying solely on the police's painstaking methods would make it difficult to achieve swift results. To find the criminals or gather information quickly, it would be essential to connect with influential figures in the underworld. These individuals had extensive networks and could gather intelligence far more effectively than the police. Charlie pulled out his phone and dialed Don Albert. As the reigning king of Orus Hill's underworld, Don Albert undoubtedly had more informants than anyone else in the city. Once the call connected, Don Albert's respectful voice greeted him. Master Wade, how can I assist you today? Charlie replied firmly, last night, 10 toddlers between the ages of 2 and 3 were kidnapped from the Orus Hill Welfare Institute. Given your extensive connections in the underworld, I need your help to find out if there's any chatter about buying or inquiring about children. Many cases are solved not through the diligence of investigators or the sophistication of their tools, but because criminals often leave critical clues within their circles. For instance, when a murder occurs, the police typically start by identifying the victim and then examining the circumstances surrounding the case. Meanwhile, those in the underworld often already know who the victim's enemies are, what conflicts he had, and who might have wanted him dead. Similarly, if someone reports a stolen car to the police, the officers usually trace the vehicle's last known location, check surveillance footage, and interview anyone who may have recently seen it. However, if the case were handed over to the underworld, they would quickly identify the thieves or those involved in stolen goods, pinpointing who last had the vehicle in their possession. They would have the answers almost instantly. Crucially, the underworld operates under its own set of rules and protocols. Acquiring information isn't as simple as just asking anyone. Even if an insider seeks information, their status and reputation must correspond to the data they want. Otherwise, they're likely to come up empty-handed. For example, if a low-ranking lackey attempted to uncover what business Don Albert was involved in, he would be met with silence. In contrast, if Don Albert sought to know what the lackey had been up to or who he associated with, the answers would be at his fingertips. Understanding Charlie's background in the orphanage, Don Albert recognized Charlie's deep anger over the kidnapping of the children from the institute. With that in mind, he promptly began investigating the situation. Just 10 minutes later, Don Albert had a vital lead. A man named Ron Ritchie had been asking around about where to buy children in Orus Hill while socializing with his friends. Charlie quickly inquired, "Who is Ron Ritchie?" Don Albert replied, "He's a local known for petty crimes from a young age. His family has a history of engaging in shady activities as well. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already been involved in numerous illegal ventures, from petty thefts to armed robberies and even kidnapping. If there's money in it, he's done it." Charlie's voice turned icy. "Are you telling me this kid and his family are running a human trafficking operation?" Fury surged through Charlie as he clenched his teeth. "Damn it! They're nothing but worthless scum." Charlie nodded and replied, "Great. As soon as you find anything, let me know right away." Don Albert respectfully responded, "Understood, Master Wade." After ending the call, Charlie took a moment to calm himself before turning back to Mrs. Lewis and Lisa. He reassured them, "Mrs. Lewis, Lisa, please don't worry. I've reached out to my contacts for help. He's quite skilled and has many informants. I'm confident he'll have some information soon." With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Lewis exclaimed, "Charlie, thank you so much." Charlie quickly replied, "Mrs. Lewis, there's no need to mention it. I grew up in this orphanage, and the children here are like my own family. Now that they're missing, I will do everything in my power to bring them back." Lisa, choking back her sobs, said, "Charlie, you were so generous with your donation yesterday. On our way back, Mrs. Lewis mentioned that they'll be installing CCTV cameras around the orphanage thanks to your help. Who knows?" She couldn't finish her thought and broke down in tears again. Charlie understood Mrs. Lewis and Lisa very well. The staff at the orphanage were incredibly kind, treating the children as if they were their own. The abduction of 10 children was a crushing blow to everyone involved. Just as Charlie was about to comfort them, he received a call from Don Albert. He quickly answered, and Don Albert informed him, "Master Wade, I've found something. This kid named Ron borrowed a white Iveco daily with fake license plates from a friend. He and his family left home last night and haven't been seen since midnight." Iveco daily? Charlie frowned, realizing the connection. The kidnappers drove an Iveco too. This could be them. Don Albert quickly suggested, "Master Wade, why don't we give the kid's phone number to the police? They can track his location and apprehend them." Charlie replied coldly, "No. These scoundrels are ruining children's lives. It's too easy to just arrest them and throw them in jail. I want them to pay for what they've done." Don Albert was taken aback, saying, "Master Wade, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm always ready. Can you track the kid's location using his phone number?" Charlie inquired. "Absolutely. I have a contact at the telecommunications company who can provide real-time location information." Don Albert responded. "Perfect. Find out where he is." Charlie instructed. "I'm on it. I'll need 5 minutes." Don Albert replied. "Okay," Charlie said before ending the call and immediately contacting Isaac. "How many helicopters are available in Orus Hill right now? How many people can each carry?" Isaac answered, "Mr. Wade, Shangri-La has 2 heavy-duty helicopters, each capable of carrying 12 passengers. There's also a partially Wade family-owned aviation company with 3 medium-sized helicopters, each carrying 8 people." Charlie nodded, thinking it over. "Good. Get all the helicopters ready and bring your strongest team. Also, arrange for 1 helicopter to pick me up near the Orus Hill Welfare Institute right now." Isaac quickly asked, "Mr. Wade, what's your plan?" With a fierce determination in his voice, Charlie replied, "I want to take down those scumbags." Isaac sensed Charlie's frustration immediately upon hearing his tone. He responded without delay, saying, "All right, Mr. Wade, I'll take care of it right away." He quickly followed up with, "Oh yes, Mr. Wade, I'll arrange for a helicopter to pick you up right now. Should I head straight to the Orus Welfare Institute?" Charlie, wanting to keep his abilities under wraps, inquired, "Is there a suitable landing area for the helicopter near the orphanage?" Isaac paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, there's a nearby building called Cloud Building that has a helicopter landing pad on its roof. You can go there now, I'll be on my way shortly." "Great!" Charlie responded, "Please hurry." "I'm on it, Mr. Wade," Isaac confirmed before ending the call. Turning to the women present, Charlie said, "Mrs. Lewis, Lisa, I believe my friend might have some information. I need to go meet him now. Please stay patient for my updates and don't worry." Lisa quickly urged, "Charlie, let me come with you, please." Charlie replied, "Lisa, it's best if you stay here with Mrs. Lewis. Let me handle this." Lisa nodded, albeit timidly, "Okay, we'll wait for your good news. You have to bring the kids back." With determination, Charlie assured her, "Don't worry, I'll make sure they come back safely." He then promptly left the orphanage and headed to the Cloud Building. Meanwhile, the police had issued alerts about the kidnapping to various media outlets, and the news quickly spread across all radio and TV channels. Before long, the city was buzzing with reports of the abduction of 10 children from the local orphanage. This shocking news became a hot topic across numerous news platforms, garnering intense public interest. Even social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram were abuzz with updates to keep the public informed. Such incidents of child kidnapping typically capture widespread attention, often making headlines on multiple platforms. This time, however, the audacity of the human traffickers to abduct 10 children from the orphanage all at once was unprecedented. Such barbaric actions sparked outrage, leading many to read the news with extreme indignation. In no time, countless netizens across the nation flooded the comment sections, expressing their anger, sharing the news, and calling for action. The search volume for the story reached unprecedented heights. In recent years, the issue of human trafficking had escalated alarmingly, leaving many families devastated and heartbroken over the loss of their children to these ruthless traffickers. Each child is a treasure to their parents. When children are abducted and trafficked, it shatters the hope and motivation of their families. Chapter 10:10. Countless happy families have been completely destroyed because of this gang of human abductors. The most hateful thing is that after these traffickers abduct the children, it would be better to sell them to normal families who want children, at least the children's lives will not be too threatened. But if these godsend beasts deliberately disabled the child and used it to beg for money, wouldn't the child's life be completely ruined? Therefore, at this moment, the hearts of the people across the country are closely concerned about these 10 children who were trafficked. At this time, Charlie Wade just wanted to save the children as soon as possible. When he reached the top floor of the building, a helicopter had roared from the sky far away. At this time, Don Albert also sent an address to his WeChat, telling him, "Master Wade, that Ron Ritchie is now out of the province, but their cars are afraid to go high speeds, they are all down the road, so now drive less than 400 kilometers. Charlie Wade checked the address and found that the other party was heading south with the child from the orphanage, and was now in Marion County, next door. At this time, the helicopter slowly descended from the top of Cloud Building, but before it touched the ground, Cameron Isaac had already opened the door. Charlie Wade jumped up and said directly to him, "Let the pilot take off immediately and go to the Arcadia province at full speed. Let the other helicopters head in the same direction." "Good young master." Cameron Isaac immediately informed the pilot of the specific location through the earmuff intercom. Afterwards, Cameron Isaac asked Charlie Wade, "Master, please forgive me. You are suddenly so anxious. What's the matter?" Charlie Wade said with a black face, "This morning, a family of 6 traffickers stole 10 children from the orphanage." F***CK. Cameron Isaac suddenly exclaimed, "What kind of bastards are this family, and they also do such sorrowful things?" Charlie Wade said coldly, "Among the 3 words, knock and abduction, what I hate the most is abduction. When I was a child, I grew up in an orphanage and I saw many children who were rescued after being abducted. There are too many children, and every child has sold several hands. Even if the police rescued many children, it would be difficult for them to find their families, so they became orphans who were not orphans. Cameron Isaac said immediately, "Master, don't worry, I brought my best men and horses this time. Everyone is a good soldier and strong general. After catching them, they will surely crush their bastards." Charlie Wade said, "Not only do I want to smash them into pieces, but I also want to smash them all up and down, their accomplices, and colleagues." After all, Charlie Wade asked, "Does the Wade family have power in Arcadia province?" Cameron Isaac nodded and said, "The family's influence in Arcadia province is also very strong, but the family has always been relatively low-key. Just like I was in Orus Hill, I generally do not participate in the management of disputes between local rich families and gangs. If the locals do not follow the rules, then I can move them anytime, anywhere." Charlie Wade suddenly remembered something and asked, "The Webb family's base camp is in South Haven. South Haven is the capital of Arcadia province. They must be the local snakes of Arcadia province, right?" "Yes." Cameron Isaac said, "The Webb family is the largest family in the south of the Yangtze River. They have cultivated South Haven and Lancaster for many years, so their strength in Arcadia province is really extraordinary." After finishing speaking, Cameron Isaac added, "However, this is extraordinary for ordinary people. To the Wade family, they are just little friends." Charlie Cameron Isaac thought of the Webb family and said, "Master, the Webb family was looking for your enemy some time ago. You must pay attention to this matter. Since you don't need your family to help you, then do you need me to send you some bodyguards to protect your safety at all times?" Charlie Wade waved his hand slightly. His heart was full of disdain for the Webb family. Cameron Isaac still didn't know his strength. Judging from his current strength, no one could hurt him at all. Wade nodded, his face gloomy. At this very moment, 7 adults were inside an Iveco daily van, blissfully unaware that a dragnet was silently closing in on them, ready to ensnare them. Alongside the 7 adults, 10 children were peacefully asleep in the van, still under the effects of a drug administered at midnight. In the front passenger seat sat a young man missing his right arm. This was Ron Ritchie. With a childlike giggle, he turned to his brother, who was driving, and exclaimed, "Hey man, we're about to make $1 million from this deal." His brother's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Wow, are kids really that expensive now? Didn't you say they only cost tens of thousands each?" Ron replied, "Yeah, but remember, they got busted recently. The beggar clan in Arcadia province is short on kids, so the prices have gone up." His brother grinned with excitement. "We're going to be rich." Ron nodded enthusiastically. "After the deal, we should definitely take a vacation." In the spacious cabin of the Iveco, Ron's mother chimed in with a smile, "I really need a getaway after this. Mrs. Hunt from next door went to Thailand recently and posted countless pictures on Facebook, bragging about her trip. When we get the money, we have to go too." Ron chuckled and replied, "Come on, Mom, what's so great about Thailand? That's where the budget travelers go. You can join a tour for just a couple of $1,000s. Let's aim for something more luxurious." "More luxurious?" Ron's mother asked with intrigue. "Tell me, dear, where could possibly be more luxurious than Thailand? I haven't traveled much, so I'm at a loss." Ron exclaimed, "The Maldives, of course. That's the ultimate vacation spot for the wealthy." Ron's sister clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "The Maldives? Oh my gosh, I've always wanted to go there. I dream of staying in one of those villas that float on the ocean. It sounds so classy and luxurious. How amazing would it be to stay there?" Ron laughed and said, "Absolutely, sis. We'll book those plane tickets as soon as the money comes in." The family of 6 began to dream about their future trip to the Maldives, smiles lighting up their faces. Ron then turned to the man seated in the back rows of the van, the 7th adult among them. With a friendly smile, Ron asked, "Hey, Jeff, you'll be getting 400 grand after the deal. Have you thought about what you want to do with your share?" Jeff didn't respond, his mind was racing with turmoil. The night before, after returning home from William's company dormitory, a group of gangsters had confronted him at his door, brandishing knives. They had knocked forcefully and pressed a knife to his neck, threatening him to deliver Caesar's car immediately or face dire consequences. Jeff had felt his legs weaken in fear. He had gone to a friend who dealt in used cars to assess the value of his vehicle and the phaeton. His friend had informed him that even with insurance coverage, he was still liable for $1 million out of pocket. Following an accident, his Mercedes-Benz was now only valued at about $300,000, covering a mere 10% of the total. That left him with a staggering gap of $900,000. Even after receiving $620,000 from William, he still needed to figure out how to cover $3,000 more. Chapter 10-12. In desperation, he could only find Ron, a fox friend and dog friend he had known before. Originally, he wanted to borrow $300,000 from him for emergency assistance, but Ron was also short of money during this time. Ron complained to him that the police have been working too hard in cracking down on human trafficking recently, and a family of 6 is almost out of food. Ron also told him that he is now looking for suitable children everywhere to sell to the South. Now the price is high. If you find resources, you can make a lot of money. When Jeff thought that there were a lot of infants and young children in the orphanage recently, he immediately got ideas. He told Ron of this information and suggested that the two parties cooperate to steal a group of children from the orphanage and sell them. Ron was worried about where to find a child. When he heard that there were many orphanages, his heart was ecstatic, and his thoughts were suddenly moved. Jeff knows well about the orphanage. He knows that the orphanage has many loopholes because of its disrepair due to years of disrepair, inadequate funding, insufficient staff, and inability to keep up with security facilities. As long as those familiar with the process can find a breakthrough. So he immediately took the lead and worked out a more detailed plan. As soon as Ron saw the feasibility of this sentence, he immediately brought in a family of 6. Jeff was very dissatisfied with the participation of Ron's family of 6, because he knew that the reason why the other party called so many people was because he wanted to pay more. If you only do this with Ron, the 10 children will sell for more than $1 million by then, and each of the 2 will be able to divide between $60,000 and $70,000. As a result, Ron brought in another 5 members of the family and immediately diluted his share. This shameless Ron, who was shamelessly trying to divide his head evenly, would be divided into 7 parts, and he would only have $200,000 at most. Jeff fought hard with Ron, and finally decided on a distribution method. Jeff got $400,000, and the rest went to Ron's family. Suddenly losing $300,000 of income, Jeff was naturally very depressed. But he didn't have any good solutions, because if the other party had to leave him alone, he would be finished. In desperation, he could only suffer from this dumb loss. At this time, Ron looked at the map, and then at the time, and said, "We will be in South Haven soon. After we arrive, we will come to pick up the goods at the next house. We can rush back when we take the money. We should go back before dark. I can rush back." Ron's sister said excitedly, "Oh, I just want to go to the Maldives as soon as possible." As she said, she took out her mobile phone and said, "I'm going to find videos and guides of Maldives on Facebook to see which island to go to have fun." Immediately, she turned on Facebook. Unexpectedly, the first screen video after opening was the news about the loss of children in the orphanage. This news video has only been released for 2 or 3 hours, and it has more than 5 million likes and more than 300,000 comments. She tightened her heart, and when she opened the comment, she was shocked. Because all the comments in the comments demanded the execution of the trafficker, the killing of the trafficker's family, and so on. She subconsciously said, "Oh, that's bad, this matter has already hit the headlines. It seems that people all over the country are paying attention to it. Are we doing something big? What are you afraid of?" Ron said indifferently, "There is no substantial difference between stealing 1 and stealing 10. Besides, I'm careful along the way. No clues are left. No one can find us. It is impossible to doubt us." As he said triumphantly, "You can rest assured. When you can't find us after a while, the attention of netizens will be immediately attracted by other news, and after a while, we will be forgotten. Up." Chapter 1013. Several helicopters merged in the outskirts of Orus Hill, and they chased outside the province quickly, narrowing the distance with the target little by little. The opponent's Iveco can only stop and go on the national road, and often encounters traffic lights or traffic jams, and the overall speed is simply not up. The reason why Ron chose national roads instead of highways was mainly because the highways were closed roads. In case the police caught them, it would be difficult to fly by himself. But national roads are different. National roads are all open roads and are connected to various township and county roads. It is very difficult for the police to block themselves. And once there is any problem, you can abandon the car and run away at any time. The countryside, residential houses, and even factory construction sites are all good places to hide. Charlie Wade left enough opportunities for pursuit. The helicopter is in the sky, without stopping, without any detours and congestion, and the flying speed exceeds 200 kilometers per hour. After flying for more than an hour, Charlie Wade's location was only 100 kilometers away from the target. Cameron Isaac said to Charlie Wade, "Master, their current average speed is only 40 to 50 kilometers an hour, and they are expected to catch up with them in 30 minutes. Charlie Wade nodded and said, "Could you please contact the local forces of the Wade family and ask them to help us seal the road ahead of time, and I will give them a urn to catch turtles." Cameron Isaac immediately looked at the real-time location sent by Don Albert and said, "There is a bridge across the river on the national highway in front. After they pass, I will seal the bridge to prevent other vehicles from getting on, and then wait for them. When they are about to cross the river, bet the other end too, so that they will not escape." Charlie Wade said with satisfaction, "This is a good idea, just do what you said." Soon, the two truck convoys, full of muck, set off from the two real estate construction sites on both sides of the river. The construction sites where they are located are all properties owned by a real estate development company under the Wade family. Both teams were also arranged by Cameron Isaac. Each fleet consists of more than 20 engineering trucks loaded with muck. Any truck, when fully loaded, weighs 40 to 50 tons. A heavy tank is just this weight. Such a car, just cross the road, no car can hit it. What's more, there are more than 20 vehicles on each end, and even tanks will not be able to rush past. Ron's elder brother drove to the bridge. Ron smiled and said, "After crossing this river crossing bridge, we will almost reach South Haven." "Okay." Ron's sister said happily, "If we get the money today, we can go to the Maldives tomorrow. I just researched it. The Maldives is a visa on arrival, so we don't need to apply for a visa in advance. We will buy a plane ticket and fly there tomorrow. That's it." While driving, Ron's brother said in surprise, "Why are there so many big cars suddenly?" Everyone looked out the window and saw heavy trucks full of muck on both sides. Ron said casually, "Which construction site should be sent the materials? Regardless of him, let's overtake it quickly." Iveco quickly accelerated and surpassed the engineering fleet. Immediately afterwards, the engineering convoy behind began to run several large vehicles in parallel, directly blocking the road behind, so that other vehicles behind could not pass. When Iveco got on the bridge, the engineering convoy, which was advancing side by side, also drove onto the bridge. However, as soon as the engineering convoy got on the bridge, it immediately stalled and blocked the entrance to the entire bridge, making it impossible for other vehicles to pass. Chapter 1014. The driver behind was so angry and got out of the car to check what happened. At this time, a person from the engineering team got on and off and shouted to the back with a loudspeaker, "We have just received a notice from the superior that this bridge has become a dangerous bridge, and there is a risk of collapse at any time. Now we need to hurry up and repair it for everyone. Your life is safe, please detour, thank you for your cooperation." These drivers originally wanted to scold their mothers, but upon hearing this, they immediately dispelled the idea of scolding their mothers, and the unhappiness in their hearts disappeared. With so many construction vehicles parked here, they don't doubt what the other side said. Therefore, they are very fortunate now. Fortunately, they have been following behind the construction vehicles. If they are in front of the convoy, wouldn't they also drive on this dangerous bridge? So everyone turned around and took a detour from other roads. Ron's elder brother drove to the center of the bridge, glanced back through the rearview mirror for a while, and said puzzledly, "Why are there no cars behind?" Ron glanced back. Maybe it was blocked by those big cars, which were running slowly. "It's also possible," Ron's brother said, and stopped taking it seriously and continued to drive. When I was about to cross the bridge, a few large cars suddenly poured in from both sides in front, completely blocking the road ahead. Ron's elder brother was taken aback, and hurriedly stepped on the brakes, blurting out, "Damn, are these big cart drivers crazy?" The other people in the car staggered for a while because they had no time to react. After the car stopped steadily, Ron was surprised to find that the road in front of the car had been completely blocked by several large cars, and there was no car behind. In other words, the vehicle I was riding in was completely sealed on this bridge. However, at this time he did not mean that he was imminent. So he pushed the door down and shouted at the big car parked in front, "Hey! What the hell are you guys doing? Get out of the way quickly." A burly man jumped down from one of the big cars and said coldly, "This bridge has been closed. From now on, no vehicles or people will pass by." Ron said angrily, "The cars in front have all passed by, but we have not passed. You have to close it and wait until we pass." He didn't know, the reason for closing this bridge was to seal him on the bridge. The burly man yelled, "Don't King talk nonsense with me," I said, "No vehicles or people should pass by. If you are not afraid of death, you can give it a try." With that said, more than 30 people wearing hard hats came at once, all of them sturdy and looking fierce. There are only 7 people in Ron's group. His mother and his sister are helpless women, his father is an old man, and he is a disabled person. How could it be 30 in this case? Multiple opponents. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then we can always turn around and change another way, right?" With that, he got in the car again and said to the brother beside him, "Let's turn around." "Okay." Ron's brother immediately turned around and drove back directly. But what he didn't expect was that after turning around and driving back, he saw a large group of heavy trucks coming on the opposite side before driving a few steps away. These trucks are next to each other. There was no room for a bicycle to pass through, and the menacingly approached. Ron's elder brother hurriedly stopped the car and said in surprise, "What the hell is going on? How do you feel that these big cars are deliberately trying to sandwich us? Are we exposed?" "Impossible," Ron said. "Categorically, even if we are exposed, it should be the police who intercepted us, not the big truck on the construction site." His brother was very worried and said, "Ron, I think this is obviously strange." Chapter 10:15. Even now, Ron also felt that something was really wrong. Otherwise, how could it be possible that there are so many big cars in the middle of this car for no reason? Moreover, looking at their posture, they simply didn't want to let himself escape, so they used a parallel formation. There were traffic jams both front and rear, and the river was rolling under the bridge. If you really came straight to yourself, you wouldn't even have to escape. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling nervous, and said, "Aren't these people coming for these children? Shouldn't they? Aren't they just a bunch of orphans?" "That's right." Ron's brother couldn't help but said, "Furthermore, the police didn't find it. Why did these people come?" Seeing that the convoys at both ends were getting closer, Ron's brother could only temporarily stop the car. Everyone in the car panicked, including Jeff. Jeff felt a panic in his heart at this time. No one knows the situation of the orphanage better than him. If these children are lost, at most the police will come forward to find them. It is impossible for the people to have such a powerful force to find them. However, with one exception, he felt very nervous. The exception was Charlie Wade, who hurt himself miserably yesterday. In the dark, he felt that this matter seemed inseparable from Charlie Wade. Thinking back to Charlie Wade, he always looked unpredictable. He couldn't help but wonder, are these people sent by Charlie Wade? Just when this Iveco stopped, countless large cars began to pack him tightly, and the 7 adults in the car couldn't help but panic. Ron took out a knife from his arms and said nervously, "If someone is against us, we will fight him." His sister said in horror, "There are only 7 of us, and they have to have dozens of drivers alone. Fighting is not their opponent." Ron was already obviously flustered, and said nervously, "You close the curtains of the windows at the back. If they want to come in, I will fight with them." In order to be able to transport the children more safely, thick curtains have been hung on the windows of the rear rows. Looking in from the outside, they can't see the situation inside, let alone the unconscious children inside them. Several people, including Jeff, hurriedly drew the curtains tightly. Ron said to his two elder brothers and Jeff, "Hurry up and get all the knives out. Now the car is definitely not going out, you can only rely on yourself." When he started doing it early this morning, Ron gave each of them a knife. He thought it was just to strengthen the courage, but he didn't expect to use it now. Jeff was very panicked. He is very different from Ron. Ron has been doing the job of licking blood on the tip of a knife all the year round, otherwise he would not be chopped off his right hand. But Jeff is just a liar. Every day at Harley's company, he cheats those old men and old ladies who are eager to manage money and make money. If he really wants him to use a knife to fight with others, he simply doesn't have the guts. At this moment, he took the knife out tremblingly, and asked nervously, "Ron, did you offend someone?" Ron said desperately, "I also want to ask if you have offended people." At this time, Ron's brother said nervously, "Look at these big cars, they only surrounded us, but no one came down to say something, and I didn't understand what they were doing." Ron thought for a while, opened the window of the co-pilot, and shouted to the outside, "Who are you? What are you going to do?" No one responded outside the car. Ron's heart was extremely nervous. With so many cars surrounding him, this group of people didn't even have a word, which made people feel strange and terrifying. Chapter 10:16. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter roaring from outside suddenly came. Because the movement of the helicopter was too loud, and the sound was too recognizable, the entire vehicle became more panicked. Jeff panicked and asked, "What's the matter? How come there are helicopters? Who are these people?" Ron's father drew a gap in the curtain and looked up to the sky, and immediately saw several helicopters lined up. He was so scared that he said, "There are several helicopters in the sky. Even if the police arrest people, they don't know how to use helicopters. Are we offending some big people?" As they were talking, everyone heard the sound of the helicopter, and it was already overhead. Charlie Wade was sitting on one of the helicopters, looking down at the scene on the bridge. The entire bridge has been broken by large vehicles. In the middle of the bridge, a dozen large vehicles surrounded the Iveco. Traffickers and children are in this car. Cameron Isaac said to Charlie Wade, "Master, many of my people are from special forces. Some of them have a way to kill all these people." Charlie Wade said coldly, "Don't be anxious to kill, stay alive." "Good." Cameron Isaac said, "Then I will let them control these bastards first." Charlie Wade nodded and said, "Do it now." Cameron Isaac immediately gave an order, and one of the helicopters descended and hovered on top of the Iveco. Immediately after, 4 ropes were thrown on both sides of the helicopter, 4 former special forces in black immediately descended from the ropes. They were very professional. They were hung on the 4 corners of the Iveco car roof. Then they took out the portable cutting machine and started cutting the iron sheet of the car roof at the fastest speed. This white Iveco itself is not a special vehicle. The iron sheet on the roof is very easy to cut. In the blink of an eye, the entire roof was cut off. The people in the car were already shocked. They looked at the roof of the car and were gradually cut open. There was no good way at all. At this time, the helicopter hovering over their heads began to slowly rise, and the 4 former special forces each used a special suction cup to firmly hold the 4 corners of the roof. With the ascent of the helicopter, this Iveco was uncovered directly. At this time, not only Charlie Wade on the helicopter, but also the situation in the car, even Jeff in the car and Ron's family saw the magnificent scene of several helicopters hovering in the sky at the same time. Except for the helicopter that cut the roof of their car, on both sides of the remaining helicopters are ex-special forces armed with automatic rifles. They are like the Marines in Operation Red Sea. The target was tightly locked on the 7 people in the car, ensuring that as long as anyone dared to hurt the child, they would immediately kill him. For a top family like the Wade family with a net worth of trillions of dollars, Their ability to protect themselves is far beyond the recognition of ordinary people. Special forces, automatic rifles, and helicopters are just drizzle. With the influence of the Wade family, even if armored vehicles are called, it is not a big problem. This is the confidence of the real top family. Today, using such a big battle to solve a few human traffickers can be said to be fighting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns. But Charlie Wade didn't feel wasted at all. This kind of scum would have to use the most powerful means to destroy them all at once. Chapter 10:17. At this time, Charlie Wade directly turned on the PA system on the helicopter, and said loudly, "Listen to the people in the car, you are already surrounded, immediately put down all resistance to surrender, otherwise, die." The sound of Charlie Wade frightened the 7 people in the Iveco car. Ron collapsed, because he felt that even if he killed and set fire, he wouldn't use such a big battle to catch him, right? At this moment, his family was so scared that they were still thinking that after they got the money, they would go to the Maldives for a holiday, but they didn't expect to be completely covered by such a net. Jeff was even more panicked. He is almost regretting death at this moment. Not only regret, but more panic. But at this time, he suddenly came back to his senses, and felt that the sound of the call on the helicopter just now was so familiar. But he didn't hear it for a while. This voice was Charlie Wade's voice. So he panicked and asked Ron, "What should we do now? This group of people have guns. Now even the roof of the car has been cut off. What if they shoot us?" Ron's elder sister wailed in fright, "Brother, we won't die here today, right? My elder sister hasn't lived enough yet, my elder sister is still young, my elder sister hasn't been married yet. What are you yelling about? I'm not married either." Ron was afraid and confused in her heart. Hearing her sister crying and making noise, her heart was even more irritable. Charlie Wade looked down at these 7 people from the helicopter and found that they were not doing anything. He was immediately angry and said coldly, "I will give you 3 seconds to get off the car, otherwise you will have to pay the price." As soon as the voice fell, he immediately started timing. 3. Ron's mother cried bitterly, "Ron, let's get out of the car quickly, otherwise I'm really afraid that these people will attack us." Ron hesitated. "If you don't get out of the car, you might be able to kidnap a few children and use your children's lives to threaten the other party to let yourself go. But if you get out of the car, isn't it just being slaughtered?" 2. Ron's sister hurriedly said, "Ron, you have to say something." 1. After Charlie Wade finished counting 3 times, seeing that none of the 7 people moved, he immediately said to Cameron Isaac, "Notify the sniper and kill the driver." "Good master." Cameron Isaac immediately passed the walkie-talkie and gave an order in a cold voice. The sniper immediately looks for a suitable opportunity, kills the driver first, and fights for a shot. The intercom system immediately received a reply from the snipers. The sight of sniper number 1 is blocked. The sight of sniper number 2 is blocked. Sniper number 3 has an unobstructed sight and has locked on the target. The kill probability is 80. Sniper number 4 is unobstructed and has locked the target. The kill probability is 95. Cameron Isaac immediately ordered, "Sniper number 4 listens to my orders and shoot." At this moment, the former special soldier hanging outside the door of a helicopter on the right immediately pulled the trigger. With a bang, the sniper rifle burst out with a tongue of flame, and then the bullet shot out from the muzzle at a rapid speed. The next moment, Ron, who was sitting in the driving seat of Iveco, was so nervous that he did not know what to do. He was suddenly headshot. No one expected that a person who was intact in the last second would burst out a bloody mist on his head in the next second. Chapter 10:18. Ron's family was so scared that they collapsed and screamed. They really did not expect that the caller would immediately instruct to shoot after 3 seconds. The one who died was the eldest son of the Ritchie family, and Ron's parents loved the eldest son the most. Seeing that his eldest son was instantly taken his life, the 2 of them went crazy and cried. Ron was sprayed with red and white because he was closest to his brother. He was already scared to death. When he was in this business, he never thought that this business would be terrible. At this time, Charlie Wade said coldly through the PA system, "I will give you 3 more seconds. If you don't get out of the car and surrender, then I will let the sniper randomly kill the second person." As soon as these words came out, all 6 of them lost the courage to resist, and ran out of the car in a hurry. After getting out of the car, the 6 people raised their hands high above their heads, and their faces were filled with the deepest fear. This is the first time they have witnessed such a bloody and direct death with their own eyes. Everyone's heart trembled. Even Ron's mother, sister, and Jeff were so scared to pee their pants. Charlie Wade continued to shout, "All 6 of you kneel down at the back of the car, hold your head in your hands, and if anyone dares to make any other actions, kill it on the spot." How dare these 6 people fail? They hurried to the back of the car and knelt on their heads. At this time, the big car at the rear slowly retreated tens of meters, leaving a huge open area. Afterwards, the helicopter that Charlie Wade was riding in began to slowly land on this open ground. The former special forces on other helicopters moved faster, and they had quickly descended onto the bridge by cable descent. Dozens of former special forces armed with live ammunition had surrounded the 6 groups at this time, and their guns were all aimed at them. Several former special forces have entered the Iveco and quickly checked the health of the 10 children in the car. Afterwards, he reported in the intercom system, "Master, all 10 children are in a coma, but I checked their physical indicators and vital signs, and there is no danger to their lives, please rest assured." Charlie Wade immediately relaxed. Since the children are all right, the remaining task is how to deal with these human traffickers. He not only wants these human traffickers to pay the price of their lives, but also finds out their downstream buyers and kills them all. At this moment, Charlie Wade's helicopter had slowly stopped on the bridge. Charlie Wade pushed the hatch and jumped down. The 6 people, including Jeff, were all kneeling on the ground at this time, looking at Charlie Wade coming down from the helicopter in horror. But the distance at this time was still a bit far. Jeff did not recognize Charlie Wade. Charlie Wade didn't see Jeff either, he thought this was Ron's family. But when he got closer, he saw Jeff with a frightened face among the 6 people. Charlie Wade's heart was suddenly extremely angry. He really didn't expect that Jeff would be involved. No matter how hard this kid pretended, he was one of the orphans who came out of the orphanage. Charlie Wade never expected that it was this Jeff who grew up in the orphanage who would collude with others and steal from the orphanage. 10 children out. Jeff also saw the man coming by at this time. When he recognized that the person walking by was Charlie Wade, his whole person's worldview was instantly subverted. How come? How could it be Charlie Wade? Chapter 10:19. Jeff felt that no one in the world would be too surprised to step down from this helicopter, but Charlie Wade was the only one who stepped down from here, which made him unacceptable anyway. However, the tall and handsome man with a cold face is indeed the orphan who grew up with him in the orphanage, Charlie Wade. He couldn't imagine, what exactly is Charlie Wade? You can mobilize such a powerful force to pursue yourself. Among other things, just these few helicopters, and these dozens of experts with guns and live ammunition like special forces, are definitely not the strength that ordinary people can have. Even the richest man in Orus Hill cannot be so capable. Deep in his heart, he couldn't help asking himself, what is the origin of Charlie Wade? Isn't he an orphan? Still the son-in-law who eats soft rice. Why can such a powerful force be mobilized? At this time, Charlie Wade had already stepped forward to the 6 people. However, instead of looking at the other 5 people, he stared at Jeff with extremely cold eyes and asked coldly, "Jeff, you are so bold." Jeff trembled violently, hurriedly begged, "Charlie Wade. This is a misunderstanding, Charlie Wade." Misunderstanding? Charlie Wade said furiously, "You and traffickers abducted 10 orphans from the orphanage, and then told me this was a misunderstanding?" Jeff suddenly burst into tears, and said with tears in his nose, "Charlie Wade, I have no choice but to not lose my bet with you. I accidentally ran into someone else's phaeton. If I don't pay for it, if someone else has a new car, they will kill me, and I am also forced to be helpless, Charlie Wade." Charlie Wade stepped forward, kicked him on his chest, kicked him all the way, and sternly shouted, "You are an orphan. You know what kind of pain orphans have to go through since childhood. They are raised in a welfare institution. It's nothing more than doing something for the orphanage. If you steal the children from the orphanage for money, you deserve to die. Jeff was in severe pain, but he struggled to get up, crying and said, Charlie Wade, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been blinded by lard for a while, please take it for the sake of growing up together. Please spare me this time. Spare you? Charlie Wade snorted coldly, and said, You have done such a conscientious thing, how can my conscience let me spare you? Jeff hurriedly pointed to the Iveco and said, You can see that those younger brothers and sisters did not suffer any injuries, and they all took sleeping pills. Now take them back. They don't even know what happened. As long as you spare me this time, I will work for the orphanage in my life, and I am willing to use my life to pay for my sins. Charlie Wade said coldly, Save some energy, Jeff, among the 7 people today, you are the most damned. When Ron heard this, he hurriedly blurted out and wailed, This eldest brother, you are right. This incident was planned by the organization named Jeff. We were all used by him. Please forgive us. Charlie Wade saw his right arm raised high, and his wrist broke all at once, knowing that this person was the notorious Ron. So, he snorted and asked, You are Ron Ritchie, right? When Ron heard this, his whole body trembled. How would he know his name? Charlie Wade saw his face full of horror, and smiled playfully, coldly, Ron, you guys are okay. I heard that you were doing some sneaking and petting businesses before, and you were still a family of 6. I didn't expect you to be cut off. With one hand, you don't even have a long memory. I heard that you had been reselling children before, but I didn't expect that you dared to steal children directly this time. Chapter 1020. As soon as Ron heard this, he knew that the other party had checked all of his details. So he squatted his head in panic, Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding, Big brother. I have offended people before, so my reputation is corrupted everywhere. I have never done anything to resell a child. It was just spread by others. Charlie Wade smiled and asked him, Do you think I am like a fool? Ron kept kowtowing, his entire forehead had become bloody, and he begged, Big brother, I really can't blame me this time. This time it was all Jeff's idea. He told me that he had an accident. There is a shortage of hundreds of thousands, because he told me that there are many children in the orphanage. He even made the whole plan for us to steal the children. Charlie Wade said coldly, Don't worry, I will figure out the accounts of each of you. After speaking, Charlie Wade questioned, I ask you, who are you going to sell these children to? At this time, Ron dared not hide anything, and hurriedly said, Brother, these children are going to be sold to the Southern Region Gang. Charlie Wade asked again, Who is your partner? Ron blurted out, It's an elder of the beggar gang. Charlie Wade frowned and said, There are elders in the beggar gang? Ron nodded and hurriedly said, This gang of beggars was established completely after the gang in martial arts novels, because they all pretended to be beggars and cheated money everywhere, so they directly used the name of the gang. The biggest leader of the gang is their gang leader. Under the gang leader there are 2 deputy gang leaders, 9 elders, dozens of hall leaders and tens of thousands of subordinates scattered across the province. Charlie Wade didn't expect this gang of beggars like a social cancer to have such a huge organizational structure. There are tens of thousands of beggars in a province alone. Ron wanted to perform meritorious service in front of Charlie Wade and strive for lenient treatment, so he poured out all the information he knew. Brother, the 9 elders of the beggar gang are all rich men with a net worth of tens of millions. This group of people has long stopped begging in person. They live in luxury villas, drive luxury cars, and even sit in their offices. The 9 elders perform their duties. Some people are responsible for recruiting new members, who are responsible for management, finances, and training. Some people are responsible for implementing family laws. The elder who joined me is responsible for buying children for begging. Charlie Wade asked again, Who is the leader of the beggar gang? Ron said, The name of the beggar gang's leader is John Marconi. Don't think he is just a beggar gang's gang leader, but his net worth is at least $1 billion. His business covers various gray industries, and he has already become South Haven. A big man in the underground world. After that, he said again, By the way, Marconi has very powerful background, and his sister is the wife of Donald, the head of the Webb family. Charlie Wade frowned. So, this John Marconi is Donald's brother-in-law? Yes, yes, yes. Ron nodded and said, his brother-in-law. Charlie Wade sneered and nodded, and said to himself, interesting. Really interesting. Chapter 10:21. Charlie Wade did not expect that the Webb family was also involved in this matter to some extent. This hateful beggar gang was actually started by Donald's brother-in-law, and it is estimated that the support of the Webb family is indispensable. Originally, I was still waiting for the Webb family to find him, and was not ready to attack the Webb family. But this time, I have to take Donald's brother-in-law first. Therefore, he immediately said to Ron, I will give you a chance to redeem your sins. You must take it well, otherwise, I will let you end up like your brother. As soon as Ron heard this, he said with excitement, brother, if you have anything you want, you will die without hesitation. Charlie Wade said, you should call the elder beggars who specially connected with you now, tell him that your car has a problem, and let him come here to pick up people in person. Ron nodded immediately and said, okay, big brother, I'll fight now. It's not far from South Haven City. I think they will come soon. Charlie Wade gave a hum, turned around and said to Cameron Isaac behind him, Isaac, I don't care what you do, I will see Donald's brother-in-law here within an hour. Cameron Isaac said immediately, don't worry, master, I will make arrangements. Ron was eager to make contributions, and hurriedly said, by the way, that John Marconi and his wife is one of the elders of the beggar gang, who is in charge of finances. And she is also his female military advisor. Really? Charlie Wade frowned and asked, both couples are doing this kind of conscience business? Yes. Ron said, their couple is amazing, earning at least $100 million a year. It is said that they earned more than $200 million last year. Charlie Wade said to Cameron Isaac, you can verify the matter, Isaac. If it is true, bring him and his wife to me. Cameron Isaac nodded and made a call immediately. Wade family's eyes are all over the country, if they want, there is no clue they can't find. South Haven is one of the largest cities in the South, and the hidden forces deployed by the Wade family here are beyond imagination. Soon, Cameron Isaac received the news and said to Charlie Wade, that kid is right. Marconi's wife is indeed one of the elders of the beggar gang. Okay. Charlie Wade nodded and said coldly, then bring them all to me. Cameron Isaac immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, a group of skilled men. Go to South Haven quickly and meet our family's local eyeliner. By any means, you must bring John Marconi and his wife here within an hour. A resolute voice came from the intercom, yes. One group set off immediately. Immediately after one of the hovering helicopters, it immediately climbed up and headed for downtown South Haven. Charlie Wade asked him again, could you let the Wade family's eyeliner in the southern region help me investigate how many core members of the beggar gang are still in the southern region, and bring them all over me? Cameron Isaac said, good young master, I'll give orders now and get everything I can find. Charlie Wade nodded in satisfaction, and said coldly, today I will walk for the sky and get rid of this beggar gang. Ron also took out his mobile phone at this time, and under Charlie Wade's supervision, called the elder of the beggar gang who had been connected to him. Chapter 10:22. When the other party heard him say that the car was broken, he immediately said he was not reliable. Ron could only say in a low tone, sir, the car I built is quite old. I'm really embarrassed, but I'm only a few tens of kilometers away from South Haven. It's not far, so please come and pick it up. Come on. Then the other party cursed and said, if it wasn't for seeing that you sent more goods this time, I would just ignore you. After speaking, the other party said again, send your location to WeChat, and I will come here. At this moment, the beggar gang leader John Marconi and his wife Lily Marconi had just walked out of Webb's villa with their daughter. Today at noon, it is the birthday of Lily's sister, Donald's wife Xenia. In the past, Xenia had to organize a special birthday party, but this year, considering the special situation of her son Kian, she chose to stay at home and simply prepared a lunch. No guests were invited to this banquet. Apart from my family, I only invited my younger brother and younger siblings, as well as his younger niece. After such a long time, Kian is still the same, adding a meal every hour. So in this banquet, Kian disappeared for about 20 minutes. Everyone knew that he was going to add a meal, but everyone at the dinner table was embarrassed to say it. After the birthday party, Marconi's family of 3 was ready to go home. His sister Xenia sent them to the parking lot of the villa. Seeing that there was no one else around, Marconi asked his sister, "Sister, is Kian's situation still not getting better?" "No," Xenia said with a sad face, "a lot of experts have come to visit during this period, but there is no result. They have no idea." Xenia couldn't help but sighed and said, "Sister, I think my brother-in-law has some problems with his mood and emotions recently." Xenia said depressed, "The last time your brother-in-law took Sean to Orus Hill, he suffered a big loss in the hands of the Wade family. And was humiliated by an unknown man by Orus Hill. Haven't you seen Sean's arm still in a cast? He was injured in Orus Hill." Xenia said angrily, "What kid did this way? Sister, do you want me to take some brothers and kill that kid in the past? Now the power of the beggars is stronger again. There are 10,000 registered gang members alone. There are many people. During this period of time, I am preparing to annex the beggars from the surrounding provinces one by one. By that time, my beggars may have more than 50,000 people." Xenia said, "Your brother-in-law is already planning the matter in Orus Hill, so you don't need to bother." After that, she looked at her younger sibling Lily and said to her younger brother, "You have to take care of Lily during this period. 2 months of pregnancy is the most dangerous time. Don't let the fetus have any problems." Marconi said immediately, "Sister, don't worry, I will take care of her." Xenia said to her younger sibling Lily, "Lily, you have just gotten pregnant. Don't interfere with the beggar's affairs for the time being. Have your baby at home and get a B ultrasound in 2 months to see if it is a male or a female." Lily nodded hurriedly and said respectfully, "Okay sister, I see, don't worry." Xenia couldn't help but sighed and said with emotion, "Our Marconi family, the biggest problem is that the population is not thriving enough. My parents left early and only gave birth to 2 children, Nathan and Josiah. Only the son of Nathan, you and Josiah are left now. There is only a daughter. He said that everything has to be given to a son quickly, and it is not enough to have one. While he is young, he must have at least 2 sons to continue the incense for the Marconi family." Lily hurriedly said, "Sister, don't worry, I will definitely inherit the Marconi family." Chapter 10:23. Xenia, Donald's wife, is a standard demon of helping his brother. With her identity and her family background, it would have been impossible for her to enter the gate of Webb's house. But the reason why Donald married her into the Webb family was entirely because Donald really loved her. After marrying into the Webb family, Xenia began to do everything possible to help her brother John Marconi. John Marconi didn't have any abilities, she didn't read well, and her ability was not good enough. When she was young, she took a lot of money from Xenia to do business, but she was basically defeated by him. There was no other way, Xenia went to beg her husband, hoping that her husband could give his brother a little bit from the Webb family's business, which would be regarded as a way to help his brother. Although Donald didn't look down on Marconi, he still helped him several times because of his wife's face. However, Marconi is very ignorant of good and bad, and he is not capable of it. When others lead him to make money, he has to make some tricks from it. Finally, Donald is tired of him, and he simply doesn't bother to take him. However, Xenia didn't want her brother to be mediocre all his life. Seeing that her brother didn't have much real ability, but he still had the ability to fight hard, she guided his brother to the gray industry. After all, Marconi is Donald's brother-in-law, and the entire Webb family has a very strong influence in the South, so there is this relationship. He went out to make a profit, and everyone must give face. After fishing for a few years, Marconi built the business of the beggar gang. To say it is a gang of beggars is actually borrowing someone's name from martial arts novels. What they do is not a matter of acting for the country and the people. They are just organizing a large group of fake beggars to pretend to be beggars and swindle. Moreover, there are often conflicts between the gang of beggars and the gang of beggars. For example, the bus stations, railway stations, and commercial streets with the most crowded traffic are the favorite prime locations of the beggar gang. If you can set up a stall here, you will definitely make a lot of money in a day. However, for the beggars in a city, there are tens of thousands of beggars who are true or false, and it is naturally impossible for them to gather in these golden locations. Therefore, fighting fiercely with other gangs of beggars, forming cliques, and looting territory in daily life have become the most important thing besides begging. Because of the big tree of the Webb family, Marconi developed quickly in the cause of the beggar gang. If any beggar dared to fight against him, he would immediately be trampled by him. If he couldn't step on it, he would beg his sister and ask his sister to ask his brother-in-law, Donald, to help. After all, Donald is also the heir of the top big family. He naturally doesn't look down on this kind of gray business, and of course he doesn't want to interfere. But he couldn't hold back his wife blowing the pillow breeze in his ears every day, and acted like a baby at every turn, or brushed up his temper or pretended to be wronged. Then he had nothing to do. Chapter 1024. In the end, it didn't work, so he came out to help Marconi several times. When others discovered that even the heirs of the top clan like Donald would come to help Marconi get out, the other beggars naturally did not dare to offend Marconi again. As a result, Marconi pretended to be invincible and brought all the beggar gang forces in Arcadia province into his own hands. Now he is the leader of the famous Gang of Beggars in South Haven area. Marconi is also very proud of this, because this kind of thing comes in too quickly, and it is completely unnecessary. Everyone is scattered, everyone finds a place, lies on the ground, and then writes on a blank paper. Copywriting that sells badly is just lying down and making money. In a short period of time, he has already saved more than 1 billion family assets. Xenia was naturally relieved to see that her younger brother had made such a great achievement. For her brother-in-law, the younger brother was responsible for it, which was the continuation of the entire family's blood. The Marconi family's parents left early and there were no relatives. The more desolate and the less prosperous the family, the more she hoped that the Marconi family could open up its branches and leaves as soon as possible, so that the family would also prosper and gradually become a famous family in South Haven, so that I can be considered to have completed my mission to myself. After leaving his brother's family, Xenia turned and returned to the villa. Donald was sitting in the living room with a cigar in his mouth, and said annoyedly, "Xenia, I recently heard that your brother's beggar has made a lot of children to make money. Can you tell him to constrain a little bit later? Now everyone knows that he is my brother-in-law of Donald. He is doing this kind of mischievous business, and everyone outside thinks it is my order. What my Webb family says is 100 billion level. How can this big family get involved with this kind of indiscriminate business?" When Xenia heard this, her eyes were flushed with grievance, and she choked with sobs. "Husband, you don't know the situation with Marconi. You said that he has no ability, education, and no brains, except for the sidetrack. What else can he do? He's just this little brother. If he doesn't live well, then I will die." Donald's most helpless thing is to see his wife's grievances. He also knows that this is just his wife's trick, but after all, out of true love, when she sees her grievances, even if she pretends to be wronged, Donald will feel distressed in his heart. So, he could only sigh, and said, "If you have done it, don't feel wronged. I mean, you will also say hello to Marconi when you look back. There are many ways to make a mistake. Partial behavior is placed on women and children. If he has a kind, and dares to fight and kill, then I can completely praise him as the underground emperor of the whole South Haven. Why do things that hurt women and children every day? Tell these things. It's really faceless." Xenia came to Donald with tears in his eyes, sat beside him, grabbed his arm with both hands, and choked pitifully, "Husband, you don't know what my brother is like. That ability to fight and kill with others. Besides, in our entire Marconi family, he is the only man left who says that he can't go out to fight and kill. If something happens to him, we Marconi are going to be broken." Donald said helplessly, "Didn't I tell you? If he dares to fight and kill, I will cover him behind his back. With me, do you think anyone in South Haven dares to move him?" Xenia wiped away her tears, and said, "That's not what I said, my husband. There are many children now, who are totally shocked. He doesn't care what your identity or background is. He might just pick up a knife and say killers, if they hurt Marconi and kill them all afterwards, what problem can they solve? As she said, she grabbed Donald's hand and said with red eyes, "Husband, I'm just a younger sister to Marconi. You are for the sake of me having been with you for so many years and giving birth to 2 sons. You are considerate. Be considerate of him." Donald sighed and said helplessly, "These things Marconi has done are too damaging to good and morality. If you have time someday, let him go to the temple to burn incense." Chapter 10:25. Marconi drove his Rolls-Royce at this time, with his 2-month pregnant wife sitting in the co-pilot and his 6-year-old daughter in the back seat. A family of 3 drove back to their villa and the journey went smoothly. Rolls-Royce drove into the garage and stopped. Marconi pushed the door to get out of the car. Then, Lily beside him also opened the door. Their daughter was already asleep in the back seat. Lily said to Marconi, "Husband, you hug your girl, put on a dress for her, don't catch a cold." Marconi nodded, and after getting out of the car, he reached out and opened the door of the rear seat. At this moment, a few men in black suddenly rushed out around him. Each of them held a gun in his hand. As soon as they appeared, they pointed their guns directly at the foreheads of the couple. One of them gave a cold voice. Said, "Marconi, our young master wants to see you, you husband and wife, come with us." Marconi was taken aback by the battle in front of him. He really didn't expect that someone in South Haven would dare to provoke himself. "I am not only the leader of the beggar gang, but also a relative of the Webb family, and Donald's brother-in-law. In South Haven, who should not give himself a bit of face? Don't talk about targeting yourself, even if you see yourself, you all have to nod and bow, kneel and lick yourself like a dog." So he asked angrily, "What do those few eyesight things do? Do you know who my brother-in-law is?" One of the people in black disdainfully said, "Isn't your brother-in-law Donald?" Marconi reprimanded, "Knowing that my brother-in-law is Donald, if you dare to provoke me, you are all king impatient, right? Believe my brother-in-law, a word can make you dead." The man in black sneered, "Marconi, you take your brother-in-law too seriously. In the eyes of our young master, Donald is indistinguishable from a dog. The reason for leaving this dog is Donald. Fate, I just want him to jump for 2 more days and have fun with him." Marconi was a little panicked now. He really didn't expect that the other party would not pay attention to his brother-in-law at all. In South Haven, no one had such courage. But these people in black know that they are Donald's brother-in-law, and they have to use a knife to hijack themselves. It seems that they are not good. So he asked nervously, "Who are you? Who is your young master? Have I provoked your young master?" The black man said, "Who is our young master? You will know when you go with me." After that, he pointed his gun at Lily and said coldly, "And you, one of the 9 elders of the beggars, right? Come with us too." At this time, several people in black put their guns at them and led them out of the garage. At the same time, a helicopter has slowly landed in the courtyard of Marconi's villa. Marconi felt even more flustered when he saw that the other party was driving a helicopter to kidnap himself. This situation can be seen at a glance that those who come are not good. At this time, he found a man in black and walked out holding his sleeping daughter. Chapter 10:26. He panicked and said, "What are you going to do? My daughter is innocent. Don't involve her." The man in black sneered, "How many babies and children in your beggar gang have been kidnapped by you, aren't they innocent? Isn't your Marconi's child a human, and other people's children are not humans?" Marconi was shocked. Before he and his wife could recover, they were forcibly taken into the helicopter by the man in black. They were taken on the helicopter along with their daughter. One of the men in black directly took out a syringe and gave Marconi's daughter a tranquilizer. This shot of tranquilizer can give Marconi's daughter at least another 10 hours of sleep. Afterwards, the plane quickly climbed and flew towards the bridge where Charlie Wade was. At this moment, above the bridge, Ron's family of 6 is almost shocked. Jeff had already fainted a few times with fright and regained consciousness. The elder of the beggar gang, who was responsible for buying and selling people, was already on the way here. Cameron Isaac's subordinates were already on the bridge and had no nets. As long as this person appeared, he would be immediately controlled. Ron knelt in front of Charlie Wade at this time. The blood that had been kowtowed before had formed blood scabs, making him look terrible. But his expression was full of horror. He looked at Charlie Wade and begged, "Brother, if the elder beggar comes over later, please let us go. We will definitely reform in the future, never do this kind of conscientious thing again." Charlie Wade sneered and said, "If you really have a long memory, when you make a pirated CD and your right hand is cut off, you will already have a long memory. Others have worked so hard to make a movie and prepare to be shown in the theater to earn the box office, to recover the cost, and as a result, you stupid stole the fruits of other people's labor directly. If you are a pirated rubbish, brazen stupid, you should have no place to bury the whole family. I didn't expect you to be a pirate. I even hit the child with the idea, you are adding sin to sin." Ron burst into tears. He raised his severed right hand and begged, "Brother, I do piracy is really not something, really damn it, I have already paid the price. You see, I lost my right hand when I was young, it's not easy for me to live the past few years." Charlie Wade said coldly, "Your right hand is just the price you paid for piracy. Now you have to pay the price for kidnapping and stealing children." Ron cried and said, "Brother, why don't you take one of my legs, take one of my legs, I will definitely be a good person in my life." Charlie Wade smiled and said, "You are quite good at discussing with others. It is not impossible to abandon your leg, but you have stolen 10 children in total. For each child, I abandon your leg. You have 10 legs for me." Ron was stunned. Seeing Charlie Wade's face full of solemnity, as if he was about to kill himself today, he said in a flustered heart, "Brother, although I don't have 10 legs, there are 7 of us. 7 people, that is 14 legs." "What?" Charlie Wade smiled and said, "You are quite good at doing arithmetic problems, but this kind of thing cannot be offset by the 7 of you, because the results you 7 have to face are exactly the same." Just as he was talking, a heavy forklift drove over from the bridgehead with a Mercedes-Benz S-Class directly on the fork. Cameron Isaac's voice came from the intercom, "The young master, the elder of the beggar gang has been brought over. It is in the Mercedes-Benz sedan. The car is bulletproof. He is unwilling to get out of the car, so I just let him go. Fork it." Chapter 10:27. As the forklift got closer and closer, Charlie Wade asked the people around to make an open space, and waved at the forklift driver, "Come on, put him here." The forklift driver immediately drove the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz S-Class all the way to Charlie Wade. Cameron Isaac said at this time, "Don't worry, don't put him down now, otherwise he will suddenly hurt the young master if he puts on the gas pedal. First remove his 4 wheels, and then put him down." As a result, several workers from construction sites immediately took equipment and went up and unloaded all his 4 wheels. At this time, there was a fat man sitting in the car. The fat man was full of horror and shouted in the car, "Who are you guys and what do you want to do?" Charlie Wade ignored him. After all 4 of his wheels were unloaded, the forklift put the car in place. Charlie Wade took out his phone, turned on the video recording function, looked at the fat man in the car window, and said coldly, "The elder of the beggar gang, right? You are responsible for buying children for the beggar gang, right? I will give you a self now. If you don't grasp the opportunity to walk down, you are at your own risk." The fat man looked at him with trepidation, and blurted out, "Who are you? I have never seen you before. We can't have any hatred, what's the resentment?" Charlie Wade lifted Ron up, pointed at him, and asked the fat man, "Do you know this person? Have you told him that you want to take over 10 orphans from him?" The fat man's face instantly turned pale. Immediately, he glared at Ron and cursed, "Ron Ritchie, King dare to sell me." Ron was also full of anger with nowhere to vent, staring at him, hysterically cursing, "You bastard, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk this way. King killed our family." Charlie Wade looked at the fat man again and asked in a cold voice, "I will ask you one last time, will I not come down?" The fat man didn't dare to get off after being killed, at least he could find a sense of security in the car. Seeing that he was indifferent, Charlie Wade said to Cameron Isaac, are there electric welding equipment in these construction vehicles? Cameron Isaac immediately asked through the walkie-talkie, whose car has an electric welding machine? A voice came from the walkie-talkie, Mr. Cameron, I have a set of welding equipment and inverters in my car, just for mobile welding. Cameron Isaac blurted out, bring here quickly. After a while, a truck drove over. After the driver jumped out of the car, he immediately lifted a set of electric welding equipment from the back of the truck. Charlie Wade pointed to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class and said, since this fat guy likes to stay inside, then weld all the doors to me, find some steel bars, and weld all the windows to me. There were so many construction vehicles, and various construction site materials were pulled inside, the most of which were cement, yellow sand and muck, followed by steel bars and other steel plates. Upon hearing that Charlie Wade ordered the car to be welded to death, the worker immediately greeted several workers for help. Then, many people carried various steel bars and the steel plates ran over quickly. When the fat man in the car saw the battle, his soul was frightened. He asked hoarsely, what are you going to do? I have no grudges against you, why are you doing this to me? Charlie Wade sneered, you kidnap and sell children, everyone will be punishable. To do this kind of conscience business, you must have enough psychological preparation. After that, he roared, sold on me. Several workers immediately got busy. First, all the doors of this Mercedes-Benz were welded to death, and then all the windows of this Mercedes-Benz were welded into cages with various steel plates. The fat man became more and more frightened inside, and his whole person almost collapsed. He had already felt something subconsciously, but at this moment, deep down in his heart, he was still deceiving himself and couldn't believe it. Chapter 1028. Charlie Wade's mobile phone has been recording his images, and naturally recorded all the scene of him being welded to death in the car. The fat man looked at Charlie Wade and threatened with all his strength. I warn you, let me go quickly, our boss's brother-in-law, but Donald of the Webb family. You must have heard of Donald's name. How can you not provoke him? If you dare to be against me today, my boss and his brother-in-law Donald will definitely not spare you. Charlie Wade smiled and said, your boss. Your boss is already on the way here, so let's let him watch you on the road later. As he was talking, a helicopter in the sky had already moved quickly. After a few minutes, the plane landed slowly, and several people in black escorted him. Marconi and his wife Lily walked off the helicopter. When Marconi saw the battle in front of him, he was shocked, his soul lost his body. He has been out for so long and has never seen such a scary battle. Dozens of engineering vehicles directly sealed the entire bridge, several helicopters were parked on the bridge, and dozens of men in black with guns and live ammunition. I don't know, I thought it was the troops doing some exercises. He couldn't help wondering in his heart, who are these people? Whom did you offend? Those beggars who usually rob themselves of buying and selling, who has such great ability? Those people in black brought him to Charlie Wade. Charlie Wade stared at him and asked in a cold voice, are you John Marconi? Marconi felt tight and subconsciously asked, who are you? What are you looking for? Charlie Wade smiled and said, me? I am the one who will kill you. When Marconi heard this, his face became cold, and he immediately said angrily, you want my life? Do you know who my brother-in-law is? Charlie Wade smiled and said, I know, isn't it Donald? Do you think Donald can save you at this time? If this old dog Donald rushes over today, I will kill the entire Webb family today. Here. You, Marconi was shocked. He couldn't understand why the young man in front of him had such a strong confidence, and he dared to say such arrogant words. Who is Donald? Donald is an existence that no one can match in the whole South Haven and no one dares to mess with. He is the king of South Haven. But the young man in front of him didn't pay attention to Donald at all. What gave him such a confidence? At this time, the fat man who had been completely welded to death in the Mercedes-Benz car opened a window in the car and shouted to the outside, boss, boss, you must save me, boss. Marconi was shocked. He turned his head and found that in the Mercedes-Benz that was welded to death, he was sitting in one of the 9 elders of his beggar gang. He hurriedly blurted out and asked, Old Alan, why are you here? The beggar elder in the Mercedes-Benz cried and said, "Boss, I came to pick up the goods. I didn't expect that the boy named Ron who talked to me, he actually cheated me, because he united with others to do the crime. Boss, you must save me." Marconi was frightened and stupid. This battle is clearly to kill. If the opponent dares to kill his own elder, he must dare to kill himself. He was nervous and scared to death, and tremblingly asked Charlie Wade, "Brother, what on earth do you and I have misunderstood? Or what do you want? Just ask, as long as I can give it to you, I just beg you to let us go." Charlie Wade said coldly, "Your beggars help to do some conscienceless things. What I want today is justice." Chapter 10:29. Marconi said in horror, "Brother, how can my brother-in-law Donald be regarded as a face in the south of the Yangtze River? If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Instead of repaying injustices like this, why can't he turn fighting into jade?" Charlie Wade smiled indifferently, and said, "I'm sorry, I want to turn a fight with me into a jade silk. You are not worthy. Even Donald is not worthy. You see Donald as a god, but in my eyes it is just a pile of shit." After that, he said again, "Marconi, don't worry, let's come one by one. I will send your brother on the road first, and then have a good chat with you." Immediately afterwards, Charlie Wade looked at the fat man in the Mercedes-Benz, and said coldly, "You kidnap and sell children, you lose your conscience, you are a tiger, and everyone is punishable. Today I will act for the sky and let you do what you do. To pay the price. Don't you like your Mercedes-Benz? Don't you like to stay in it and not get down? Okay, let this car be your coffin and let your boss send you on the road." After all, he looked at Marconi and said coldly, "Come on, you sing a song loudly for me, sing a famous Italian song. Goodbye friends." Marconi subconsciously shivered and said, "I won't." Charlie Wade scolded, "UF** King bluff me? Who can sing such a classic song?" Marconi does sing this song, and he often sings it in KTV, but how could he be willing to sing it at this time? The young man in front of him welded one of his generals in a Mercedes-Benz car, and said that he wanted this car to be his coffin, which meant that he would die in the car. I can't save my brother, nor can I sing goodbye to my friend when he dies, right? Seeing that he didn't even speak, Charlie Wade immediately yelled, "Sniper, shoot his right leg." As soon as the voice fell, he heard a gunshot. Then Marconi knelt on the ground with a plop. His right knee has become a mass of fleshy flesh, and the pain makes him cry. Charlie Wade continued, "I count 123, and within 3 seconds, if this person doesn't sing to me, I'll break his other leg. 1, 2. Marconi was so scared to cry when he heard this, don't shoot, brother, I will sing." After all, he endured the sharp pain in his right leg and knee, and sang choked with a trembling voice, "Oh goodbye friend, goodbye friend, goodbye friend, goodbye." Charlie Wade looked at the fat man in the Mercedes-Benz car and asked him with a smile, "Have you heard? Your big brother is singing to see you off, you can go on the road with peace of mind." The fat man collapsed in pain, slapped the car window and shouted, "I don't want to die, please spare my life, I really don't want to die." Charlie Wade stopped paying attention to him, but yelled, "Hang up this Mercedes-Benz for me with a heavy helicopter." Cameron Isaac immediately ordered to go down. In the car, the big fat man was completely crazy. He slapped the car window frantically, crying and begging, "Brother, uncle, please let me go. I'm still young and I don't want to die. I have 80 mothers. There are 3-year-old children. If I die, they will all be over." Charlie Wade sneered, "Before you do this business, you should have thought that you will end up like this." A heavy helicopter tied the Mercedes-Benz with a cable, and then slowly hoisted it in the air. Chapter 10:30. Charlie Wade said coldly, "Throw him into the river for me." The helicopter immediately flew to the river surface by the bridge, and then the aircraft suddenly disconnected the rope, and the Mercedes-Benz crashed into the river surface at a very fast speed. This Mercedes-Benz itself is bulletproof, and the body is very heavy, plus the steel plate welded in a circle makes it heavier. Therefore, the moment it plunged into the river at high speed, it immediately threw a spectacular splash of water. The splashing water even formed a small rainbow in the sun. Immediately afterwards, the Mercedes-Benz car sank directly into the river bottom and disappeared without any delay. Everyone present knew that this fat man was bound to die. Because that car has been completely welded to death, even if it is Houdini, it is impossible to escape. Jeff, Ron's family, and Marconi's couple suddenly collapsed with horror as they watched the Mercedes-Benz sink to the bottom of the river. No one thought that Charlie Wade would be so decisive when killing someone. Jeff also clearly realized at this moment that this orphan, who grew up with him since childhood, seemed to be able to kill him today. He crawled to Charlie Wade's feet, crying, and his whole person was out of breath. "Charlie Wade, please let me go. I am different from them. I have never done such a morning before. For the best things, I was just confused for a while, and blinded for a while. I beg you to give me another chance. You grew up with me, you know that I am not the kind of heinous person." Charlie Wade looked at him in disgust and said coldly, "Jeff, there is a truth you have to understand. Some mistakes can be forgiven, but some mistakes can never be forgiven, even for the first time." After finishing talking, he used the camera of his mobile phone to aim at Marconi and his wife, and said coldly, "Come on, I will give you and your wife a chance to confess to the people of the whole country. Looking at my mobile phone camera, you have done it all these years. If you're doing well, I might be able to make you suffer less." Marconi's wife Lily was almost crazy, but at this moment, she knelt on the ground with a thump, crying and begging for mercy. "Big brother, please forgive me, I'm just Marconi's wife, I don't even know. What did he do on weekdays? I am really innocent." As she said, she pointed to her flat lower abdomen, and said, "You tell me, I have been pregnant for 2 months, please let us go and give us a way out." Upon hearing this, Marconi subconsciously cursed, "Lily, you actually want to betray me at this time?" Lily suddenly exploded, "Marconi, I have your seed in my stomach. Don't I want to leave a queen for you, Marconi family? If we both die here today, your Marconi family's line broken." In fact, Lily's thinking is very simple, just to survive. She didn't live enough and didn't want to die. If she is allowed to die with her husband and live as a widow by herself, choose one of the two, then she must choose the latter. Marconi also thought at first that she was going to live alone. But listening to her say this, my heart suddenly shuddered. My wife is right, if both myself and my wife are dead, even if the young man in front of him let go of his daughter, his own line will be cut off. Daughter, in the eyes of the Marconi family, the line cannot be continued. Chapter 1031. Must have a son to succeed the Marconi family. This is why Marconi and her sister are very eager to hope that Lily can have a son. Therefore, Marconi realized at this moment that if he had to die here today, he would have to let Lily and the child in her stomach live. What if it was a boy? The Marconi family has a queen. Otherwise, if Lily died here today, then the entire Marconi family would be the last. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Charlie Wade, "Big brother, what hate you have, any grudges will come to me. My wife is innocent, and the child in my wife's belly is also innocent, please let her go." Charlie Wade said coldly, "You have poisoned so many children, haven't you thought that those children are the most innocent?" Marconi cried and said, "Even if I am utterly conscienceless, it has nothing to do with my wife and children. Please let them go. You can't kill a pregnant woman in front of so many people, right?" Charlie Wade smiled and said, "I didn't expect it, would you still kidnap me morally?" After speaking, Charlie Wade nodded and said, "But you are right. It is really not my style to kill a pregnant woman, so I am going to let your wife go." As soon as the voice fell, Lily on the side was so excited that she kowtows her head again and again, crying and laughing and said, "Big brother, thank you, big brother, thank you for not killing." Charlie Wade waved his hand, "Don't worry, I don't need to kill you, but the child in your stomach belongs to you and this scumbag, so I can't let you go right now. I will arrange for someone to take you there directly. The obstetrics and gynecology hospital will have the child knocked out, and the child will be knocked out. I will hand you over to the public security organs and let the court go to the court to sentence, go to jail, and shoot according to your actions." When Marconi heard this, he suddenly shouted with excitement, "How can you make our Marconi family the queen? The line of our Marconi family is in my wife's belly. Charlie Wade smiled and said, "I'm sorry, a scum like you, and a scum who specializes in destroying families, is not worthy to continue the incense. I can spare his life for your daughter, but the embryo in your wife's belly, don't be foolish." Later, Charlie Wade looked at Lily again, and said coldly, "You choose now, do you want to stay and die with your husband, or kill the child and get your own dog?" Lily blurted out completely without thinking, "Brother, I want to live, I don't want to die, the child can be knocked out, at any time." In fact, at this moment Lily had already thought very clearly. First of all, I can't die anyway, because I'm still young and haven't lived enough. If I want to die with my husband, I don't want to die. Secondly, the child in the belly is only 2 months old. To put it bluntly, it is a fertilized egg. It doesn't matter if he is or not, as long as he can live is more important than anything else. Therefore, of course she is willing to choose to knock the child out. When Marconi next to him heard this, his whole person was almost gone. He stared at Lily with cannibalistic eyes and gritted his teeth and cursed, "You stinky lady, you want to abandon me at the critical moment and live by yourself?" Lily looked at him nervously and said seriously, "Husband, do you want me to die with you? We still have a daughter. Even if I have been in jail for more than 10 years, my daughter still has a mother. If I die here today, our daughter will be an orphan." Chapter 1032. Marconi angrily scolded, "You have to kill my Marconi's son to survive. Now you still want to use your daughter as a shield, do you think I will be fooled by you? You be *tch, how come I haven't you can see that you are such a dog that is greedy for life and fear of death, and betrays your husband to live alone at a critical moment." Lily did not expect that her husband would scold herself bloody at this time. "It is true that I really want to live, but what I said is not unreasonable. In this case, whether you choose to die or choose to live, it is impossible to keep the child in your stomach. In this case, the couple can live. Isn't it much better than 2 deaths? So," she asked Marconi, "let's be a husband and wife. When you pleaded for me just now, you asked this eldest brother to let me go, but you heard that after the child can't stay, do you want me to die with you? Is the only reason I live is to give birth to your son, John?" Marconi blurted out, "I pleaded with you entirely because of the child in your stomach. If there is no child in your stomach, why should I die and not you? Why can't it be you and me? No matter how bad it is, we have to die together, death's road can be considered as a companion." Lily looked at him in shock, and said angrily, "Well, John, how come I haven't noticed that you are such a thing? A couple with you, at the critical moment you actually want to take me to your funeral." After speaking, she immediately looked at Charlie Wade, "Big brother, I will listen to your instructions. I can go and remove the child now, as long as you spare my life." Charlie Wade nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes, since you are so enlightened, then I will spare you not to die, and now I will arrange for someone to take you to the hospital." Lily was so excited, she knelt on the ground and knocked Charlie Wade a dozen heads. At this moment, Marconi next to him was already hysterical. While Lily was not paying attention, he suddenly rushed up, pinched her neck tightly, pressed her to the ground, and looked at her gritted teeth, "You unfaithful dog woman, die for me." Seeing Lily had been pinched by her and rolled her eyes, Cameron Isaac hurriedly asked him, "Master, do you want to make a move? If you don't make a move, this woman will die." Charlie Wade said lightly, "Isaac, remember what I just said, I will not kill a pregnant woman." Cameron Isaac suddenly realized. The young master did say that he would not kill a pregnant woman. However, if this Marconi killed the pregnant wife himself, then no one else could be blamed. Sure enough, within a minute, Lily had stopped her heartbeat and breathing. After Marconi strangled her to death, he couldn't get rid of his hatred, and gritted his teeth and cursed, "This BTCH, don't you want to live alone? Go ahead and wait for Master. When you are dying, you can pull a back cushion, and Master is worth the FCK. Now!" Charlie Wade sneered. This Lily was a Kowloon sergeant of the entire gang of beggars. Don't think she was a woman, but he might have done no less evil than others. Therefore, if she were to let her live, Charlie Wade would also feel very sick. But there is no way. People always have to have principles. This group of dogs has no principles, so they have done so many conscientious things, but at least they can't kill a pregnant woman by themselves. It's alright now, Marconi helped him solve this problem, at least he would not feel sick because Lily was still alive in this world. Chapter 1033. After Lily's death, Ron's family, Jeff and others were already frightened. In a short time, 2 people have died in front of them, and everyone's death is so miserable. The beggar elder who drove the Mercedes-Benz S-Class was originally the envy of everyone. He had money and status, and he drove a luxury car. However, just a few minutes ago, his luxury Mercedes became his steel coffin. But in front of them, Lily's desperate tragic situation shocked their hearts. Charlie Wade asked Cameron Isaac with a cold face at this time, "Where are the other core members of the beggar gang?" Cameron Isaac said, "Master, rest assured that I have notified all our forces in South Haven. They are already working, and these people will soon be brought over one by one." "Okay." Charlie Wade nodded and sneered, "Today, none of the core members of the beggar gang will live." All the people and horses of Wade family hiding in South Haven began to move, and the members of the gang kidnapped from various places were sent to the bridge one by one. 2 of the 9 elders of the beggar gang have died, and the remaining 7 have been taken one after another. The 2 deputy leaders of the beggar gang were also brought to the scene at this time. After the members of the beggar gang gathered, one by one was frightened and collapsed. None of the later gang dared to believe that someone dared to destroy the entire gang of beggars in South Haven. Behind the gang of beggars, Donald of the Webb family is supporting him. Why don't even Donald care about this group of people? Charlie Wade stood in front of this group of people at this time, and said to Cameron Isaac beside him, "Let people bring steel bars over, and give me all the hands of these people and tie them up tightly with steel bars." 1 gang leader, 2 deputy gang leaders, 7 elders, and 9 people knelt in a row. The first one was Marconi, the gang leader who just killed his wife. Charlie Wade's phone has not stopped recording. At this time, he pointed the viewfinder at Marconi and said with a smile, "Come on, introduce yourself, what is it called? What is it for?" Marconi looked at him coldly, gritted his teeth and said, "King pretend to be here with me, I know I will not survive today. If you want to kill, kill, but my brother-in-law will definitely take revenge for me. Then he will take you. Thousands of corpses." Charlie Wade nodded and smiled, and said disdainfully, "The least believer, is how kind a person can be." After all, he looked at everyone kneeling in front of him, including Ron's family and Jeff, and said sharply, "I can tell you very responsibly that today is your anniversary. None of you can live today, but die. There are also many different ways. Some methods of death may be painful, and some methods of death may be painful. Whether it is painful or painful depends on your performance." Later, Charlie Wade looked at Marconi and smiled, "Didn't you Marconi just behave very kindly? Then you have chosen the painful way of death. I will let you do what you want." A panic flashed in Marconi's eyes. He didn't know what exactly Charlie Wade would do to torture himself. At this time, Charlie Wade said to Cameron Isaac, "Take off all the clothes on this person, and then use a knife to cut me thin cuts on him. The more you cut, the better, and the wound should not be too deep. But it must bleed. In this case, use a helicopter to lift it up and put it in the river, so that the fish in the water can eat the wounds on his body. If there is enough time, he can be eaten into a bone." Chapter 1034. Cameron Isaac's expression stunned when he heard the whole individual, but he didn't expect the young master's methods to be so cruel. However, when I think about what this group of people are doing is completely devoid of conscience, this method of death is already very fair to them. If such a scumbag is placed in ancient times, it must be executed soon. So he didn't have any hesitation anymore, and immediately said to the 2 men in black next to him, "You 2, remember to cut the wound more densely." The 2 of them were top killers who killed countless, so they were accustomed to this kind of thing for a long time, so the 2 immediately took out their knives from their pockets and walked towards Marconi without expression. Marconi, who was still very kind just now, was trembling with fright at this time, crying loudly, "Big brother, I was wrong, big brother, I was really wrong, I will say whatever you ask me to say, I will never follow you or pretending to be forced, please don't torture me." Charlie Wade sneered and said, "What? Haven't started cutting yet? Are you scared? What about the courage just now? Are you worthy of living?" Marconi panicked and said, "Brother, you can hit me twice, even if you kill me now. I beg you, don't torture me. I will say whatever you ask me to say, and I will cooperate to the end." Charlie Wade said, "Sorry, I just gave you a chance, but it's too late now." After speaking, Charlie Wade said again, "But it's a bit useful to make up for it. Don't worry, I won't let the fish eat you into bones. I will ask you to face the camera later and leave a few words for your brother-in-law." Words. As soon as the voice fell, Charlie Wade instructed the two men in black, "First give me his 2 legs to deal with it." The two immediately took out their knives and cut off Marconi's trouser legs directly, and then drew countless blood trails on his calves and thighs, causing him to scream miserably in pain. The people next to him looked even more terrified. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter took off Marconi, whose legs were covered with bloody wounds, and then hung him into the river. Even across such a high bridge, you can hear the screams of Marconi on the water. After 10 minutes, Charlie Wade said, "Okay, bring him up." The helicopter lifted him back slowly. When he approached the bridge deck, his 2 legs had been gnawed by the fish in the river so that they didn't look like they were, and bones were exposed in several places. The 10 minutes that have just passed were the most painful and difficult 10 minutes in Marconi's life. In those 10 minutes, he felt that countless big fishes and small fishes in the river were desperately trying to tear a piece of meat from the wound on his leg. That kind of feeling is like being bitten countless bites of meat on his leg. Every bite hurts so much that he wants to die. Now he has only one thought in his mind: no matter what, he can no longer be thrown into the water. So no matter what Charlie Wade asked himself to do next, he would not dare to have any disobedience. The man in black caused Marconi, who was so painful to collapse, to kneel next to the others. Charlie Wade looked at him and asked, "How do you feel?" Marconi cried bitterly, "Please kill me, I really don't want to live." Charlie Wade shouted coldly, "I'll give you another chance now. You can answer whatever I ask you. If you answer well, I will give you a happy answer. If you answer badly, you will be embarrassed." Marconi nodded as if pounding garlic, crying and said, "Big brother, ask, and I will answer all questions you ask." Chapter 1035. Charlie Wade pointed the phone at him and asked, "What is your name? What occupation?" Marconi tremblingly said, "My name is John Marconi and I am the leader of the beggar gang." Charlie Wade asked again, "What kind of livelihood does your beggar gang do?" Marconi answered truthfully, "The main business of the gang is to pretend to be beggars and beg everywhere." Charlie Wade asked, "You all wear gold and silver, why do you pretend to be beggars and beg?" Marconi said, "Because the money is the fastest in this way. We only need to send people out and lie down and sell badly in various crowded places, and we can have a high income." Charlie Wade asked, "Then why do you abduct so many children?" Marconi said, "Because when begging, if you bring a child with you, you can double the alms, even several times." Charlie Wade continued to ask, "Then why do you make good children disabled?" Marconi shuddered and said, "Children with disabilities are more able to arouse others' compassion. According to our experience, it is the easiest to make money with children with disabilities to beg." Charlie Wade asked coldly, "Then how many children have you hurt so far?" Marconi said nervously, "I haven't counted this, but there should be 3 digits." Charlie Wade continued to ask, "Who is behind you to support you in doing such a thing, and who is your backer?" Marconi said, "My patrons are my sister and brother-in-law." Charlie Wade asked, "What are the names of your sister and brother-in-law, and what do they do?" Marconi honestly said, "My sister's name is Xenia. She has no job and is a full-time housewife. My brother-in-law is Donald. He is the heir of the Webb family of Southern Region." Charlie Wade asked coldly, "In other words, the reason why you dare to do this kind of conscience is completely because you have Donald behind your back, isn't it?" Marconi hesitated for a while, but he nodded obediently and said, "Yes, the beggars can develop to this day. They rely on my brother-in-law to help. It was him who came front to support me, so no one dared to fight against me." Charlie Wade asked again, "Does he know what you depend on for a living?" Does he know that you poisoned so many minors? Marconi nodded. He knows all, and my sister also knows. Charlie Wade nodded in satisfaction. With this video, as long as it is released, the reputation of the Webb family will be greatly affected. They will be angrily condemned by countless people across the country. At that time, it would be impossible for the Webb family to be able to PR fix it. What Charlie Wade wanted was to make the Webb family suffer. For this matter, the Webb family is the culprit behind it. If it weren't for the Webb family's help and abuse, helping this Marconi all the way, forming a gang of beggars, and growing stronger, then he wouldn't have the opportunity to poison so many children. Chapter 1036. Therefore, the Webb family is an absolute accomplice. Charlie Wade believed that Donald would be very, very uncomfortable after this video was released. Didn't he want to confront himself? Isn't he secretly looking for his enemy, ready to unite and attack him? Sorry, this young master is already impatient with waiting, so take your brother-in-law first. So Charlie Wade immediately said to Cameron Isaac, put all the members of this gang of beggars into that Iveco, and then weld the steel bars on their hands to the car body. Yes. Cameron Isaac gave an order, and many people in black rushed up quickly. Every 2 people grabbed one and brought them all into the car, which had been cut off and topped Iveco. The children of Iveco have been taken to the helicopter and continue to sleep. The people in black didn't have any kindness to them even if these people were crying and howling. Immediately after the electric welding machine started up again, the steel bars were wrapped around their wrists. This time they directly welded the steel bars on their wrists to the car. The welding caused a violent high temperature, and this group of people howled. The whole scene is like hell on earth. At this time, Charlie Wade looked at Ron's family of 5, and said coldly, your family, do some sneaking and petting businesses. You won't change after repeated teachings, are extremely nasty, and are inferior to animals. It's really everyone's possession and condemnation. Today I will walk for the sky and send your family on the road. After finishing speaking, he ignored the hoarse pleadings of the Ritchie family, and directly let the people in black bring them into Iveco, and weld them firmly with the others. At the scene, Jeff, who was almost frightened, was left. Jeff's eyes towards Charlie Wade were so empty that they lost his soul. His whole body was shivering constantly, and his mouth murmured, Charlie Wade, we have grown up together, I beg you to forgive me, I am not a heinous person, I am not going to die, please you see, for the sake of growing up together for so many years, spare my life. Charlie Wade lowered his head to see that his crotch was already covered with filthy things, and it seemed that he had already incontinence. His face looked like frost, and he said coldly, Jeff, when you are born, you have to know what you can do and what you can't do. The 100,000-volt high-voltage line will die if you touch it. When you are a first-time offender, and you are open to you, not to mention that you grew up in a welfare institution. Child trafficking is a high-voltage line that no one can touch, and the one we should not touch is orphans like us. I don't understand this truth, so what's the point of your life? Jeff crumbled and grabbed his hair and tore a large bunch of hair. Then he raised his head and looked at Charlie Wade with blood-red eyes. Charlie Wade, before I die, I have one more question I hope you can answer. Can you satisfy my wish? Charlie Wade nodded and said, for the sake of growing up together, I will satisfy your wish. No matter what question, I will answer you. However, after I answer you, you will bring my answer. Jeff shuddered suddenly, staring at Charlie Wade, and asked, Charlie Wade, who are you, what are you, who can have such great power? Charlie Wade smiled slightly. Even if he was right, Jeff would definitely ask himself this question. So, he squatted down, looked at Jeff's eyes, and said word by word. Jeff, what I want to tell you next, even my wife doesn't know it. This may be the last thing you get before you die. An answer, so I hope you can listen carefully. Jeff swallowed hard, nodded hard, and said with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, don't worry, I will listen carefully to every word you say, so that I can come to you for revenge in my next life. Charlie Wade smiled indifferently, then listened carefully. I am from the Wade family of Eastcliff, Master. What? Jeff had lived for over 20 years, but the words Charlie had just spoken were the most astonishing he had ever heard. With his eyes bloodshot, Jeff fixed his gaze on Charlie and muttered, "Impossible. How could that be? I know you. I've known you since you were a kid. Your name is Charlie Wade, and you're an orphan. Mrs. Lewis brought you back to the orphanage when you were 8. You're just a pathetic jerk with no family support in this world. How can you possibly be the young master of the Wade family?" Charlie offered a slight smile and replied, "I understand that this is hard for you to accept, but it's the truth. How else do you think I could have mobilized so many people to pursue you so effortlessly? Look at all these helicopters and the men in black armed with live ammunition. If I weren't the young master of the Wade family, you would have succeeded in your heist this time." But, Jeff stammered in disbelief. "If you're really the young master of the Wade family, then why did you grow up in the orphanage? Why didn't they come to collect you? Why would they allow a young master to live among pathetic people like us during your childhood?" Charlie replied with a smile, "They didn't know where I was back then. Before my father passed away, he took great care to conceal my identity. The Wade family had always been searching for me, but they would never have guessed that I was growing up in an orphanage." Jeff quickly asked, "So, did they find you again? When did they find you? What did they want?" Charlie explained, "They located me some time ago. To be honest, before their discovery, I was just like you, pathetic and struggling. I lived a life that might have been even worse than yours. I was broke and became a live-in son-in-law, relying entirely on my wife for support. My days were filled with laundry and cooking, and I had no hope in life, unlike you. At least you have a job as a sales director in a dubious company." Jeff exclaimed, "If you knew you were the young master of the Wade family and were living such a miserable life, why didn't you seek them out? If you had actively looked for them, you wouldn't have had to endure a life of scorn. Why didn't you reach out?" Charlie smiled again and said, "That's where we differ. I come from an extraordinary background, yet I'm willing to remain humble. You come from a humble background, but you refuse to embrace humility. If you were more like me and willing to be modest, you wouldn't have committed this crime and made such a significant mistake today." "I don't know," Jeff responded, shaking his head in frustration. "I can't understand. I really don't get it. Is it because you had money when you were young? Is that why you can live without it now?" "Perhaps," Charlie said with a faint smile. "When I was young, I lived a life of luxury and indulgence. The life I experienced back then is something you can hardly imagine now. But what does that matter? I wasn't happy, and neither were my parents." Jeff incredulously asked, "Are you really okay with being poor? You had a lavish life as a child. Now that you have nothing, don't you miss that life?" Charlie smiled lightly again and said, "Jeff, you take money too seriously. You can regard it as important, but don't let it dominate your life. Some things in life can't be replaced by money, like ideals, relationships, principles, and your own conscience. If you misplace your priorities, you'll inevitably make mistakes. You can rectify some errors, but there are certain things in life that cannot be undone once you make a mistake." At that moment, Jeff finally understood his own inferiority. Here stood Charlie, the boy he had grown up with in the orphanage, who was actually the young master of the Wade family from Eastcliff. In that instant, Jeff recognized how far behind he truly was compared to Charlie. He grasped the stark contrast between them. It was the difference between a swallow and a swan. It was the difference between a pheasant and a phoenix. It was the difference between a crucian carp and a dragon on earth. As the saying goes, how could a small fry ever comprehend the mind of a great man? This phrase perfectly encapsulated the disparity between Charlie and himself. At that moment, Jeff surrendered completely. He realized he had not only lost this life but would also lose in the next. He could no longer seek revenge against Charlie. If Charlie wanted him dead, it would be as easy as squashing an ant, effortless. He was just like Ron's family, and the rest of the beggar clan, insignificant to Charlie, who was literally a dragon on earth. Despair clouded Jeff's face. He had initially thought of seeking revenge on Charlie in a future life. But now he understood that even if he had a next life, he wouldn't be qualified to seek vengeance against Charlie. One of the most agonizing realizations in life is understanding that no matter how hard someone tries, they may never catch up to their adversaries, even if given multiple lifetimes. In this moment, Jeff felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked at Charlie and choked out, "Charlie, I accept it. I truly admit defeat. You can end my life. I'm exhausted from this world and from myself. Please, let me go." Charlie nodded and met Jeff's gaze, speaking earnestly, "Jeff, among everyone who is facing death today, your crimes are the least severe. However, all of those who are about to die, including you, have committed significant offenses. Therefore, I wish for you to be reincarnated and to find a better life ahead." With a bittersweet smile, Jeff replied, "In my next life, after hearing your story, I can't help but feel that someone like me is destined for hardship. Even if I were to be reborn, I might still end up an orphan or perhaps remain a pitiful figure in the eyes of others." Charlie nodded solemnly and said, "If that's the case, I sincerely hope you can strive to be a good person in your next life." Jeff nodded earnestly, a sad smile on his face as he said, "Hearing you has made me start to detest myself. I genuinely hope to be a better person in my next life." After expressing his thoughts, Jeff felt a wave of calm wash over him. Although he had been terrified moments ago, he regained control and stood tall. Standing before Charlie, Jeff declared, "Charlie, you can end my life now. Ensure those children return safely, and please tell Mrs. Lewis that I was wrong. Convey my regrets to all my friends. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I will atone for my sins with my life." Charlie nodded and replied, "Since you recognize your wrongs, I will grant you a swift and painless end." He then instructed Isaac, "Weld all those individuals inside the Iveco. After that, have the helicopter lift the vehicle and drop it into the river." "Understood, young master." The helicopter ascended once more. Inside the Iveco, members of the beggar clan, along with Ron and his family, cried out in despair. Desperate struggles ensued. Despite their efforts, their hands were welded to the vehicle, rendering escape impossible. Moments later, the helicopter released the Iveco, filled with malice and guilt, into the river. The vehicle created a flurry of bubbles as it sank quickly beneath the river's surface. Charlie turned to Jeff and said softly, "I promised you a swift death, so I won't subject you to the prolonged suffering they will face." Jeff offered a miserable smile and nodded. "Thank you, Charlie." Charlie acknowledged him with a slight nod and instructed a nearby man in black, "Take him to the bridges edge and give him a quick end." The man in black nodded. "Of course, young master." Before the man could act, Jeff, determined, staggered toward the bridge's edge. He climbed onto the guardrail and turned to Charlie, saying, "Charlie, please, grant me a swift death." Charlie glanced at the man in black, giving a subtle nod. The man in black drew a sleek pistol from his waist and aimed it directly at Jeff's forehead. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the back of Jeff's head. Immediately, Jeff's body tilted backward and fell from the bridge. He plunged into the water, swiftly swallowed by the rushing river. Following Jeff's death, Charlie felt a wave of sorrow. However, his sadness wasn't rooted in sympathy for Jeff, rather, it stemmed from the disheartening realization that a person could devolve into the very embodiment of what he detested most. In the bloom of his youth, Jeff had the potential to redirect his life. Had he chosen a different path, he might have found himself marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman, ascending to the role of CEO, and achieving great success within a few short years. Yet life often unfolds unpredictably. While some individuals can rise again after facing adversity, others find themselves forever trapped in their struggles. As Charlie gazed at the rushing river, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He turned to Isaac and said, "All right. Please take the children back and have them examined at the hospital to ensure they're all right. After that, arrange for someone from the orphanage to come and pick them up." Isaac nodded, then asked, "Young master, what should we do about the remaining members of the beggar clan?" With a sigh, Charlie responded, "The beggar clan is vast, with tens of thousands of members. We can't eliminate them all. Our hope is that, after witnessing the demise of their leaders, they'll reconsider their actions and cease these heinous deeds." He added, "Also, make sure that everyone present today keeps quiet about what happened when they return." Isaac assured him, "Don't worry, young master. I understand." Charlie replied, "All right, let's head back." Isaac quickly used a walkie-talkie to relay the instructions. The first group should take the children to Silverwing Hospital, while the second group will escort the young master back to Orus Hill. Just a few minutes later, Charlie was aboard the helicopter, en route home. The helicopter was flying at a low altitude, allowing his cell phone signal to remain strong. This gave Charlie the opportunity to edit the video slightly before uploading it to TikTok, mainly altering his voice to keep his identity hidden. The video was lengthy and shocking, containing some graphic footage. Once released, it quickly gained traction online. News of the Orus Hill Welfare Institute losing 10 children captured the attention of netizens nationwide, skyrocketing to the top of trending topics across all major platforms. People across the country were glued to their phones, watching the disturbing video unfold. Ultimately, this video brought closure to the situation. The villains had faced justice, and the children were rescued, igniting a sense of heroism among the public. This was especially true when the core members of the beggar clan were shown being welded to the Iveco and thrown into the depths of the river, eliciting cheers and applause from countless netizens. Curiosity surged nationwide as people clamored to discover who was behind this and who had recorded the video. However, Charlie had skillfully erased all traces of himself, ensuring he remained anonymous to the online audience. Meanwhile, as the public learned that Donald Webb from the Webb family had been backing John Marconi, the leader of the beggar clan, a wave of outrage erupted online against the Webb family. Hundreds of millions voiced their anger, demanding a thorough investigation into the Webb family's involvement. The Webb family's reputation lay in ruins. As the video spread like wildfire on the internet, with countless shares, comments, and praises, the remaining members of the beggar clan were left in utter disbelief. None expected that not a single one of their leaders would escape the fallout. This led many mid-level members of the beggar clan, who once held power, to abandon ship and flee under the cover of night. At this time, the Webb family remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. Kian had just finished an extra meal, while turmoil reigned once again within the family. Lord Webb, having recently recovered from a previous shock, was now faced with yet another crisis. At this moment, Donald and his wife, Xenia, were comforting Kian, who had just finished enjoying his extra meal. Meanwhile, Sean, the eldest grandson, was carrying the dinner prepared by the servant to his grandfather's room. As he pushed the bedroom door open, he was met with a shocking sight. The old man was convulsing uncontrollably on the carpet, his face pale and foaming at the mouth. Startled, Sean rushed forward to check on his grandfather. It quickly became clear that the old man had suffered a stroke. Sean noticed that his grandfather was clenching his cell phone tightly in his trembling hand, fixated on a video. To his disbelief, the person in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to his uncle. Driven by curiosity, Sean instinctively picked up the cell phone to watch the video. He was horrified to see his uncle in a fit of rage, violently grabbing his aunt by the neck and choking her. Feeling a wave of dread, Sean quickly threw the cell phone aside. Still reeling from the disturbing video, he noticed that his grandfather was struggling to breathe. Panic-stricken, Sean dashed out of the room, yelling for the servants and the doctor. The doctor arrived promptly and began administering first aid to the old man. Before long, Donald and Xenia rushed in after hearing the alarming news. "What's going on? Why did the old master have a stroke so suddenly?" As soon as he entered, Donald began questioning the Webb family doctor. The doctor responded quickly, "Mr. Webb, it appears that Lord Webb was provoked by something significant. This incident resembles the previous situation." "What happened?" Donald could not help but wonder what could have caused such a severe reaction from the old man. Meanwhile, Sean had finished watching the troubling video circulating online. He approached Donald and Xenia, his face pale and shaky, and urgently said, "Dad, Mom. Uncle killed Aunt. And someone welded Uncle, his core members, and a gang of traffickers to the body of an Iveco, then threw everyone inside the Iveco into the river." "What?" Donald and Xenia were taken aback. their first instinct being to doubt this shocking news. How could such a thing happen in this day and age? Welding a dozen people to a vehicle before disposing of them in a river? How audacious could someone be? Furthermore, John's beggar syndicate was well known and highly respected throughout South Haven and the entire province. They were powerful, and an ordinary person would think twice before provoking them. Even someone formidable would be cautious. With over 10,000 members in the beggar clan, who could possibly possess the power to eliminate all the core members? Xenia reached out to touch her son's forehead, her voice filled with concern. "Son, do you have a fever? These are your uncle and aunt. How can you say such things about them?" Sean insisted, "I'm telling the truth. This news is everywhere on the internet now." Before Uncle died, he confessed on camera that the Webb family has been supporting him all along. He claimed that the reason he was able to harm so many people was because the Webb family was backing him. Now, everyone online is criticizing us. What? The couple was stunned. Donald immediately snatched the cell phone from Sean, exclaiming, "Which video are you talking about? Show it to me." Sean quickly found the video and played it. As Donald watched, sweat dripped down his forehead. He stared intently at the cell phone screen. He was aware of the terrible deeds his brother-in-law had committed. If blame were placed on the Webb family, their reputation would be irreparably damaged. Xenia felt a surge of anxiety and disbelief. She still could not comprehend that her brother and sister-in-law were gone. Donald and Xenia clung tightly together, their eyes glued to the cell phone screen. They were utterly devastated after watching a shocking video. Xenia felt her heart race with panic as she witnessed her brother strangling her sister-in-law to death. The moment she saw him trapped in a sinking car, drowning in the river, she crumbled. Her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground. In a fit of despair, she wailed, "John! My brother! You died such a tragic death. With you gone, our Marconi family lineage is lost. How am I supposed to face our parents? What will I tell the ancestors of the Marconi family?" After her outburst, Xenia began pounding the ground with her fists, shouting in hysteria, "My dear brother, tell me who killed you. I swear I will tear him apart to avenge you. This person is monstrous." Seeing his mother's hands bleeding from hitting the ground, Sean rushed forward, gently grasping her hands and urging her, "Mom, Uncle is gone. Please, don't do this." Xenia, still in a frenzy, grabbed Donald by the collar and screamed wildly, "Donald Webb! Who was responsible for your brother-in-law's death? You must find out who did this. Bring him before me so I can personally make him pay for my brother's death." Donald felt a wave of anger wash over him. At that moment, he couldn't care less about John's fate. In fact, he had anticipated John's demise for quite some time. He was tired of John's reckless behavior. He couldn't comprehend why John resorted to such vile acts as abducting women and children, especially when he had a supportive brother-in-law like him. All John did was tarnish his reputation. Yet Donald never imagined John would meet such a grim end. His death didn't concern him. If John was gone, he could no longer pose a threat to the Webb family. But then, John had the audacity to shift all the blame onto the Webb family before his death. He even had the nerve to publicly name Donald as his supporter. Wasn't he cornering him? What would people think of the Webb family now? How would they perceive him? He didn't even need to think about it. He knew the Webb family's reputation was already in ruins. All of this chaos was thanks to that fucking worthless John. Just then, Donald's assistant rushed in, breathless, and exclaimed, "Chairman, we have a serious problem. Everyone in the country is condemning the Webb family and you. The broker just called. If this situation continues, our listed company's stock prices will plummet tomorrow, potentially dropping more than 10 times. If that happens, the Webb family could lose over half of their assets. Reputation is everything for a listed company, and nothing is feared more than a scandal. When a major company gets caught up in a scandal, the first thing to react is the stock price. It can drop drastically, far beyond anyone's imagination. Some companies valued at over $10 billion might see their market value plummet to just a few hundred million. This catastrophic decline would signify a loss of more than 90% of their assets. In some cases, even a minor issue with their products could lead companies to declare bankruptcy. Yet what were such troubles compared to the allegations the Webb family was currently facing? This time, the Webb family might find themselves taking the fall for John's beggar syndicate. All of John's unscrupulous actions could ultimately be blamed on them. Donald felt an intense wave of anxiety. He understood that the Webb family was confronting an enormous crisis and disaster. Without delay, he instructed his assistant, "Put out a statement in the name of the group. Clearly state that while John is my brother-in-law, the Webb family had no awareness of his actions or involvement. This is solely John's responsibility. I, Donald Webb, and the entire Webb family are not privy to these matters. We are committed to cooperating with the police, as we have no connection to John's illegal activities. We urge the public not to be swayed by false information and rumors." His assistant nodded enthusiastically and responded, "Understood, Chairman. I'll have someone prepare the statement right away." Xenia was still engulfed in the profound grief of losing her younger brother and the family legacy. When she heard her husband express his desire to sever ties with her brother, she erupted, "Donald Webb, do you have any conscience at all? He's your brother-in-law and my brother. He has been murdered. Do you realize that? Do you understand? Instead of seeking justice for his death, you're looking for ways to distance yourself from him. Have you lost your humanity?" Donald, equally furious, recognized that mishandling this situation could spell disaster for the entire Webb family. Seeing Xenia defend her brother infuriated him further, and he snapped, "If it weren't for your useless fucking brother, the Webb family wouldn't be in this predicament. I warned you long ago to talk some sense into him, but you refused to listen. You always shield him and refuse to let me voice my concerns. Look where that has gotten us. Someone else is delivering justice on behalf of the universe. It doesn't matter if he's dead, he's still dragging the Webb family down with him." Xenia was so consumed by anger that she felt as if she might collapse. Clenching her teeth, she raised her hand and attempted to scratch Donald's face. Donald couldn't evade her in time, and she managed to claw his face, leaving it bloodied. With long fingernails and a fierce grip, she dug into Donald's skin, and her nails became stained with his blood. Donald let out a scream of pain, which only fueled his rage further. He grabbed Xenia by the collar and struck her face multiple times. As he hit her, he shouted, "Xenia, do you realize that your fucking brother has gotten me into this mess? I've been fed up with him for a long time. If it weren't for wanting to spare you pain, I would have dealt with him long ago. My biggest regret now? Not getting rid of your rotten brother when I had the chance. Even in death, he's pulling me down with him." Having been married for many years, Xenia had never experienced such violence before. Now, with her brother gone and having just endured Donald's slaps, she completely lost her composure. "Donald, you're inhuman. I was blind to who you really are. If you won't avenge my brother's death, then I'll do it myself. I'm done with you." After saying this, Xenia turned and fled. Sean considered chasing after her, but Donald barked, "You, get back here. Why would you go after her now? Don't you know her presence would only complicate things for us? The Webb family has more critical matters to deal with." Sean suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Dad, I'll find a group of people to help us clean up our image. I won't hesitate to spend whatever it takes." While the Webb family faced criticism online, the Webb group quickly released their official statement through multiple channels. However, it was clear to netizens that this statement was merely an attempt to distance themselves from the situation and deflect blame. It was widely believed that someone as capable as Donald must have been aware of his brother-in-law's activities, making the statement lack credibility. Additionally, many users on the internet began digging into John's background. The Marconi family originally came from humble beginnings in the South region, struggling financially and not enjoying a life of luxury. Things began to improve for the Marconi family only after Xenia, their daughter, married Donald. Unfortunately, Xenia's parents faced their own hardships, both passing away from cancer shortly after her marriage. At the time of their deaths, John was still a jobless young man, living off the financial support provided by his sister, Xenia. His life was aimless, drifting along as if in a daze. Eventually, John made strides to establish his own career, starting from the lowest point within the beggar syndicate. Many people were discussing the history of this beggar syndicate online. In fact, during its early days, there were numerous beggar clans, and John's syndicate was not particularly strong, often facing threats from more powerful groups. It wasn't until Donald intervened during a crisis that John's connection to him became known throughout the South region. Thanks to Donald's reputation, John was able to gradually build his way up to his current position. Thus, when Donald claimed he had no knowledge of John's actions and wanted to separate himself from him, it failed to convince anyone. This only fueled the disdain netizens felt toward him, as they perceived his comments as a desperate attempt to avoid responsibility. Consequently, online criticism intensified, with a significant portion of netizens directing their anger toward Donald, who bore the brunt of their wrath. Donald could not have foreseen that his attempt to address the issue would backfire so spectacularly. Instead of alleviating the blame, it felt as though he had ignited a battle, drawing everyone's focus onto him following his statement. Overwhelmed by the deluge of insults and disparaging posts aimed at him, Donald felt utterly defeated. Seeing his father subjected to such harsh criticism from millions online, Sean couldn't bear it any longer. Driven by a desire to defend his family's honor, he quickly invested a large sum to hire an online reputation management expert. This individual was highly skilled in the art of whitewashing, specializing in rehabilitating the public images of notorious figures. As long as the price was right, he could portray anyone as blameless, completely unfazed by public opinion. In truth, there are many individuals like this on the internet, people who thrive on tarnishing others' reputations or justifying wrongful actions for their own gain. For example, it's not uncommon for a celebrity wife having an affair to hire such a scumbag to smear her husband's reputation, creating false allegations to divert attention and protect her career. This shill had built a reputation for executing similar schemes in the past. Eventually, he crossed paths with the Webb family by sheer coincidence. Previously, Sean's younger brother, Kian, had found himself embroiled in controversy online after he manipulated young girls psychologically, even leading one to take a tragic leap from a building. In response, the Webb family sought out a shill, urging him to come forth and distort the narrative. They wanted to paint the young girl as someone desperately seeking a wealthy marriage, attempting to frame her actions as a threat to jump after failing to win Kian's affection, despite the truth that Kian had coerced her into this tragic end. During that time, the shill utilized his unscrupulous and influential connections to twist the truth across the internet. They succeeded in convincing many people online that the young girl was merely facing the repercussions of her own choices. Consequently, a wave of online vitriol was directed at her, with many claiming she deserved her fate and even criticizing her parents for their supposed failure in raising her. This relentless harassment ultimately drove the heartbroken parents, mourning the loss of their only child, to take their own lives through an overdose in an attempt to clear their names. Following the parents' tragic deaths, the shill made a concerted effort to suppress news of their suicides. Instead, he fabricated a story, alleging that they had swindled tens of millions in compensation from the Webb family before relocating to the United States. Initially, the unsuspecting online community believed the shill's claims to be true. Even after the tragic demise of the young girl's parents, netizens continued to hurl insults at them online. Rather than feeling remorse, the shill took pride in his actions, often proclaiming to the public that this was the quintessential example of his prowess in whitewashing a narrative. This behavior clearly showcased him as an utter scoundrel. Even more absurdly, this lowly figure adopted the online pseudonym No One's Place and Abide by the Law. Now, this leader of the shills, known as No One's Place and Abide by the Law, resumed his antics after receiving a hefty sum of $20 million from the Webb family. He began posting across various platforms, asserting, "Many netizens have fallen victim to individuals with ulterior motives. Donald Webb stands as the most prominent entrepreneur in the South region and is recognized as the largest philanthropist there. No one is more dedicated to the health and safety of minors than he is. How could he possibly support someone like John Marconi? It's clear that someone is intentionally framing the Webb family to bring about their downfall for personal gain." He even swore on his life that if any of his statements were false, his entire family would face a dire fate. To bolster his credibility, he meticulously listed the Webb family's competitors in various sectors, suggesting that any of these companies could be the mastermind behind the chaos. He insinuated that there might be collusion among these companies aiming to take down the Webb family. Furthermore, he rallied his network of shill accounts to amplify his narrative. Meanwhile, Charlie was still on the helicopter, en route back to Orus Hill. As he casually browsed several web pages, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing that the public sentiment was still directed against the Webb family. Regardless of Donald's actual involvement in these unethical acts, he remained the principal offender by siding with the wrongdoers. If Donald had not supported John, the latter would never have risen to power and harmed so many minors. Therefore, even with John gone, the Webb family must still face the repercussions of their choices. However, as Charlie perused various comments, he stumbled upon a post by the netizen, "No one's place and abide by the law." Reading the remarks left Charlie feeling disgruntled and dissatisfied. In response, he instructed Isaac, "Locate the best hacker and investigate this piece of shit's background. If he's received any payments from the Webb family, gather all the evidence to ensure they face the consequences." Isaac promptly nodded and replied, "Understood, young master. I'll set things in motion right away." Charlie added, "Also, find out his real address. Capture him and deliver him to Don Albert's dog farm." Isaac inquired, "Young master, what will you do with this shill?" Charlie responded, "Rumormonger, perish." The individual known as "No one's place and abide by the law" was nothing more than a shameless and average person. While he had a knack for calling out other shills, he was utterly transparent when faced with a genuine top hacker. After the hacker gained access to his computer, he swiftly obtained and scrutinized every aspect of this individual's personal information. To start with, this man hailed from Citra province, with his residence located in Reddick City. Additionally, it was confirmed that he had recently received a windfall of $20 million in cash, which had just been transferred to him by the Webb family. In a foolish move, he had used his own bank card to collect this substantial sum. The hacker also uncovered the chat history between this shill and the Webb family. Within the messages, Sean had inquired whether he could assist in whitewashing the Webb family's reputation. The shill eagerly responded that he had countless methods to accomplish this and boasted about having done it on multiple occasions before. He even referenced a prior situation where he assisted Kian in rehabilitating his image, aiming to convince Sean of his expertise in the field just to secure this gig. Upon discovering the information and chat logs, the hacker promptly reported his findings to Isaac. Isaac then relayed this information to Charlie, asking, "Young master, what is your plan for this situation?" Charlie replied casually, "We have an informer in Reddick City, right?" Isaac nodded quickly, saying, "Absolutely. We've got informers in every city across the country." "Great." Charlie responded with satisfaction. "In that case, let's get to work right away. First, I want you to apprehend this individual and bring him to me. Reddick City isn't too far from Orus Hill, is it?" Isaac responded, "The direct distance is roughly 200 kilometers. Charlie said, "You should be able to reach Reddick City in under an hour. Send someone to capture him now, and transport him directly to Don Albert's dog farm by helicopter. Also, instruct the hacker to publish all details about the shill online after he's apprehended. I want to completely ruin the Webb family." "Understood." Isaac nodded and immediately began issuing orders. Reddick City, a small locale in Citra province, was not known for its economic growth, and the cost of living there was relatively low. This shill, "No one's place and abide by the law," had not even completed elementary school. He was largely uneducated and belonged to society's lower echelons, likely among the first to face hardship in tough times. However, the rise of the internet provided him with an opportunity to achieve something for himself. Initially, he began by hurling insults online, charging 50 cents for a whole day of online slandering. Gradually, he found his footing and evolved into a shill. Now, he had become wealthy in this small city, residing in a modest family villa, driving a Mercedes-Benz, and projecting an image of belonging to the upper class. His fortunes took a turn today when something unfortunate occurred with the Webb family, granting him the chance to earn $20 million. This sudden windfall filled him with elation. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to think about food, focusing instead on delegating tasks to his team of shills. He instructed them to devise various strategies to help the Webb family improve their image. He even suggested they spread rumors about a popular celebrity's alleged infidelity, hoping that this sensational gossip would overshadow the Webb family's issues. He was well acquainted with this line of work, and everything seemed to be progressing seamlessly for him. Unbeknownst to him, a team of individuals from the city was rapidly approaching the villa where he was located. Just as he finished assigning tasks and sat back contentedly with a cigarette, the villa door was abruptly kicked open. Following that, a group of armed men clad in black stormed into the villa. The shill and his family were left terrified and in shock. A man clad in black strode toward him, raising a pistol to his forehead. In a chilling tone, he asked, "Are you no one's place and abide by the law?" The leader of the shills was gripped by fear and stammered, "No, that's not me. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you people?" The man in black responded coldly, "You'll find out who we are shortly. Come with us." The shill leader protested, "Come with you? Why did you break into my home? If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Without hesitation, two men in black advanced. One seized his arms and twisted them behind his back, while the other swiftly broke both of his wrists. The leader of the shills screamed in agony, but his tormentors showed no mercy. One of them aimed low and delivered a brutal kick to his knees, shattering them instantly. Nearly losing consciousness from the pain, the leader's family members watched in horror, tears streaming down their faces. The man in black sneered, "Aren't you usually so brave online? You could easily type insults with just a flick of your finger. Why are you crumbling after just a couple of hits? People like you are truly useless in reality." Desperate, the shill leader pleaded, "To you esteemed gentlemen, I'm just a pathetic loser. Please, show mercy and let me go. I can pay you, I have plenty of money." One of the men in black shouted furiously, "You flaunt your wealth while betraying your own conscience for filthy profits? A good-for-nothing like you doesn't deserve to live." He then produced a cigar cutter, gripping the shill leader's right hand. "You make a living with these 10 fingers, don't you? Well, let me show you how you're about to lose your livelihood." With that, he used the cutter to slice through each finger, one after another, leaving the severed digits on the floor. The shill leader was engulfed in excruciating pain and despair. Amidst his suffering, he heard the man in black say, "You're already terrified, and this is just the beginning. Don't worry, come to Orus Hill with us, the real fun is yet to come." Crying, the leader begged, "Please, spare my life. I'm only 25, I don't want to die." The man in black replied coolly, "Our young master has decreed that rumor-mongers like you must perish." With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Take this man away and drop him 10 miles outside the city. A helicopter will be here shortly." A group of men in black carried the incapacitated leader out and shoved him into a car, driving him toward the outskirts. Meanwhile, Sean, who was in South Haven, anxiously awaited the shills to help the Webb family clear their name and deflect attention away from them. To his surprise, another scandal erupted online almost immediately. The Webb family paid $20 million to hire shills for damage control. Included in the trending topic were screenshots of the entire chat history, payment receipts, and details of the leader of the shill's bank account. This revelation set the internet ablaze. The Webb family had ignited a public outrage like never before. No one could believe the audacity of the Webb family to act so shamelessly at such a critical moment, stirring a fierce indignation among the public. Donald, already overwhelmed by the initial scandal, was suddenly alerted by his assistant, "Chairman, there's been a major development. The entire chat history. Fighters whom Lord Webb had invested heavily to recruit. The 8 heavenly kings held significant status within the Webb family and typically did not engage unless absolutely necessary, as they were viewed as the families between Sean and the shill leader has been leaked online. The backlash against the Webb family is stronger than ever." Taking out his phone, Donald felt his blood boil upon seeing the news. He stormed over to Sean, slapped him hard across the face, and shouted, "You can never do anything right. You always ruin everything. Who gave you the authority to act on your own? Sean was feeling deeply aggrieved. All he wanted was to lend a hand and lighten his father's load. Yet, he never anticipated that the leader of the shills would prove to be so untrustworthy. Not only was he unreliable, but he also had the audacity to betray Sean. Fuming with anger, he turned to Donald and exclaimed, "Dad! The leader of the shills has taken my money and now he dares to expose me. I am going to take him down." Donald responded coolly, "You're being extraordinarily foolish. How could an ordinary shill have the guts to challenge the Webb family? The real mastermind behind this must be manipulating us." Sean quickly inquired, "Dad, who do you think is behind this? Who would be bold enough to kill Uncle and all the key members of the beggar clan, and then openly confront the Webb family?" Donald clenched his teeth and replied, "I've been pondering this myself. However, I can't think of anyone powerful enough to pull this off. After all, we've eliminated any families that posed a threat to us. They simply wouldn't have the capacity to orchestrate something of this magnitude." Sean couldn't help but ask, "Dad, are you suggesting that a stronger family is targeting us?" Donald sighed and said, "I can't be sure at this moment, but I suddenly have a feeling that Charlie from Orus Hill may be involved." "Charlie?" Sean exclaimed, bewildered. "He can't possibly wield such power, can he? He might be a big shot in Orus Hill, but how could he possibly capture all the core members of the beggar syndicate in South Haven? Even the Webb family might not have that kind of strength." Donald nodded, acknowledging Sean's point. "What you're saying makes sense. However, I arrived at this conclusion because of something I saw online." Sean quickly asked, "What news are you talking about?" Donald grimaced as he said, "This is all due to your reckless uncle. The group of children he planned to purchase this time was abducted from the Orus Hill Welfare Institute." As he spoke, Donald paused briefly before adding, "I looked into Charlie's background, and I discovered that he grew up in the Orus Hill Welfare Institute." "Oh, I see," Sean exclaimed. "If that's the case, then the children who were abducted could be considered Charlie's younger siblings." "Exactly," Donald confirmed. "That's why I suspect Charlie is tied to this incident." Sean then asked, "But Dad, how could Charlie possibly have the means to do this? Even if he has some connections in Orus Hill, it's hard to believe he has the power to pull this off. Not even the Moore family could manage such influence." Donald expressed his concern, saying, "That's what worries me the most. I wouldn't be scared if the Moore family was backing him. But my real fear is Isaac Cameron." Back in Orus Hill, Donald and Sean had been beaten and chased out of Shangri-La by Isaac. At that time, both of them had left with broken legs, waiting for a helicopter to arrive. However, Isaac wouldn't even allow the helicopter to land in the empty square outside Shangri-La, showing no regard for Donald and his son. Isaac was a well-known member of the Wade family, which is why Donald and his son didn't dare confront him. Donald suspected that the person capable of eliminating all the core members of the beggar clan in South Haven so swiftly was none other than Isaac. Hearing his father's theory made Sean feel anxious. He looked at Donald and said, "Dad, why would Isaac help Charlie? He's merely a spokesperson for the Wade family. Logically, if this were his own decision, he wouldn't have the ability to mobilize such a powerful force. He must have leveraged connections within the Wade family for this operation. How could Isaac have the boldness to utilize Wade's status on behalf of Charlie? Could it be that?" At that moment, Sean's expression turned grim. He looked at his father and quietly said, "Dad, what if Charlie is actually a member of the Wade family? That would explain everything. If he is part of the Wade family, that would be why Isaac is treating him with such respect and why he possesses such power and capability." Donald wore a look of shock on his face. After a brief pause, he waved his hand dismissively and exclaimed, "No, this is utterly impossible. A member of the Wade family being a live-in son-in-law to a small family in Orus Hill? That's simply unacceptable and degrading. It's not only unimaginable for the Wade family, but even the Webb family, who are only a fraction of the Wade family's stature, would never allow you or your brother to go to Orus Hill and become the son-in-law of such a pathetic family. This defies all logic." Sean frowned and responded, "So how are we supposed to handle this matter?" It seems there's no way to discuss it further. Does this somehow involve Charlie? Donald replied, I suspect there's a connection with him, but I can't quite pinpoint it. Coincidentally, we've been planning our revenge on him anyway. This time, we can take our revenge while also investigating the situation. Sean quickly asked, Dad, are you saying you want to head to Orus Hill again? Yes. Donald gritted his teeth, his voice cold. This time, I'll ensure that Charlie suffers a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Donald turned to Sean and inquired, Have you been in touch with Kenneth Wilson? Yes. I've reached out to him. Sean responded eagerly. His intentions are straightforward. He said he would keep us updated as soon as he takes action. He harbors a deep hatred for Charlie and feels miserable because he's unable to do anything about it, all thanks to Charlie. Good, Donald continued, what about Hannah Queen, the one we sent to Mount Blackpine to dig for coal? Sean replied, her situation is stable, unlike the conditions at Mount Gollum, which are heavily guarded. There's no one overseeing the coal mine at Mount Blackpine. If necessary, we can easily send someone to bring Hannah back. Donald's expression darkened. Last time, we failed to capture the father and son at Mount Gollum. Make sure you send more people to retrieve them this time. No matter what, they must be brought back to me. He added, send the 8 heavenly kings from the Webb family. I refuse to believe we can't handle 2 pathetic individuals digging for ginseng at Mount Gollum. Sean exclaimed, Dad, do you really want to deploy the 8 heavenly kings? Isn't that overkill? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After all, the Webb family was the most prominent and powerful family in the South region, equipped with their own medical and expert teams. The Webb family's expert team was divided into 3 tiers. The 3rd tier members were seasoned veterans, stronger than the average person but not capable of handling real experts, serving mainly as guard dogs. The 2nd tier comprised retired special forces members with exceptional skills, who acted as personal bodyguards for the Webb family's core members. Finally, the 1st tier consisted of the 8 heavenly kings, 8 highly skilled strategic assets reserved for emergencies. Donald was well aware of Charlie's extraordinary capabilities. Despite sending numerous bodyguards in their last encounter, they were utterly ineffective against Charlie. When he sent his men to Mount Gollum to capture someone, they ended up being killed instead. This left Donald feeling deeply frustrated. Throughout this entire ordeal, he had never managed to gain any advantage over Charlie. He could no longer bear the series of failures. Additionally, the blows he had suffered from recent events were weighing heavily on him. At that moment, Donald was in dire need of a victory. He was determined to achieve a decisive triumph to soothe his wounded pride. Donald clenched his teeth and declared, this time, I must secure a significant victory. A complete and flawless victory. At this moment, Charlie's helicopter had already entered the airspace of Orus Hill. Isaac turned to Charlie and asked, Young master, what do you intend to do with John's daughter? Charlie replied casually, with her parents gone, she is now an orphan. Just send her directly to the orphanage. Isaac quickly responded, Young master, I believe it would be wise to ensure nothing is left behind. Charlie gestured dismissively, saying, there are lines a person should not cross. I could never harm a child. Just take her to the orphanage. If anyone from the Webb family comes looking for her, let them take her home. Isaac nodded in understanding before stating, however, I doubt the Webb family will want to adopt her. They have quite a strong dislike for John and his wife. This incident will likely cost them more than half of their assets, which will be evident in the stock market tomorrow. Charlie smiled slightly and said, if the Webb family is indeed losing their influence, then I shall assist the Moore family in rising to become the leading family in the South region instead. Isaac responded immediately, Young master, just give me your commands, and I will see to it. All right, Charlie replied. At this point, Isaac added, by the way, young master, the individual known as No One's Place and Abide by the Law has been sent to Don Albert's dog farm. Would you like to go and check on him? Charlie waved his hand dismissively, saying, he's nothing but a pathetic fool who makes a living by insulting others. Just dispose of him and feed him to the dogs. I don't want to see such a person. It would only offend my eyes. Suddenly, Charlie recalled Ichiro, who had been staying at Don Albert's dog farm all this time. So, he inquired, what's the situation with Ichiro? Isaac chuckled and replied, what do you think he's doing? He's busy raising, feeding, walking the dogs, and cleaning up after them every single day. He's too scared to leave the dog farm. If he were to step outside and his brother found out, it would cost him dearly. Charlie nodded and smiled, saying, let him remain at the dog farm for now. I'll send him back to Japan to confront his brother over the family inheritance when the time is ripe. Isaac remarked, if Jiro learns that Ichiro is still alive, he will surely be furious. Charlie smiled slightly and replied, I can't predict his anger, but I can already foresee that Kobayashi Pharma will soon be mine. Isaac sincerely praised, young master, the scheme you have devised regarding the Kobayashi brothers is simply brilliant. I am truly impressed. Charlie responded with a smile, it's not as remarkable as you think. The key lies in exploiting the greed of the Kobayashi family. That's why one should never be overly greedy, it often leads to one's downfall. Take that fool, for instance, had he not been so greedy, he wouldn't have ended up as dog food. 10 minutes later, Charlie's helicopter touched down on the roof of the Shangri-La building. As Charlie's helicopter landed, another helicopter had already transported the children to Silverwing Hospital. Mrs. Lewis and the staff from the Orus Hill Welfare Institute were eagerly monitoring the news online. Upon learning that the children had been rescued, their excitement was palpable. They immediately rushed to Silverwing Hospital. Initially, Charlie intended to visit the hospital to check on the children. However, considering the significant media coverage surrounding the rescue, he decided against it, not wanting Mrs. Lewis and the others to suspect his involvement. Instead, he asked Isaac to arrange a car to take him home. Once he arrived at his villa at Thompson First, Charlie paused before entering and called Mrs. Lewis. He asked her, Mrs. Lewis, is it true that the children have been found? Overcome with joy, Mrs. Lewis replied, yes, Charlie. All the children have been located and rescued. They are currently being observed at Silverwing Hospital. Charlie quickly inquired, did the children suffer any harm? No, not at all. Mrs. Lewis exclaimed excitedly. The doctor has examined them. They were only given some sleeping pills. 3 of the children are awake now, and they are all fine. The doctor mentioned they will be observed a bit longer, and we can bring them back to the orphanage tonight. As Mrs. Lewis spoke softly, she asked, Charlie, were you the one who recorded the video that went viral on the internet? Did you also find the children? Charlie smiled and replied, oh, Mrs. Lewis, you have too much faith in me. How could I possibly possess such incredible strength and talent? Mrs. Lewis paused for a moment, then sighed, I watched the video, and it seems Jeff is already gone. I truly didn't expect this child to take such a path. Charlie also sighed, responding, I saw the video too. Jeff chose the wrong path himself, so don't be too heartbroken, Mrs. Lewis. I understand, Mrs. Lewis said sadly, I always thought I would pass away before any of you children. I imagined you all would be there at my memorial service, bringing flowers when I was old and gone. As she reminisced, Mrs. Lewis began to weep softly, I never anticipated that one of the children would die before me. This child, Jeff, he's truly frustrating, yet it's such a pity. Absolutely. Charlie exclaimed. Mrs. Lewis, try not to dwell on this too much. I believe that Jeff's situation will awaken many people. His death may lead others to change their ways. In a way, Jeff could be doing a good deed for society. Mrs. Lewis nodded and said, you're right, Charlie. I won't keep you any longer. I need to attend to the children who are awake now. Don't forget to come back and visit the orphanage soon. Of course, Mrs. Lewis. After ending the call, Charlie let out a sigh and walked back into the house. Meanwhile, William, who was always on the lookout for small gains, had just finished work. His factory had strict rules prohibiting cell phones during work hours, so he was completely unaware of the events that had unfolded that day or the trending news online. Once off work, William changed out of his work clothes in the locker room and pulled out his phone. To his surprise, he found numerous notifications from his messaging app. When he opened the app, he discovered that the Orus Hill Institute welfare group chat had exploded with activity. At that moment, he realized he had over 3,000 unread messages. He scrolled to the top and began to sift through the messages one by one. Initially, he saw that 10 children were missing from the orphanage, but he didn't think much of it. Why would it matter to him? He wouldn't gain anything if the kids remained lost, nor would he receive a single cent if they were found. As he continued scrolling, he suddenly came across a video. Curiosity piqued, William clicked on the video and watched intently. Halfway through, he was taken aback. He couldn't believe that the person responsible for abducting the 10 children from the orphanage was none other than Jeff. William was baffled as he watched Jeff kneeling and confessing to his crimes. Jeff was a remarkable individual, someone who could effortlessly double his profits through investments and fund management. Why would he stoop to kidnapping children from the orphanage? At such a young age, Jeff owned both a Mercedes-Benz and a Phaeton. In William's eyes, he was nothing short of impressive, a true idol. As he continued to watch, he saw Jeff walk to the edge of a bridge, only to be shot in the head and fall into the river. William was so shocked that he dropped his phone. What on earth was happening? Jeff is dead? If Jeff was dead, then what about the $620,000 he owed? He had borrowed $500,000 of that from an online loan platform. Wasn't this a matter of life and death for him? At that moment, William felt as if his entire world was crumbling around him. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Jeff was gone. The video of Jeff plummeting into the river was seared into his mind, leaving no room for doubt. It hit him hard, Jeff was truly dead. The pressing question now was how he would reclaim the $620,000 owed to him. If he couldn't recover his money, he would be utterly finished. He was already burdened with a $500,000 loan from a usurer, and the interest would only continue to balloon into an astronomical sum. This would lead him straight to his demise. In desperation, he dialed 110 to reach the police. As soon as the call was answered, he exclaimed in a panic, "Officer, I've been scammed. Someone swindled me out of $620,000, and now he's dead. What should I do?" The officer replied, "If the person in question is deceased, this matter is outside our jurisdiction. I suggest you file a lawsuit in court to recover your debt from his estate. Alternatively, you could pursue repayment from his immediate family, particularly his parents." William's heart sank as he cried out, "Officer, he was an orphan. He has no immediate family or relatives. What are my options now?" The officer then asked, "What fixed assets does your debtor possess? For example, does he own a house or a car? If so, you can seek a court order to sell his personal assets." Finally, William began to regain his composure upon hearing this. Though Jeff was undeniably dead, he had left behind both a Mercedes-Benz and a Phaeton. The Mercedes-Benz might be worth only $300,000 or $400,000, but the Phaeton was considerably more valuable. If he could get his hands on the Phaeton, he wouldn't just settle his debts, he could even turn a profit. After all, Jeff was gone, and without any relatives, William felt entitled to claim Jeff's belongings. He was convinced that no one would object. With that thought in mind, William quickly ended the call and called a cab, rushing straight to Jeff's apartment. Jeff didn't own a home in Orus Hill. Instead, he rented a one-bedroom apartment in a slightly out-of-the-way area. He had been living a relatively stable life before his tragic accident. As William made his way to Jeff's place, he plotted how he would tow away Jeff's Phaeton. Driving it away was out of the question, but he was confident he could sell the car after retrieving it. He believed he wouldn't just break even, dismantling the Phaeton for parts could yield even more cash. Little did he know, Caesar was also watching the viral video online at that very moment. Today, Don Albert was hosting a gathering. He had invited several of his associates to enjoy a meal at the Heaven Springs, and Caesar was among the guests. As they dined, their attention was suddenly captured by a shocking video that surfaced online. These men were all part of the underground scene in Orus Hill, and they were well acquainted with the infamous beggar clan from South Haven. When they witnessed the destruction of the entire beggar clan, disbelief spread through the room. They began discussing the incident right away. Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this chaos. They couldn't help but admire the audacity of someone willing to challenge the Webb family, especially someone who had the guts to step into their territory and annihilate John, Donald Webb's brother-in-law, along with all of John's men. This was no ordinary feat. Speculation ran wild about the mastermind being a significant figure from a powerful family. However, Don Albert alone recognized that Master Wade was the one responsible for it all. Initially, Caesar was merely curious like the others, gossiping about the situation. But when he witnessed the moment Jeff was killed, he was left speechless. "What the hell? That was the young guy who hit my car," he thought in shock. He couldn't believe it. Jeff was dead before he could even settle the car compensation. Wasn't that just absurd? If Jeff was gone, who would pay him back for his car? He had spent a staggering $2 million on this car, and now, less than a month later, it was in ruins. What made matters worse was that he had foolishly handed the wrecked vehicle over to that young man without a second thought. Initially, he had planned to make the young man pay him back by getting him to buy a brand new car. However, he never anticipated that the young man would end up dead. Now, he was left not only without a new car but also completely clueless about the whereabouts of his damaged Phaeton. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Caesar clenched his teeth, determined, "I must find my crashed Phaeton as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll be facing a significant loss." Fortunately, he had instructed his underling to intimidate the young man prior to this incident, so he had an idea of where the young man lived. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly informed Don Albert, "Don Albert, I need to step out for a moment to handle something. I'll return as soon as I can." Don Albert nodded in understanding and replied, "Go take care of your business. Come back quickly. I'll take everyone to the Glorious Club later tonight." Cheers erupted among the group at this announcement. However, Caesar was too preoccupied with finding his Phaeton to think about the Glorious Club. All that mattered to him was locating his car as quickly as possible. He hurriedly got up and left the Heaven Springs. Outside, his driver, who was also his underling, was waiting in an old Audi A6. Caesar climbed into the car and instructed his underling, "Drive me to that young man's house right away." The driver looked surprised and asked, "Caesar, why are we going to that young man's place now? Don't you want to join Don Albert for dinner?" Caesar impatiently replied, "Stop asking questions and just drive. I'm worried that if I wait any longer, someone else will snatch my Phaeton." Having been in the underground world for quite some time, Caesar was well aware of how things worked. He knew that when someone died in an accident, many opportunistic individuals would be lurking, ready to seize their property. After all, with the person gone, they felt untouchable when it came to taking what didn't belong to them. Caesar was anxious that someone might already be planning to take his valuable Phaeton. As he pondered this, he reached into the glove compartment of the Audi A6 and pulled out another key for a Phaeton. No matter what, he was determined to retrieve his car today. Even if it cost him a fortune to repair it, it would be better than losing it for no reason. Meanwhile, William had arrived outside Jeff's house ahead of Caesar. Upon spotting the Phaeton still parked downstairs, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the car was still there, he could work out a way to settle his debts. However, he faced another challenge. He didn't know how to drive and didn't have the car key, leaving him unable to take the Phaeton away. Without the ability to drive it, he wouldn't be able to sell the car for cash either. With this dilemma in mind, William called a friend who worked at a car repair shop and asked, "Can you come to the residential district to help me tow a car?" His friend, knowing William's reputation for taking advantage of others, replied, "I can tow it for you, but you'll need to pay me up front. Residential district is about 10 kilometers from my location, so I'll need $800 first." William exploded with anger. $800 for such a short distance? Why don't you just go rob someone instead? The other party responded dismissively, "That's the fixed rate. Pay up if you want your car towed, if not, then forget it." William felt a tightness in his throat after hearing the man's blunt and confrontational comment. He knew better than to argue, so he quickly cleared his throat and said, "All right, buddy, 800 it is. Just hurry up. I don't have much time." Hold on. How can I trust you not to cheat me? You've been so unreliable. I learned my lesson long ago. You need to send the money to me first. Okay, just calm down. I'll transfer the money right now. Please, don't take too long. I'll wait for the money. No cash, no conversation. Frantically, William pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and was ready to send $800 to the man. But as he hit the confirm button, he realized his account had insufficient funds. It dawned on him that he had given almost all of his savings to Jeff, leaving himself with only $500 for daily expenses. His reasoning was straightforward: the more he invested, the greater his returns would be. So, he decided to live frugally with the $500 until he saw profits from the so-called investment. Now, he couldn't even come up with $800. With no other option, he managed to transfer $500 and sent the man a voice message: "Hey, buddy, I'm really sorry, but this is all I have right now. Please take it, and I promise to send you the remaining $300 as soon as I can." In response, he received a furious voice message: "Shut the fuck up. Do you think I just met you? Last time, when I was in Hong Kong with my girlfriend, you asked me to buy a set of cosmetics for your girlfriend that cost $1,320. You only paid me $1,100 and promised to give me the rest when you got your salary. And where are we now? You still owe me $220. How the fuck can you expect me to trust you again?" Desperately, William replied, "I'm really sorry about that. It was my mistake, and I completely forgot. Please trust me one more time. I'll pay you the $220 along with the $300, okay? You can take the $500, but you need to come help me tow my car. Once I sell it, I'll pay you back the remaining $520. Let's just round it up to $600. The man was adamant. "No way. You have to pay me $800 today, or I'm not going." "Sorry, man." After leaving that voice message, the man accepted the payment, returned $280, and stated, "You owe me $220. You can keep the balance. If you want my towing service, send me $800. You." William felt on the brink of losing his mind. Not only did the man refuse to help him, but he also deducted $220 from the balance. How could he find another towing service with just $280? With clenched teeth, he finally said, "Fine, I'll borrow the money from someone else. Can you please come and tow the car?" "Sure. I've got nothing else to do. I'll head over as soon as you transfer the money." In a panic, William messaged his colleague's group chat. "Hi, it's William. I'm in a bit of a bind and need a few $100 urgently. Can anyone lend me $520? I'll pay you back on payday." With only $280 in his account, he was short $520 for the towing service. However, William was met with disdain from his colleagues. Although there were 60 to 70 people in the group, no one offered to help. Most ignored his request, while those who did respond flatly refused, citing various excuses. "I have no money, my funds are tied up in a fixed deposit, I lost everything gambling," and so on. In short, no one was able to lend William a dime. Frustrated, he stomped his feet and decided to call his girlfriend as a last resort. "Juanita, can you lend me $520, please?" Breathless, his girlfriend responded, "William, are you out of your mind? My friends get money from their boyfriends, and you have the nerve to ask me for cash? Aren't you embarrassed?" William hurriedly explained, "Baby, I didn't want to do this, but I really need the money right now. Please lend it to me, and I promise to pay you back when I get my salary." After a few moments of hesitation, she finally said, "William, you're so helpless. Don't you have $520 on hand? I thought you had $100,000 saved up. Where did it all go?" "Ugh, it's a long story. Just lend me the $520 for now, and I'll pay you back later, alright?" At that moment, a man's voice crackled through the phone, heavy with breathlessness. He spoke in a low, urgent tone, "Hey, stop the nonsense, will you? Just give him the money. Don't let him ruin the moment. William's senses sharpened, and he inquired, "Juanita, who is that man's voice? Who are you with?" "It's my cousin. Didn't I mention that I hurt my back and am stuck doing physiotherapy in bed? I can't get into the right position, so I asked him to come help me," she explained. William replied with a soft "oh," recalling that she had mentioned this during their last conversation, which eased his suspicions. Annoyed, Juanita responded, "All right, fine, I can't chat right now. I'll transfer the money to you immediately." "Oh, thank you, Juanita. You're the best. I love you," William exclaimed joyfully. "Okay, enough of that. I'm hanging up now." After the call ended, Juanita promptly sent William $520 as promised. Ecstatic, William quickly transferred $800 to his friend at the car repair shop, urging, "Hey, I've paid off the $220 I owed you, plus the $800 for the towing service. Hurry up, I need you." The man acknowledged the payment, saying, "Got it. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. "Awesome." William cheered, "Just call me when you arrive." Sitting in front of the phaeton, he fidgeted anxiously, waiting for his friend to show up. 10 minutes later, his friend called to let him know he was just a few minutes away and asked him to be patient. At that moment, an old Audi A6 pulled up next to him. Caesar let out a sigh of. Frustrated, Caesar exited the car, irritated by the fact that his vehicle remained unfixed and he had also lost his key. Repairing the car would cost him hundreds of thousands, plus another $1,000 for the replacement key. What a massive loss. Caesar couldn't help but grumble and curse under his breath. It felt like an unfortunate series of events. He thought perhaps praying more might help lessen the damage this year. As he pulled out the key to unlock the phaeton, he noticed a man squatting in front of it. Frustrated and annoyed, Caesar frowned and shouted, "Hey, what the hell are you doing there? Get away from the car." William, a down-on-his-luck guy with a reputation for being a freeloader, had a notoriously bad temper. In his defense, he often displayed a different demeanor when trying to charm those he wanted to take advantage of, but in this moment, he felt nothing but contempt for the man and the car he approached. It was just an old, second-hand A6. To him, that clunker was nothing in comparison to his phaeton. How dare this guy act so high and mighty? Who did he think he was, sticking his nose into William's business? William glared at Caesar defiantly, replying, "Damn it, I can squat wherever I want." "Mind your own business, old man," relief upon spotting his phaeton. "Damn it, even though that crook didn't fix my car, at least I found it. If I had lost it, I'd really be in trouble," he muttered to himself. Then, he instructed his men, "I'll drive the phaeton, follow my lead." "Sure thing, Caesar," they replied. Caesar was fuming with anger when he encountered a lazy loser daring to challenge him while squatting in front of his car. Without uttering a single word, he raised his leg and kicked William to the ground. Before William could even turn around to get back up, Caesar charged in to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks. William cried out in agony, shouting, "What the hell? Why are you hitting me? Did I offend you or something? Are you out of your mind?" In response, Caesar landed a punch squarely on William's nose, causing blood to splatter across his face. "You're the one who's insane. Why were you squatting in front of my car? And the way you spoke to me? You've asked for this," he yelled. Caesar continued to unleash a series of brutal punches, leaving William on the brink of unconsciousness, his vision swirling and dimming. When Caesar's associate witnessed the altercation, he quickly jumped out of the car to join his boss in delivering a savage beating to William. It was already excruciating for William to endure the blows from one man, but despair washed over him as the second man joined in. After receiving such a relentless beating, William's stubbornness crumbled. Realizing the mercilessness of his attackers, he cried out, "Please, boss, I'm sorry. Stop. I might die if this continues." But Caesar was far from finished. "I'm infuriated, and you just appeared out of nowhere, acting like you want to be my punching bag. Fine, I'll grant you that wish," he shouted as he continued to pummel William. Blood soaked William's face. With a crooked nose and swollen eyes, he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness from the severity of the assault. Suddenly, a tow truck pulled up in front of them, and the driver shouted from the window, "Hey! Stop that! If you don't, I'll call the police." The driver was actually William's friend. A good man with a strong sense of justice, he couldn't see clearly that it was William being attacked, but he couldn't stand by and watch a helpless person get beaten by two burly men. At that moment, much of Caesar's anger dissipated. All the rage that fueled his assault was now focused on William. Realizing that someone was threatening to call the police, Caesar decided it was time to cut his losses and leave quickly. After all, Don Albert was still waiting for him at the restaurant. He looked down at William and sneered, "You're lucky today. Otherwise, you'd be a goner." With that, he kicked William several meters away, pulled out his keys, and opened the door to his phaeton. William, on the verge of collapsing, managed to squint through his swollen eyes and was horrified to see Caesar getting into his car. Panic set in. "Hey! Why are you driving my car?" William yelled angrily, scrambling toward Caesar in a hurry. Before Caesar could react, William lunged forward and clutched onto his legs tightly. It was a disturbing sight. William's blood was splattered all over his trousers. Furious and annoyed, Caesar kicked him away and shouted, "Hey, stop it, damn it! Are you out of your mind? Do you actually want to die? When did my car become yours?" William, believing that Caesar was yet another creditor of Jeff's trying to seize the car, lunged forward once more, gripping Caesar's leg and shouting, "No! This car is mine! It's mine! You can't take it away!" Caesar was now beyond agitated. He seized William by the collar, slapped him several times, and cursed, "Are you insane? Can't you see that I have the key? When did my car become yours?" William cried out in despair, "No! This is Jeff's car. He owes me $600,000, and I intend to settle my debt with this vehicle. You can't just drive it away. I'll be finished if you do. You idiot!" Caesar punched him in the face again and yelled, "You're completely out of your mind. Listen, this is my car. That stupid Jeff rear-ended my vehicle. I gave him the car to fix it, but now that he's dead, I'm reclaiming my car. It's mine. If you utter another word of nonsense, I swear I'll kill you right here." "No, this can't be happening. It's impossible," William protested. Jeff had two cars, a Merc and a Phaeton. He crashed the Merc and was driving the Phaeton. He still owes me money. Now that he's gone, I need to repay my debt with this car. If you don't give it to me, just kill me now. I can't go on living like this. Caesar was also on the brink of breaking down. He never anticipated that this guy would be so stubborn and refuse to give up. Even after being beaten to such a state, he still clung to Caesar's leg. But killing him in broad daylight was not an option. He lacked the power and influence to cover up the incident. All he wanted was to get rid of this insane man, so he picked up William and carried him to the back of the phaeton like a child. He pointed to the heavily damaged rear and said coldly, "Open your eyes and look. See this? It's badly dented, isn't it? Why? Because that idiot Jeff Maury rear-ended my phaeton with his Merc yesterday. Do you believe me now?" William's face was a bloody mess, yet he stubbornly shook his head and said, "No. I don't believe you. No. This car belongs to Jeff. I need it to clear my debt. You can't take it away." Caesar felt helpless for the first time. What could he do? He couldn't actually kill him, could he? No matter how much he beat or kicked him, William wouldn't let go. He clung to him like an unyielding koala. This couldn't continue. He signaled to one of his men, saying, "Hey, Woody, grab the Phaeton's ownership certificate from the Audi's glove box. Hurry up." Woody quickly fetched the certificate and handed it over to Caesar. Caesar opened the document, handed it to William, and pointed to the license plate number, saying, "Buddy, see this? Look closely. Is this license plate number the same as the one on the Phaeton?" The ownership certificate acts like an ID for a car, containing all pertinent information including the license plate number, frame number, engine number, registration details, and the owner's name. William squinted at the details in desperation. Just one look and he felt as though he had plunged into a bottomless pit of ice. Not only did the license plate number on the certificate match the Phaeton's exactly, but the owner's name listed was Caesar Hilton, not Jeff Maury. At last, the entire deception was laid bare before William. It became clear that Jeff was neither the wealthy success he had boasted about nor free from serious trouble. He had wrecked Caesar's Phaeton and was in desperate need of funds to replace it. To cover his tracks, he conned Caesar into investing $600,000 in a so-called get-rich-quick scheme that he constantly bragged about. The most heartbreaking revelation was that the scoundrel was dead, which meant William would never see a dime of his money again. In that moment, William felt an ache in his heart that surpassed any physical pain he had endured. Caesar, feeling a slight relief that William was no longer in a frenzied state, remarked, "So now you understand that this car is mine, and I can drive it without any issues, right?" Although Caesar found William contemptible, he realized it was wise to keep his distance, especially after witnessing William's unstable behavior. Having spent years in the underworld, Caesar knew that individuals like William could be dangerous, and provoking him further might lead to a violent confrontation. It simply wasn't worth the risk. It was better to avoid escalating the situation. William felt as if the weight of the world was crashing down on him. He couldn't even begin to contemplate what his situation might look like in a week. Some online lenders were set to demand repayment soon, and he dreaded the consequences he might face if he couldn't pay them back. Observing William's despondent state, Caesar quickly started the car and drove away, eager to distance himself from the turmoil. Left alone on the ground, William broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as the exhaust from the Phaeton blew in his direction. With blood and dirt smeared across his face, his tears flowed freely, leaving noticeable trails of crimson down his cheeks. Finally, his friend, who had arrived with the tow truck, stepped out after the chaos subsided. He approached William, squatted beside him, and gently asked, "Hey, William, do you want me to call the police for you?" Through his sobs, William replied, "I'm finished. The guy who dragged me into this mess is dead. What good would calling the police do?" The friend sighed softly, unsure of the depths of William's despair, and inquired, "Do you still need to tow your car?" William turned and shouted in frustration, "Are you fucking blind? Can't you see that the guy already drove the car away? What the hell am I supposed to tow?" The friend frowned, taken aback by William's hostility. He thought to himself, "What the hell? If I hadn't intervened, you would have been beaten to a pulp. Now I'm here trying to support you, and this is how you respond? Fine, suit yourself." He scoffed, stood up, and declared, "Since you don't need my help, I'm leaving." Suddenly, something seemed to click in William's mind, and he called out, "Hey, give me back my $800 before you go." The friend stared at him in disbelief and retorted, "Are you serious? Do you think I came all the way here for free? I work at a car repair shop. If I'm out on a call, I have to report a payment regardless of whether I towed anything." William, equally agitated, shot back, "I don't care about your problems. All I know is that you didn't tow my car, so give me my money back." The friend rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You really don't get it, do you? My shop requires a fee whenever a truck is dispatched. If I refund you, what do you think I'll tell them when I get back?" William narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What do I care? It's none of my fucking business. Just give me my money." The friend, taken aback by William's stubbornness, shouted, "People like you are beyond hope. You've gotten what you deserve. You should be bankrupt for all I care." With a dismissive turn, the man walked away, leaving William behind. Struggling to keep up while limping, William cursed under his breath, "Hey, you bastard. Give me back my money. Hey. I'll fucking kill you. Crazy." Ignoring him, the man climbed into his tow truck and drove off. William shot a furious glare at the truck as it disappeared into the distance. Chasing after it was impossible, and his anger quickly morphed into a deep sense of despair. His immediate and pressing concern was how he was going to deal with a staggering $500,000 debt. It felt like his entire world was collapsing around him. In that moment of despair, his thoughts turned to Juanita, his girlfriend. As an orphan with no family to support him, he had come to see Juanita as his only connection to family. Faced with such a significant setback, he felt a desperate need to see her, to find solace in her comforting presence. Determined, he wiped the sweat and dirt from his face with his shirt, limped over to the community entrance, and hailed a taxi. Initially, the taxi driver hesitated, eyeing William's disheveled appearance warily. But William grasped the rearview mirror and shouted, "If you don't take me, I'll file a complaint that'll ruin your career." Startled, the driver quickly changed his mind and allowed William into the car, driving him toward the neighborhood where Juanita lived. However, William was completely broke and had no way to pay for the fare. An idea began to form in his mind. He remembered a narrow, winding alley close to Juanita's house, one that was too tight for a car to enter. If he could convince the driver to stop there, he could slip into the alley while the driver was distracted and escape without paying. Resolute, he set his plan into motion. As they neared Juanita's house, William instructed the driver to stop at the alley. The driver switched off the meter and said, "That'll be $45. William nodded, then pulled out his phone. "I don't have cash, but I can pay through an online transfer. There's a QR code in the back seat, you can scan it," the driver replied. Feigning the act, William pretended to scan the QR code, tapping his phone for a moment before declaring, "Done. I just sent the money." "No, I haven't received any notification." "I have a prompt for that," the driver countered. "Maybe the connection is poor here." "You should get it shortly," William replied hastily. Without waiting for a response, he flung the door open and dashed into the narrow alley, feeling a surge of urgency. He believed he knew the alley well enough to evade the driver, but he had underestimated the toll of his injuries from earlier. As soon as he exited the car, his legs buckled, and a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. The driver, realizing William's intent to flee, quickly exited the vehicle and approached him, fuming. "Oh, did you think you could run off without paying? Give me my money." Weak and lying on the ground, William looked up at the taxi driver approaching him, a fierce expression etched on his face. The bravado he had shown earlier when he threatened the driver had completely faded. With a grimace of despair, he pleaded, "Boss, I've just gone bankrupt. I'm broke and drowning in debt. I've even been beaten up. Please, I really don't have any money to pay you. Just let me go." The driver snarled in response, "Do you really think you're the only one with debts? If I were wealthy, do you think I'd still be driving a taxi? $45 isn't chump change to me, it can feed me for 2 days. Now hurry up and pay." William cried out in desperation, "Boss, I swear I don't have any money or valuables on me. I'm begging you, please, have mercy and let me go. Enough of this nonsense. If you don't pay, I'll call the police." With great effort, William managed to get onto his knees and sobbed, "Boss, I really don't have any money, even if you wanted to kill me right now. Please, I'm begging you. Isn't it enough that I'm bowing to you? Can't you see me as a son who bows to you during Christmas? Just like my father, you should give me a gift, right?" The driver, taken aback by William's shamelessness, trembled with anger. "You, how can you be so shameless? Don't you have any parents? What would they think if they knew you were bowing to a stranger like a servant for a measly $45? William choked back tears and replied, "Honestly, I've been an orphan since I was a kid. I grew up in an orphanage. After years of hard work, I saved up $120,000, but I was betrayed by a friend from the orphanage. That scoundrel not only stole my savings but also convinced me to take out a $500,000 loan from various online lenders. Now I'm completely at a dead end." The driver was taken aback. William's sorrow seemed genuine. "What the heck? How can such unfortunate people exist in this day and age?" Shaking his head in sympathy, the driver decided not to press the issue any further. "All right, kid, since you're in such a pitiful situation, I'll let you go this time. Consider yourself lucky to have a free ride. William bowed deeply once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. You're like an angel to me, my reincarnated father." Then, lifting his head, he hesitated and asked, "Since you've already given me a free ride, could you spare me $50? I need some cash for lunch." The taxi driver rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Are you serious? How can you be so shameless? The audacity of you. No wonder they say, what goes around comes around." With that, he turned back to his taxi, started the engine, and drove off. As William struggled to rise from the ground, he muttered to himself while brushing off the dust, "Well, despite everything, I managed to save $45. Feeling a slight lift in his spirits after taking advantage of the taxi driver, William limped toward his girlfriend's house. He thought about how he would throw himself into her arms and cry when he saw her. His girlfriend lived in a shantytown, an illegal housing area that was in terrible condition. Despite its dilapidated state, William viewed it as a hidden treasure. The government was working on reconstructing the town, which meant that the residents of the demolished homes would receive compensation, sometimes even 2 or 3 houses in return. This situation was why he was eager to marry his girlfriend soon. He hoped to become their live-in son-in-law and share in the profits from the demolitions. When William arrived at his girlfriend Juanita's house, he knocked on the door, but no one answered. Unbeknownst to him, Juanita was in her room at that very moment, engaged in an intimate encounter with one of her clients who had purchased counterfeit cigarettes from her. William attempted to call Juanita, but there was no response. Assuming she must be asleep, he glanced at the flower vase next to the door and discovered the key hidden beneath it. This secret had come to his attention purely by accident. He recalled a time when he had seen Juanita's mother discreetly placing the key under the vase, presumably because she thought it would be easy to forget where she had put it. Thanks to this little slip, William now had an easy way into the house. After retrieving the key, he unlocked the door and stepped into the modest front yard. As he approached the main entrance, he noticed that the door was closed but not locked. He pushed it open and entered the house. When he made his way through the living room, an unexpected and peculiar sound caught his attention, soft moans emanating from the bedroom that he recognized as Juanita's voice. Frowning in confusion, he limped toward the source of the noise. The more he listened, the stranger it became. There was also a man's voice mingled with Juanita's, accompanied by an alarming rhythm of moaning. Suddenly, a realization struck him. With anger boiling inside, he kicked the bedroom door open, and there before him were 2 naked figures entwined in each other's arms on the bed. The woman below was none other than his girlfriend, Juanita. William's face flushed a deep crimson as he screamed, "Juanita! How could you do this to me? You've betrayed me, you unfaithful wretch!" The couple on the bed gasped in shock, quickly scrambling under the covers. Juanita, trembling, asked, "What are you doing here? How did you get in?" William seethed, "Why do you care? If I hadn't walked in here, I would have never known about your treachery." He then turned his furious gaze toward the chubby man beside Juanita and spat, "You filthy scoundrel! How dare you sleep with my girlfriend? I'll make you pay!" He lunged at the chubby man, but before William could reach him, the man delivered a forceful kick to his stomach, sending him flying back out the door. The man taunted, "Ah, so you're the infamous loser. Tell me, what kind of future do you think Juanita has with you? I hear you only make minimum wage. Do you really think she'll support you selling fake cigarettes?" Juanita, taken aback, asked, "How did you know I sell fake cigarettes?" The chubby man grinned slyly, "Come on, sweetheart. I've been a smoker for years. You really think I can't tell the difference between real and fake cigarettes?" Juanita's surprise deepened. "If you know I'm selling fake cigarettes, then why do you keep buying them? You've purchased so many." The man gently pinched her chin and replied with a charming smile, "It's because I feel for you, and I want you to earn more. Money is no object for me as long as you're happy." Juanita blushed, moved by his words. She threw her arms around him and exclaimed, "Oh, Larry, you're so wonderful." William struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on the couple on the bed, anger and resentment boiling within him. How could they flirt so openly in front of him? Did they feel no shame? Were they even aware of his presence? He was overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions and had hoped to find some solace with Juanita, teetering on the edge of despair. Yet, before reaching Juanita's home, he had endured both physical and verbal abuse from the taxi driver, even being forced to kneel and bow before him. This incident had pushed him to the brink of his limits. And then, as if fate had a cruel sense of humor, he discovered the unthinkable: his beloved Juanita had betrayed him. In that moment, he felt a surge of madness take hold of him. His debts and the humiliations of the day faded from his mind. All that consumed him now was the desire for vengeance against the two people who had wronged him. With determination, he crawled to the kitchen and seized the sharpest knife he could find, intent on making them pay. Meanwhile, Larry, the portly man, had dressed and stepped out of the bedroom, eager to eliminate the loathed William. However, he didn't see William lurking just out of sight. Assuming William had stormed out in anger, Larry turned back to Juanita, ready to speak, when an intense pain suddenly shot through his back. William had plunged the knife deep into him. With a swift motion, he withdrew the knife and pushed Larry to the ground, then marched into the bedroom. Inside, Juanita lay naked on the bed, her body posed enticingly, waiting for Larry's return. They had been in the midst of an intimate moment when William had burst in. But instead of Larry, it was William who entered, a bloodied knife gripped tightly in his hand. Juanita screamed in terror, wrapping herself in the quilt as she backed into a corner, her eyes wide with fear. "William, what are you doing?" she gasped. "Me?" William replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You betrayed me, so now I want to kill you. Don't you dare come near me. If anything happens to me, the police will come for you." William let out a bitter laugh. "Ha! My life is already ruined. I came to you looking for a glimmer of hope, but you were the one who dragged me into darkness." As he moved closer, he seethed, "You've destroyed me, so I'll ensure you're completely destroyed before I meet my own end." Juanita screamed in utter fear, realizing that William was dead serious. "Larry! Larry! Help me!" William's grin turned even more menacing. "Your precious Larry is already dead. Now it's your turn." It was then that Juanita noticed the blood-soaked knife in William's hand. Overcome with despair, she fell to the floor, crying out, "William, please. I beg you, forgive me. I never meant to betray you. You love me, don't you? Are you really going to hurt me? I'm sorry, but I no longer love you. I don't even love myself or this world anymore. You must pay for what you did. Know this, you can bully anyone else, but not an honest person." With that, he lunged toward her. Juanita cried out in desperation, but it was cut short. The knife had plunged deep into her heart. As he watched Juanita's life fade, her eyes wide in shock, he stood frozen for what felt like an eternity. Just 5 minutes later, William pulled out his phone and called 911. "Hello, I want to surrender myself," he stated flatly. The operator on the line quickly inquired, "What happened? Why do you want to surrender?" With no hint of emotion, William replied, "I just killed someone." "Where are you now? Are they dead?" "Yes." William glanced at Juanita once more, then slowly recited her address into the phone. In about 10 minutes, 2 police cars and an ambulance arrived simultaneously at Juanita's residence. The officers rushed into the house alongside the medical team. They detained William, placing him in handcuffs, before allowing the doctor to assess the 2 victims. The doctor quickly confirmed that both victims were deceased. The police then escorted William to their vehicle and officially arrested him. As he sat in the police car, William remained calm and indifferent. He understood that this marked the end of his life. Whether he lived or died was of little consequence. Despite his impassive exterior, deep down, his heart ached. He had endured a lifetime of suffering and had loved many, yet no one had ever truly loved him back. For a time, he believed Juanita was the only person in the world who genuinely cared for him. This belief drove him to save up for the betrothal gift for her mother, hoping to marry Juanita one day. He even went so far as to give Jeff his savings along with the considerable debt of $500,000. But it was only when he opened Juanita's bedroom door that he came to the painful realization that he had never been loved in his life. There was nothing worse than feeling utterly disregarded. At that moment, William's heart felt completely lifeless. Charlie had just returned home when Claire approached him eagerly, asking, "Did you visit the orphanage for the kids today? Is that why you left so early this morning? How did you know?" Charlie replied, intrigued. "It's all over the internet. When I saw the news, I immediately thought you must have gone out for that," she explained. Charlie nodded. "Yes, I even gathered some friends to help look for them. Thankfully, a mysterious stranger brought them back safely. What a day it's been." He said this to prevent Claire from overthinking. If she found out he was involved, her opinion of him might change. While he hadn't directly harmed anyone today, he had certainly given orders that led to the elimination of many dangerous individuals. Trying to gauge Claire's reaction, Charlie cautiously added, "I also watched the video today. It's terrifying, so many lives were lost." "Yes, it is quite frightening, but I feel a sense of relief seeing the beggar clan members face justice. I've read numerous articles about their misdeeds. They've caused so much suffering to innocent children. They deserve everything they got," Claire said. Charlie nodded in agreement. He had instructed Isaac's men to take out those involved in the beggar clan and the human traffickers for precisely that reason. They truly deserved it. At that moment, Charlie received a notification. A double homicide has rocked the city. The police have apprehended the suspect on site. Someone tagged all the members in the orphanage's messaging group, announcing, "Guys, it's William. He murdered someone and was arrested by the police. It's all over the news." At this moment, Charlie realized that the shocking news was about William. The chat group of friends from the orphanage erupted in chaos. No one could have predicted that just yesterday they had enjoyed a reunion, only to learn today that two of their friends from the orphanage had passed away. Jeff's death wasn't a surprise. They were all aware of his true nature and actions, so there was little sorrow for him. However, the news about William hit them like a tidal wave. They never imagined that William, who had a reputation for exploiting others, would be revealed as a murderer. He had killed both his girlfriend and her lover. Lisa reacted with a tearful emoticon in the group chat, exclaiming, "Why did William have to go this far? Even if his girlfriend was unfaithful, he shouldn't have committed such a terrible act." Someone else chimed in, "Sigh. While William was never the most likable person, it's hard not to feel a bit sorry for him. He loved his girlfriend deeply, but this is how she repaid him. Will William face the death penalty for killing two people? The news reported that he turned himself in. He might receive a lighter sentence since he didn't kill for money or malicious intent. He witnessed his girlfriend cheating right in front of him. The court may show some sympathy when deciding his charges. It's likely he'll get the death penalty, or at best, a death sentence with a reprieve. But even if he gets a reprieve, his life as he knew it is over." Lisa sighed. Mrs. Lewis just heard the news and has locked herself in her room. She must be heartbroken right now. Charlie felt a wave of sympathy for Mrs. Lewis. No matter how the children turned out after leaving the orphanage, Mrs. Lewis had raised them as if they were her own. Today, she lost two of them. After a moment of silence, Charlie suggested, "Lisa, should we go visit Mrs. Lewis and keep her company?" "No, Charlie. I think Mrs. Lewis needs some time alone to process this." "All right then," Charlie replied, letting out a sigh. He never expected William to end up like this. While he found William annoying, he also recognized the tragedy of his situation. Yet, in a way, William had brought this upon himself. Often, people fall victim to their own greed. Charlie decided to mute the chat group. He didn't want to hear any more about the situation today. Meanwhile, the family facing the most severe repercussions was the Webb family. They endured relentless criticism and condemnation from netizens across the country, and the backlash only continued to grow. The situation worsened when news broke about their hiring of cyber troopers, which further inflamed public anger. Lord Webb was nearly driven to a breaking point from rage and stress. Although he had undergone emergency resuscitation, he remained in a deep coma. Xenia, Donald's wife, was emotionally shattered by the loss of her brother and sister-in-law, feeling the weight of their family legacy coming to an end. In her distress, she locked herself in her room, smashing everything in sight to release her frustration. At that moment, Donald found himself devoid of any sympathy for Xenia, who was teetering on the brink of despair. Instead of feeling sorry for her plight, he was consumed by a deep hatred. If it weren't for her and her worthless brother, the Webb family wouldn't be facing such a devastating credibility crisis. John's death meant nothing to him, but the video he recorded just before dying had dragged the entire Webb family into chaos. It was likely they would lose over half their assets, threatening their status as the leading family in the South region. To make matters worse, being linked to human trafficking was a stain that would linger in the public memory for a long time. The Webb family was destined to become a target for relentless criticism and hostility. The fallout from this scandal would wreak havoc on the family's business empire, and their assets might continue to dwindle in the future. If things kept going like this, they risked being reduced to a second-rate family. The most frustrating part for Donald was that he felt powerless to change the situation. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't reverse the damage that had been done. Honestly, even divine intervention couldn't save someone from this mess. Provoking the public, akin to disturbing a nest of hornets, was an action fraught with peril. Even the formidable Wade family would struggle to shield themselves from public outrage if they had a member who tarnished their reputation. Consequently, heads of prominent families nationwide concluded, "We must learn from the missteps of the Webb family. They've imparted a crucial lesson today." Donald had resigned himself to the fact that he could no longer salvage the family's reputation. His fury continued to smolder, and all he could think about was exacting revenge on Charlie. Just then, Sean rushed up to him, saying, "Dad, the 8 heavenly kings have responded. They said they will only follow Grandpa's orders and won't take commands from anyone else." Donald, in a frantic tone, questioned, "Did the doctor mention when your grandpa might wake up?" Sean shook his head. "The doctor is uncertain. Grandpa has suffered a serious stroke this time." Donald frowned, disheartened. "If we can't secure the 8 heavenly kings' assistance, we won't be able to retrieve the weavers from Mount Gollum. But we can't just sit idly by. We don't know when Grandpa will regain consciousness." Sean pondered for a moment and suggested, "I think we should send some second-rate men there to give it a try. This time, let's dispatch a few more people." After brief consideration, Donald nodded lightly. "You're right, we can't be passive. Let's send some people right away." "Dad, I don't really understand. Why are you pursuing Charlie's enemies? To me, they seem like a bunch of losers. How can they possibly defeat Charlie for us?" Donald explained, "We underestimated him last time, which led to our significant defeat. This time, we need to stay at the back and observe for a while. Let's send in those cannon fodders first to gauge Charlie's strength and capabilities." He continued, "In battles, we shouldn't reveal our main forces too soon. Instead, we send in the cannon fodders to test their weapons and tactics. Once the fighting begins, we identify the opponent's main forces and eliminate them. Only then should our principal troops engage. By that time, our enemy will surely be at a disadvantage. Imagine if we deployed our main force directly and they were obliterated by the opponent's counterattack. That would mean defeat right from the start." Sean nodded. "All right, Dad, I get it now. So, where can we find these cannon fodders?" "We need individuals who have grievances against our enemy, those willing to charge in fearlessly, targeting Charlie Wade. The Weavers in Mount Gollum, the Wilson family, Hannah Wilson in the coal mine, the useless Kenneth Wilson, and even those who have suffered humiliation at Charlie Wade's hands, these are all ideal candidates for cannon fodder." He then turned to Sean and asked, "Have the people sent to rescue Hannah departed?" "Yes, they have." For Hannah, the past few months felt like an eternity. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wilson family, she had never truly known sorrow or despair until now. During the heyday of the Wilson family, Hannah lived a life of luxury and ease. While she couldn't claim to have lived a life fit for royalty, her previous lifestyle was certainly comfortable. Therefore, being reduced to working in the coal mine day and night felt like descending into a personal hell. Despite her circumstances, Hannah still managed to live more comfortably than many others sent to the coal mine alongside her. The men labored for 15 to 16 hours each day, struggling with insufficient food and inadequate clothing, their bodies gaunt from relentless toil. Ethel, known for her deceitful nature, shared in the misery. Unattractive and overlooked by the supervisor, her work hours mirrored those of the men, offering her little relief. Hannah, however, enjoyed a slightly better situation. As a once wealthy lady, her beauty set her apart and offered her some advantages. Despite her age, she retained an elegant charm that caught the supervisor's eye. Reluctantly, she became the supervisor's mistress, using her allure to secure a marginally more comfortable existence. This arrangement allowed her to work less, enjoy longer breaks, and dine on slightly better meals than her fellow workers. Yet, even with these small favors, Hannah's life was a struggle. The supervisor, despite his authoritative position, was an unrefined, illiterate man from the countryside. His neglect of personal hygiene was appalling. He would sometimes go weeks without bathing. In exchange for her slightly improved living conditions, Hannah had no choice but to endure his presence, despite the disgust it often invoked in her. After spending the night with him, she would emerge from the brick house looking disheveled, a plastic basin in hand. Though the supervisor had little interest in bathing himself, he demanded that Hannah wash his feet every day. The water in her basin would turn murky and black with each washing. Tears of sorrow often streamed down Hannah's cheeks as she thought of his foul-smelling feet. To make matters worse, the supervisor preferred rough intimacy, leaving her body sore and aching after their encounters. Once smooth and delicate, her skin was now rough and grimy from the dusty coal mine. This was nothing short of a living nightmare. Hannah often wondered if she would ever escape this wretched place. Carrying the basin, she made her way to the boiler room. On her path, she encountered Ethel and her family, who were laboring to haul baskets of coal to the pile. Ethel shot her a look filled with hatred and jealousy. In Ethel's eyes, if it hadn't been for Hannah's scheming against Elaine, she wouldn't have ended up trapped in this dreadful situation. From the moment Ethel and her family were forcibly thrust into this living nightmare, they were subjected to grueling labor. In stark contrast, Hannah had managed to elevate her status by becoming the supervisor's mistress, prioritizing her appearance over the hard work expected of everyone else. With a glare filled with disdain, Ethel spat out, "Some women are so morally corrupt and brazen that they resort to sleeping with the supervisor just to gain a few pathetic perks. How shameless!" Hannah, fully aware of Ethel's contempt, retorted with anger boiling beneath her skin, "Ethel, watch your words, or I'll make sure you go hungry tomorrow." With determination, Ethel stood her ground and growled, "Shut your mouth. Why do you carry yourself with such arrogance, Hannah? You think you're better than me just because you're his mistress? He'll tire of you eventually. You'll end up just like me. Ethel, it seems you're quite lively and comfortable right now. Whether you believe it or not, just one whisper to the supervisor could extend your work hours from 16 to 20 starting tomorrow. I'll work you to the bone. Hannah Wilson, how dare you? Do you have no decency left? Our plight is because of you, you witch. You feel no guilt, yet you threaten me with such vile words. You're nothing but an animal. Oh, spare me the theatrics. You took this job for the money, so admit it. If you want that cash, then you have to face the risks. Why are you blaming me? Who else should I blame? It's all on you. If it weren't for you, my family and I would still be living our lives in Orus Hill. We wouldn't have ended up suffering in this hellhole." Hannah shot her a contemptuous look and replied, "That just shows you weren't meant for a good life. You're destined to stay in this small coal mine forever. You'll either work yourself to death or be buried under a collapse. There's no escaping your fate." Ethel was seething at her words. After years of hard work as a casino dealer in Macau, she had finally earned enough to retire back in Orus Hill. But then Hannah had appeared, luring her into a trap meant for Elaine. The plan had failed spectacularly, resulting in Ethel and her family being condemned to this wretched existence. How could she not harbor hatred for Hannah after all the suffering she had endured? As Ethel processed Hannah's taunts, rage surged through her. She grabbed a heavy iron hook used for pulling coal and swung it toward Hannah. Hannah was in shock. She couldn't believe Ethel would dare attack her, especially with an iron hook. She shrieked in utter disbelief and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The iron hook caught her calf, piercing through her flesh without mercy. Designed to catch heavy coal, the hook had no trouble penetrating human skin. Hannah felt it dig into her calf as if it were a fishhook. The agonizing pain radiated throughout her body, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. Blood poured from her calf, staining it red as if paint had been splashed on her, creating a horrifying sight. Stunned, Hannah's heart raced. She was acutely aware of the filth surrounding her in the coal mine. The iron hook was coated in rust and soot, and she shuddered at the thought of the bacteria it might carry. Panic set in as she feared an infection from the wound. Moreover, Ethel seemed to be losing her grip on sanity, charging at her like a raging bull. Crawling backward in desperation, Hannah shouted, "Ethel, how could you attack me? Do you want to die?" With eyes blazing with fury, Ethel gritted her teeth and declared, "You're the reason I'm stuck here. I'm already in hell, so I might as well take you down with me today." With that, she violently yanked the iron hook from Hannah's calf and aimed it right at her face. Hannah was filled with fear as she attempted to roll away from Ethel, terrified that the iron hook would strike her face. The sight of that menacing weapon made her shudder. It looked capable of seriously injuring her. But with her leg injured, Hannah found it impossible to continually evade Ethel's relentless assault. If Ethel kept this up, Hannah knew it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to her fury. Desperate to escape, Hannah tried to rise to her feet, but her wounded calf caused her to collapse back to the ground. Ethel was already closing in on her, swinging the terrifying iron hook toward her. Hannah felt hopeless. She could no longer dodge the attack. With her eyes squeezed shut, she resigned herself to the thought that today might be her last. Just when it seemed all was lost, several Toyota Land Cruiser Prados roared into the coal mine, halting right in front of them. The bright headlights illuminated Ethel's face, and a group of men leapt from the vehicles. One of them pointed a gun at Ethel and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Drop the hook." Ethel was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Having spent many years working in Macau's casinos, she had encountered all sorts of individuals with various skills. While the coal mine's security guards were intimidating, these newcomers radiated an even greater power and authority. Shaken, Ethel stumbled and let the iron hook clatter to the ground. A portly man with a round face approached Hannah, glanced at a picture on his phone, then back at her, and asked, "Are you Hannah Wilson?" With a mix of panic and confusion, Hannah nodded. "Yes, that's me. Who are you?" The man replied matter-of-factly, "Hello, Mrs. Wilson. My name is Victor Firth, and I work for the Webb family of South Haven. I'm here to take you to South Haven." Hannah was bewildered and responded cautiously, "Hello, Mr. Firth. I don't believe I know anyone from the Webb family." Victor said flatly, "Our master is aware that you are here because of Charlie Wade, and he sent me to rescue you. Please follow us to South Haven. He has important information for you, and then you will be reunited with your family." Hannah stared in disbelief. "Wait, what? Are you really going to rescue me and help me see my family?" "Absolutely. What do you think I'm doing here? Just to mess with you?" Overcome with joy, Hannah began to cry happy tears. "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Thank you so much." Victor looked at her dirty appearance with distaste and directed a man beside him, "Let her sit in your car." "Sure thing, boss." The man holstered his gun and guided Hannah toward his vehicle. Suddenly, an angry man stormed out of a nearby room, yelling, "Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing? You can't just take my woman. She has to stay here." Victor's expression turned to one of disdain. "And who might you be?" The man, the coal mine's supervisor, relished his authority in the absence of the boss. He puffed out his chest and declared, "I'm the safety supervisor here. Did you consult our boss before attempting to take his people? I warn you, he wields considerable power around here. Didn't your boss inform you? Didn't he tell you he sold this place to our master?" "Ha! Don't make me laugh," the supervisor scoffed. "If he had truly sold this place, he would have told me personally. I suspect you're just here to take my woman, you sleazy dog." Victor turned to Hannah and inquired, "What's happening here? Are you his woman? Hannah cried out in desperation, No, I'm not. He forced me. Victor then faced the supervisor, his voice icy. Since she doesn't claim to be your woman, you can cease your nonsense with me as well. At that moment, the supervisor, who had grown quite fond of Hannah during their time together, felt a strong attachment to her. Being an unsophisticated bumpkin, he had never encountered a refined lady from the city, making Hannah irresistibly alluring to him. Naturally, he was furious when Victor and his men suddenly appeared, intent on taking Hannah away. I don't care, he shouted defiantly. I'll say it again, she is my woman. Victor smirked with a sinister grin. Well, if you're seeking death, I'll happily oblige. Without hesitation, he drew a dark pistol from his waist, aimed it at the supervisor, and pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang and a flash from the muzzle, a bullet shot out and struck the supervisor in the forehead. In mere seconds, the once arrogant supervisor was reduced to a lifeless body. Hannah screamed in utter shock, while Ethel watched the scene unfold with an unsettling thrill, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope for her own survival. She quickly approached Victor, pleading, Boss, we were kidnapped too. Please take us with you. Hannah interjected urgently, Don't take her. She tried to kill me just now. Victor turned to Hannah and asked, Is she your enemy? Hannah nodded vigorously. Yes, she's my enemy. She wants to kill me too. Ethel, flustered and desperate, exclaimed, Hey, Hannah, be quiet. When did I? But before she could finish, another gunshot rang out. Hannah recoiled in shock as she realized Victor had raised his pistol again, this time targeting Ethel. Ethel, caught off guard, froze momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud, blood seeping from her wounds. Victor had shot Ethel. Hannah trembled in fear, realizing that Victor had just taken 2 lives in an instant, all while maintaining a calm demeanor. The family of Ethel rushed forward, wailing as they gathered around her lifeless body. They were shocked that Ethel, so full of life moments ago, was now gone. Yet they felt powerless to retaliate against Victor and Hannah, who were far too formidable for them to confront. All they could do was mourn, clinging to Ethel's cold body. Victor, unfazed by the commotion, turned back toward the car and called out to his men, Hey, the plane is still waiting at the airport. Let's move. Hannah, still in a state of shock, was pushed into one of the vehicles. Victor joined her, rolling down the window and aiming his gun at Ethel's family as the car started to turn. He was ready to fire if they dared to approach their convoy. Fortunately, Ethel's family, terrified, crouched low to the ground beside her lifeless form, afraid to make a single move. Soon, the convoy left the remote coal mine nestled in the mountains and sped directly toward the airport. The coal mine where Hannah was held was situated in the Jin province of northwest China, a region well known for its vinegar and coal production. This province was approximately 2,000 kilometers from South Haven in the southeast, and it would typically require at least a full day and night of travel by car to reach South Haven. However, due to Sean's insistence on urgency, they arranged for the Webb family's private jet to rescue Hannah. It took the convoy nearly 3 hours to navigate through the dense mountain forest and reach the local airport. Upon arrival, a Gulfstream jet awaited them in the airport hangar. Hannah stared in disbelief. She had never imagined that a private jet would take her directly to South Haven. As Victor guided her onto the plane, her eyes widened in awe at the lavish, palace-like interior, making it hard to believe she was about to board such a luxurious aircraft. Noticing her unkempt appearance, Victor wrinkled his nose in disapproval and said, There's a bathroom at the back of the plane. Go wash up and don't leave your dirty marks all over our master's jet. Hannah nodded quickly and made her way to the rear of the private jet, where an opulent bathroom awaited her. Though it was compact, it offered ample space for a comfortable shower. Just as she prepared to clean up, the plane began taxiing down the runway, so she decided to wait until takeoff. Everyone was seated with their seatbelts fastened, and in an effort to avoid causing any mess, she grasped the handrail tightly to steady herself. Once the plane ascended to cruising altitude and began to fly smoothly, Hannah made her way to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, she slipped into the fresh clothes provided by the flight attendants. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, she returned to her seat, awaiting her next steps. Hannah was no fool. Although she couldn't fathom why the Webb family had come to her rescue, she understood one essential truth: nothing in life is free. There had to be a motive behind the Webb family's actions. Her thoughts then turned to her family. Unbeknownst to her, her husband, son, and daughter believed she had run off with a younger man, taking all their money with her. At that moment, she had no idea just how much her family resented her. Images of her family filled her mind, and she felt a deep longing for her husband, son, and daughter. Hannah had always been a devoted wife. Throughout her years with Christopher, her sole focus had been on creating a better life for her family. She had never entertained thoughts of infidelity or other relationships. However, since her captivity in the coal mine, she had found herself betraying her husband daily with a repugnant old man, which left her feeling anxious and troubled. She worried about how Christopher would react if he discovered her actions. Would he show compassion, or would he accuse her of cheating? With a heavy heart, Hannah resolved to keep this secret buried, vowing never to speak of it to anyone. By the time the plane touched down in South Haven, the sky was dimly lit. Cars from the Webb family were already waiting at the airport, ready to take Hannah directly to their mansion. Meanwhile, Donald and Sean had spent a sleepless night. It wasn't Hannah keeping them awake, but rather the overwhelming pressure from numerous internal and external issues. They weren't alone in their restlessness. About 20 to 30 of Donald's relatives were gathered in the living room throughout the night. The video of John and the key members of the beggar clan being thrown into the river had gone viral, becoming the hottest topic online. Viewers relentlessly criticized the Webb family for their involvement. As a result, the reputation of the Webb family continued to plummet. In such troubling times, the Webb family found it nearly impossible to sleep a wink. When Victor brought Hannah to the Webb family mansion, he opted not to take her straight to the main living area. Instead, he led her to the servants' quarters and went to fetch Donald and Sean. As soon as they learned of her arrival, the father and son rushed to meet her. Upon seeing them, Hannah fell to her knees, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for their rescue. With a stoic expression, Sean spoke, "Hannah Wilson, we didn't come to your aid out of pity. We need you to assist us in a matter." "Yes, yes. I will do anything," she replied eagerly. "I understand you have a deep-seated resentment towards Charlie Wade. I share that sentiment, and my anger runs deep. Tell me, do you wish to exact revenge on him?" Hannah's face flushed with rage as she replied, "Absolutely. That monster nearly ended my life and threw me into a nightmare. I want to make him pay, to tear him apart." Sean's face lit up with satisfaction as he nodded. "Excellent. In that case, I will arrange for you to return to Orus Hill. Your mission will be to seek revenge on Charlie and his family, by any means necessary." Hannah agreed wholeheartedly. Even without Sean's urging, she was determined to pursue Charlie once she returned. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Mr. Webb, do you have any news about my family? My husband, son, daughter, and mother-in-law?" Sean smirked. "They are currently in quite a predicament. Charlie had them locked up in a detention center some time ago, and they haven't been released yet." "What?" Hannah exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. "What happened? Are they all right? When will they be freed? Charlie is the reason they ended up there. I imagine they harbor a significant amount of resentment towards him right now. Mr. Webb, could you please help to release my family?" "Certainly, but I need some assurance first. If I secure their release, will they follow my orders and go after Charlie?" Hannah nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Without a doubt. Charlie is the root of our suffering. He destroyed my mother-in-law's business. All of our savings are gone because of him. My son was supposed to inherit the Wilson Group, but now he's left with nothing and feels like a failure. My daughter was meant to marry into the prestigious white family of Orus Hill, but that engagement was called off because of Charlie's interference. It's all his fault." Hannah was trembling with fury, on the verge of an emotional explosion. She cried out in anguish, "I was forced to work in a dreadful coal mine. Each day felt like hell, and I nearly took my own life several times. It's all because of Charlie. He is our family's greatest enemy." Sean and Donald exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. This was the kind of ally they needed, someone who harbored a fierce vendetta against Charlie. The Wilson family members were all set to become Charlie's adversaries. If they could orchestrate their release and position them right under Charlie's nose, it would surely disrupt his life significantly. They were the perfect candidates for their initial wave of retaliation. According to their scheme, Charlie would be hindered in multiple ways, creating even more chances for the Webb family to strike when he least expected it. At the Orus detention center, Lady Wilson and Wendy had been confined for several days. Thankfully, due to Gina's compassion, they had not faced any bullying during their time there. In stark contrast, Christopher and Harold were struggling in the men's detention cell. As soon as they were thrown into the cell, they were targeted by the inmates for being newcomers and faced various forms of harassment. They were overloaded with chores, and their meals were often snatched away by others. Not a single day passed when they were able to sleep well or go to bed with a full stomach. As a result of their unfortunate situation, Christopher's resentment toward Hannah grew stronger with each passing day. He couldn't shake the thought of how cozy she must be with her new partner and the money she had taken from him. If it weren't for Hannah, who had stolen all their funds, he wouldn't be in this miserable predicament. Initially, all four of them had been sentenced to 15 days of detention. Only a few more days remained until their release, but unexpectedly, they were set free right after lunch that day. Upon hearing about their release, Lady Wilson panicked, feeling more inclined to stay in the cell than celebrate. She wasn't ready to face the harsh realities outside. After all, she was penniless, and her mansion had been foreclosed shortly after her bankruptcy. Now that she was being released, she had no idea how she would find food or shelter. Staying in the detention cell actually seemed more stable. However, the guard was not sympathetic to her concerns. Despite her protests, the guards pulled her out of bed and dragged her out of the cell. Gina, understanding Lady Wilson's fear, shouted urgently, "Ma'am, listen. Once you're out, go straight to the bus stop and flag down a bus. Don't let it leave. If the police see you causing trouble on public transportation, they'll arrest you and bring you back here." Lady Wilson exhaled in relief and responded quickly, "Gina, thank you so much. Just wait for me, I'll be back." Wendy followed her grandmother quietly, caught in a dilemma. She was young and attractive and didn't want to remain in detention, but she also had no idea how she would support herself once released. She had even considered working as a hostess at a KTV lounge. If she encountered a wealthy customer, she could occasionally accompany him and spend the night with him. She had come to terms with the fact that her reputation in Orus Hill had plummeted after her scandal with Kenneth. Since that was the case, why worry? Starting over seemed nearly impossible. Thus, she decided she wouldn't stay behind if her grandmother insisted on returning to detention. The guards escorted them from the cell to the office where discharge procedures were handled. As they entered, they noticed a man in an expensive suit standing confidently in the center, surrounded by several guards who looked at him with admiration. When he spotted Lady Wilson and Wendy, he asked flatly, "Are you the Wilson family members?" Lady Wilson eagerly nodded. Her years of experience told her this man held considerable status. She quickly asked, "Sir, are you here for us?" The man confirmed, "Yes, I'm here to secure your release on bail. Your son and grandson have also been released. I'll take you to see them now." Wendy couldn't contain her excitement. "Sir, is that true? Have you really released my father and brother? Where are they now?" The man replied indifferently, "They are being cared for by my men. Just follow me." Lady Wilson, lost in her own misery, didn't think too deeply about it. She was already down and felt it would be pointless for anyone to kick her further. After all, he was the one who arranged their bail. Maybe this was a chance to start fresh. After completing the necessary paperwork, the two women changed back into their own clothes and followed the man out of the detention center. Outside, two Rolls-Royce Phantoms were waiting for them. The man gestured toward the car at the back and instructed, "You two, get into that car." Inside, Lady Wilson felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the luxurious vehicles. A Rolls-Royce was a luxury few could afford, and even at their wealthiest, The Wilson family had never owned one. Even if they could have afforded a single Rolls-Royce, it would still have been far beyond their means. With a slight bow, Lady Wilson said, "Thank you, sir. We'll get in now." She then led Wendy into the back seat. Once everyone was seated, the two cars roared to life and headed toward the suburbs. After about 20 minutes on the road, Lady Wilson remarked in surprise, "Wendy, I think we're going to the airport." Wendy glanced out the window and confirmed, "Yes. We'll reach the airport expressway in a few kilometers." Lady Wilson frowned and whispered, "I wonder who that man is. Maybe your father and brother are already at the airport." Suddenly, Wendy's eyes widened. "Grandma, do you think Charlie could be behind this? What if he wants to get rid of us, kick us out of Orus Hill for good?" "Absolutely not," Lady Wilson said firmly. "Do you really think that bastard would show us any kindness? He wouldn't spend a single dime to bail us out. In fact, he'd probably find a way to keep us locked up or let us rot in prison." Wendy blinked in surprise. "Then, could it be Kenneth? Maybe he misses the connection we had and wants to take us to Eastcliff." Lady Wilson waved her hand dismissively. "Impossible. Maybe that could have happened before, but he's impotent now. Why would he still be interested? If he truly valued you, he wouldn't have tossed you aside like that." Wendy lowered her head as sadness washed over her. At first, she had been disgusted by her parents and grandmother pushing her toward Kenneth, but now she couldn't help reflecting on the past. Kenneth had treated her quite well. He had invested tens of millions into their company and even given her $5 million in pocket money after only a short encounter. Wendy sighed deeply, thinking, if only Kenneth's manhood still worked. I might be living a luxurious life with him right now instead of facing this misery. As the Rolls-Royce sped onto the airport expressway, Lady Wilson and Wendy exchanged puzzled glances. They were indeed heading toward the airport, but what exactly awaited them there? Despite her confusion, Lady Wilson understood that overthinking wouldn't help her at the moment. She had already entered the other party's car, so it was wiser to remain calm and wait to see what they intended. Her instincts reassured her. Although the individual seemed somewhat enigmatic, he posed no threat to her. After all, she was impoverished and owned nothing of value. It seemed unlikely that anyone would go to such lengths just to harm her. With this thought, Lady Wilson sighed in relief. She sat quietly in the car, waiting to see what her mysterious escort planned. The two Rolls-Royce vehicles drove straight to Orus Airport, where the Webb family's private jet was already stationed in a small hangar. This was the same jet that had transported Hannah to South Haven the night before. By early morning, the private jet had departed South Haven once more, heading for Orus Hill to pick up the Wilson family. When Lady Wilson saw the private jet, she was stunned into silence. If a Rolls-Royce was simply a luxury item for the wealthy, then owning a private jet signified unimaginable power. A private jet like this typically cost between $200 and $300 million. Moreover, the initial purchase was only the beginning. One needed to hire a crew, including pilots, mechanics, and support staff. The maintenance alone was exorbitant, not to mention hangar storage and airport takeoff and landing fees. Owning a private jet was like owning a money-burning machine. Seeing the jet, Lady Wilson realized that a truly powerful family must be involved. The Rolls-Royce stopped beside the private aircraft, and Lady Wilson stepped out with her granddaughter, Wendy. Wendy stood staring in awe at the jet when suddenly a familiar figure burst through the cabin door. "Grandma!" "Wendy!" At the sound of the voice, they both looked up and saw Harold emerging from the private jet. Filled with excitement, Lady Wilson exclaimed, "Harold, what are you doing here? Where is your father?" "Mom!" Right after she spoke, her eldest son, Christopher, stepped out of the jet as well. Lady Wilson's heart swelled with joy, though worry crept in as she noticed how much weight her son and grandson had lost. In the past, Lady Wilson had been self-centered, caring for no one but herself. But seeing her son and grandson after their ordeal in detention made her realize that family bonds truly run deep. Her eldest son, formerly vibrant and healthy, now appeared aged, with graying hair and dull skin. He was noticeably thinner. In contrast, Lady Wilson had not suffered much during her detention. She had even had the chance to torment Elaine. As a result, she still looked healthy and had not lost weight. Harold and Christopher rushed toward her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears as she hugged her son and grandson. Through sobs, she cried, "My son! My grandson! Both of you have suffered so much." Harold looked devastated, like a wounded child. Wiping his eyes, he choked out, "Grandma, you have no idea what my father and I went through. This has been the hardest and most torturous period of my life." Christopher sighed and added, "It was the same for both of us. We really shouldn't talk about it anymore. Thinking about it only makes everything feel worse." Lady Wilson nodded, then quickly asked, "Christopher, what's going on? Who arranged our bail?" "I have no idea," Christopher replied, shaking his head. "Harold and I were suddenly released from the detention center. They sent us here in their car and told us to wait. We don't even know who they are." Just then, the man who had picked up Lady Wilson and Wendy approached the four of them. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Thomas Webb, a member of the Webb family from South Haven. My brother is Donald Webb, and I believe you've heard of him." "The Webb family," the four Wilsons exclaimed in shock. How could they not know the Webb family? The Webbs were the most powerful and influential family in the entire South region, far stronger than the Moore family. When the former head of the Webb family was in his prime, tales of his achievements echoed throughout the South region. Lord Wilson had always admired Lord Webb, considering him a role model worthy of respect. Never in their lives had the Wilson family imagined having any connection with the Webbs, let alone being rescued by them. Could this mean hope for the Wilson family at last? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lady Wilson looked at Thomas and asked eagerly, "Mr. Webb, may I ask why you had us released and brought here?" Thomas replied calmly, "I came on my brother's orders. I'm not aware of his intentions, but we're short on time. It's best not to ask too many questions right now. Please board the private jet. My brother will explain everything once we're in the air." Hearing this, Lady Wilson nodded enthusiastically and said, "Mr. Webb is right. We mustn't waste your time or your brother's. Let's board the jet and head to South Haven to meet him." Thomas gave a slight nod and stepped onto the jet without another word. The Wilson family quickly followed. Since Christopher and Harold had already flown on the jet, they weren't surprised by the luxurious interior. But Lady Wilson and Wendy were speechless. They had never flown on a private jet before. They usually couldn't even afford first class, let alone something like this. Lady Wilson was like Grandma Lou visiting the Grandview Garden, her eyes darting everywhere, unsure where to look first. Thomas couldn't help feeling irritated by the family. Inwardly, he found it unpleasant to share a plane with what he considered unsophisticated country bumpkins. He beckoned the beautiful flight attendant and asked for a glass of whiskey and an eye mask. The flight attendant, dressed in a miniskirt, gracefully served Thomas, helping him put on the eye mask while whispering, "You can rest now. The plane will take off soon. Just call me if you need anything." Meanwhile, Harold, sitting in the back, felt a surge of desire. The flight attendant was stunning, and she treated Thomas with such care. He couldn't help wishing she would serve him the same way. With that thought in mind, he called out, "Excuse me, could you please bring me a glass of wine?" After serving Thomas, the flight attendant stood up, pulled down her skirt, and replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but I'm Mr. Webb's personal flight attendant. I don't serve anyone else." When Harold heard the other party flatly refuse his request, claiming she was Thomas's personal flight attendant, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, accompanied by an intense surge of jealousy. Indeed, the affluent lived a life of luxury. Not only did they possess their own private jets, but they also enjoyed the services of personal flight attendants. This reality stirred feelings of envy and resentment in those less fortunate. Harold couldn't help but wonder, when would he ever reach such heights? The flight attendant, indifferent to their presence, sashayed to the front of the cabin. Meanwhile, Thomas kept his eyes shut, seemingly uninterested in engaging with the Wilson family. This left the Wilson family feeling a bit restless. They were all eagerly anticipating what awaited them upon their arrival in South Haven. Although they had never heard of Thomas before, they were well aware of Donald's reputation. Donald, the eldest son of the Webb family, was the current heir and effectively the leader of the family. This connection made them wonder what they had done to attract the attention of the Webb family heir. Could this mean a potential revival for the Wilson family? Despite their silence, each family member was lost in their own thoughts. South Haven was a short distance from Orus Hill, and they would reach it in under an hour by air. Before long, the private jet descended and landed at South Haven Airport. Once on the ground, 2 Rolls-Royces awaited them. Thomas chose to ride alone in one Rolls-Royce, while the 4 members of the Wilson family climbed into the other. Both vehicles then sped off toward the Webb family villa without delay. Inside the villa, Donald's expression darkened as he stared intently at the stock market screen. Following a significant drop in the Webb family's reputation the day before, they had become the target of criticism and backlash online. Consequently, several of their listed companies faced drastic declines as soon as the market opened that morning. Fear gripped stock market participants, prompting a frantic sell-off at the current share prices. Donald anticipated further declines in their stock values when the market reopened the next day. By the day after, he predicted their stocks would hit the limit. At that point, the market value of the Webb family would have plummeted by at least 50%. If Donald could seize an opportunity to restore the Webb family's reputation, there might still be hope for a rebound in their stock prices. However, failing to do so could spell disaster for the entire family. The weight of this responsibility felt suffocating to Donald. Adding to his stress was the fact that the family patriarch remained in a coma, leaving Donald feeling bereft of support. Many of the nation's leading families were established and nurtured by their older generations. Both the Webb and Moore families were robust enterprises built through the hard work of their founders in their youth. Unfortunately, these families often faced a challenging reality: the next generation frequently fell short of the previous one's achievements. In his youth, Lord Webb was a truly capable and influential figure, particularly in the South region, even if he didn't hold an official ranking in the country. In contrast, Donald's abilities were far inferior to those of Lord Webb. If Donald were to start a venture from scratch, no amount of effort could bring him to even a fraction of his father's success. And while Donald struggled, his sons appeared to be even less promising. Take Kian, for example. Aside from chasing women and spending money, this young man had no discernible skills. The Webb family had invested over 20 years in his upbringing, yet he had contributed nothing, becoming instead a burden. On the flip side, Sean exhibited slightly more capability than his brother, but his talents were still quite limited. What led to the next generation of a prominent family being viewed as less capable than their predecessors? This situation largely stemmed from the different environments in which they grew up. The older generation was raised in modest circumstances. They had to work diligently to earn money for their meals, laboring hard for every penny they spent. During that era, those who managed to establish family businesses were not considered ordinary, rather, they were seen as the elite of society. However, once these individuals had built their successes, their sons were born into a life of abundance. With ample food and clothing provided from birth, they did not need to exert effort to survive. As a result, their instincts were naturally dulled, leading to a lack of drive and ambition. When the next generation, the grandsons, arrived, they were born into privilege. They didn't have to toil for their sustenance, making it unrealistic to expect that a second-generation individual, accustomed to a life of luxury, would develop a strong work ethic or a competitive spirit. Consider a wolf born in the wild, which must risk its life to hunt and survive. In contrast, a wolf raised in a zoo simply opens its eyes to regular meals. In terms of natural instincts, the zoo-born wolf might not even match a stray dog scavenging on the street. Donald was acutely aware that his abilities did not compare to those of his father, and he recognized that his son was even less capable than he was. This realization filled him with an overwhelming sense of loneliness. This loneliness was compounded by feelings of isolation and helplessness. He felt that no one in the world could assist him or his father, and the only person who could, his father, was incapacitated due to a stroke. As he pondered these thoughts, his brother, Thomas, entered the room and announced, "Brother, I've brought back the family you requested from Orus Hill." Donald nodded and asked, "Where are they now?" Thomas replied, "They're in the living room." Donald said, "All right. I'll go meet them first. You can fetch Hannah for me." "Sure, brother," Thomas agreed quickly before heading off to find Hannah. Donald lit a cigar and took a puff as he exited the study, making his way to the living room. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Wilson family waited anxiously in the living room. As Donald entered, their faces lit up, each displaying admiration and flattery. Lady Wilson, the matriarch, greeted him with a beaming smile. "Oh, Mr. Webb. I've seen you on television, and I must say, in person, you are even more impressive than I imagined." Donald maintained a neutral expression, not taking her compliments to heart. He replied coolly, "I asked Thomas to bring you here for 2 reasons. Lady Wilson eagerly responded, "Mr. Webb, please let us know your requests or instructions." Donald continued, "The first reason is to introduce you to someone, and the second is to request your assistance in dealing with another." Lady Wilson understood well that the Webb family represented a crucial opportunity for the Wilson family's survival. In the past, the Wilsons had aspired to serve a powerful family but were always overlooked. Now, however, they had a chance to become the Webb family's ally, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus, Lady Wilson promptly replied, "Mr. Webb, the Wilson family is at your service. We will meet anyone you wish and handle any matters you require." Just then, Thomas returned with Hannah. Donald pointed at Hannah and addressed the Wilson family, saying, "This is the person I want you to meet." The expressions of the 4 Wilson family members soured as they turned to look at Hannah. Christopher, filled with rage, clenched his teeth and shouted, "Hannah, you shameless bitch. I will kill you today." During this time, Christopher's hatred for Hannah ran deep. Nothing hurt a man more than being betrayed by the woman he loved. When Hannah went missing, Christopher was easily swayed by Charlie's deceitful words, leading him to believe that Hannah had eloped with a gigolo. At that time, Hannah had taken the family's entire fortune with her, intensifying Christopher's anger towards her. Days turned into nights, and with each passing moment, the thought of Hannah filled him with a desire to confront her violently. Yet, deep down, he believed he would never see Hannah again, as she had absconded with their money, possibly even fleeing the country. To his surprise, he encountered Hannah, a woman he despised, at the Webb family villa in South Haven today. Without a second thought, Christopher stormed toward her, raised his hand, and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Hannah collapsed to the ground from the force of the blow. After the slap, Christopher pointed an accusing finger at her, seething with rage as he exclaimed, "Well done, you bitch. You dare to return. Where is our family's money? Do you even realize how wretched our family has been because of you?" Hannah, stunned by the sudden violence, never imagined that Christopher, the man she had longed for, would strike her upon their first reunion. Struggling with a slightly injured leg, she attempted to crawl away, crying out, "Christopher Wilson. Why did you hit me? Why did I hit you?" Christopher gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. "Not only will I hit you today, but I'm ready to end you. You had the audacity to run off with my money to support a gigolo, leaving me with nothing. You are utterly heartless." Hannah screamed back, "Christopher, what are you talking about? When did I ever support a gigolo? I was framed by Charlie." "What?" Christopher frowned, confusion crossing his face. "What does Charlie have to do with this?" Remembering the torment she had endured, Hannah cried out, "Have you forgotten what we planned for Elaine?" Christopher nodded. "Of course. I won't forget that." With tears streaming down her face, Hannah explained, "Ethel and I were almost finished with our task when that bastard Charlie showed up at the villa. He brought people to beat us and forced me to empty my bank account. Then he sent us to the coal mine to work." As she recounted her ordeal, Hannah's tears flowed freely. Wiping away her tears, she continued, "Do you have any idea how I've suffered? I worked day and night in the dark coal mine, barely getting 4 to 5 hours of sleep each day. I was constantly hungry, cold, and often beaten. It felt like I was living in hell. You showed no concern, you didn't come looking for me or try to rescue me. Instead, You hit me and accused me of being with a gigolo when I was finally saved by the Webb family. Is this how you treat me? Christopher felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He never imagined that instead of living it up with a gigolo, his wife had been enduring such suffering. In that moment, guilt and distress flooded his heart, mingling with a newfound hatred for Charlie. It became clear that Charlie was the one who had stolen all their money and forced his wife into a life of hard labor in the coal mine. Now, with old grievances rekindled by fresh animosity, Christopher seethed with rage. Harold and Wendy, standing beside him, also gritted their teeth in hatred. Not long ago, both siblings found themselves feeling the same resentment towards their father, Christopher. Initially, they directed their anger at their mother, viewing her as selfish for absconding with their family's finances. During this challenging period, they often scolded and cursed her. However, it was only today that they learned their mother was also suffering, perhaps even more than they had been. While the four of them had faced some minor injustices in the detention center, Hannah had endured severe torment and hardship in the dark, oppressive coal mine. The expression on Lady Wilson's face was one of disgust at that moment. Though she felt no sympathy for Hannah, she was filled with pity for the lost wealth that was taken because of Charlie. In a sudden fit of rage, the elderly lady approached Christopher and delivered a sharp slap to his face, catching him completely off guard. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Christopher looked at his mother in disbelief and exclaimed, "Mom, why did you hit me?" With anger, Lady Wilson scolded him, "I'm hitting you because you're an ungrateful and disloyal son. I told you long ago to hand the money over to me. You were too narrow-minded and petty to let it go. And look where it got us. The Wilson family is ruined, and the money is entirely gone." Hearing this, Christopher could only lower his head in shame. If he had known that all the money would vanish because of Charlie, he would have willingly given it to his mother. At least then, they might have been able to address the issues plaguing the Wilson group. Yet at that time, Christopher had been unwilling to sync with the Wilson group, which led him to resort to some petty tactics. He never anticipated that his plan would backfire, leaving him worse off and causing his wife to suffer as well. As these thoughts consumed him, guilt washed over Christopher. He felt remorse toward his wife, mother, and even his two children. Reflecting on the pain his wife had endured made him feel even more distressed. Embracing Hannah, he broke down in tears. At that moment, Donald approached the group and coldly stated, "It seems you all have a score to settle with Charlie. If I offered you a chance for revenge, would you take it?" Without hesitation, Christopher blurted out, "Yes. I'm eager to tear that bastard, Charlie, apart." Lady Wilson, being sharp and quick-witted, quickly deduced that Donald had gathered them there to address their shared issue with Charlie, indicating that Donald also held a grudge against him. Thus, the old lady nodded vigorously and said, "Mr. Webb, if you provide us with the opportunity, we will do everything in our power to deal with Charlie." Harold added angrily, "If someone gave me a gun, I'd go and kill that bastard myself tonight." Donald was pleased with the family's fervent response. He sought individuals with a burning desire to take down Charlie. With a slight smile, he replied, "To be honest, I also harbor a deep-seated hatred for Charlie. I want to personally see him dead. So, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why I brought your family here today. If you want to take revenge on Charlie, let's work together." Lady Wilson eagerly responded, "Mr. Webb, just give us your orders. What do you need us to do?" Donald replied casually, "I intend to take Charlie's life myself. As for you, I will send you back to Orus Hill and assist you with your other problems. From now on, your sole focus should be on making Charlie's life miserable. I want his family to be thrown into chaos, distracting him, and creating conflict before I eliminate him." Lady Wilson was over the moon when she received the news. Her real interest wasn't in whether Donald could take Charlie down. What excited her was that Donald now needed their assistance. This meant the Wilson family could start depending on the Webb family from this point forward. With the Wilson family teetering on the brink of collapse, their partnership with the Webb family offered a glimmer of hope for revival. In fact, not only could Lady Wilson potentially breathe new life into her family's legacy, but they might even emerge stronger than they had ever been during their prime. At that moment, Lady Wilson turned to Donald and said, "Mr. Webb, My granddaughter Claire operates a construction and refurbishing business that directly competes with the Wilson Group. If you help revive the Wilson Group, we could become a strong rival in the market." Donald nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Rest assured, I will invest $80 million into the Wilson Group to help you settle your debts. If the Wilson Group thrives, I'll be more than willing to invest further in the future." Lady Wilson was thrilled by this declaration. During her frantic search for a solution to save the Wilson family, she had come up empty. Now, unexpectedly, she had found a savior without even trying. Perhaps it's true that every cloud has a silver lining. Until this moment, Lady Wilson had believed there was no hope of resurrecting the Wilson Group. Yet, a single statement from Donald had ignited a spark of potential for the company. The primary issue facing the Wilson family was their lack of funds. They were burdened with tens of millions of dollars in foreign debts and had no idea where to begin. The banks were relentless in their pursuit, eager to recoup their investments. However, if they could repay their loans now, they would be able to restore normalcy. Originally, the Wilson Group owed the bank $80 million. Kenneth Wilson had previously injected $10 million into the company. The bank had already seized their villa and all their antiques, but if they could repay the remaining debts, the bank would return their assets. Once that happened, they would have millions left in their company's bank account. Their fortunes could turn around in an instant. Harold and Wendy were buzzing with excitement at the news. They turned to their grandmother and eagerly asked, "Grandma, does this mean we can finally return to our Wilson family villa? Does this mean we won't have to live on the streets anymore?" With tears of joy, Wendy chimed in, "Does this mean I won't have to rely on DeBeo Asodi honey anymore?" Lady Wilson was about to agree, but then a brilliant idea struck her. She said to Donald, "Mr. Webb, our families are like oil and water, we simply cannot coexist." The reason they were so eager to send us to the coal mine and the detention center was that they wanted us out of sight. But if we return and live right next to them, it would drive them crazy. Wouldn't you enjoy causing chaos for Charlie's family? Just imagine how chaotic their lives would become with us as their neighbors. Donald's interest was piqued by her suggestion. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Old lady, what exactly are you proposing? Please be clear and straightforward." Lady Wilson quickly responded with enthusiasm, "Mr. Webb, Charlie and his family live in a villa at Thompson First in Orus Hill. They are so arrogant because of their status. My second daughter-in-law, in particular, looks down on us. She even said we aren't worthy of standing at their door. If we suddenly became their neighbors, just imagine how they would react every single day." Donald's eyes lit up with excitement. This was getting interesting. Just picture it, you've settled into a luxurious villa, enjoying a life of comfort while your enemies are struggling on the streets. That alone would be sweet revenge. But what if you woke up one day to discover that the desperate enemy you thought was suffering had suddenly moved in next door? The feeling of falling from heaven to hell would be unbearable. Donald firmly believed in feng shui, fortune, and the influence of magnetic fields. He was convinced that when someone enjoyed good feng shui and fortune, their mood would be naturally uplifted, leading to smoother experiences in life. Conversely, if someone found themselves in constant distress, feeling upset from morning to night, their ability to focus would diminish significantly, resulting in a loss of interest in activities they once enjoyed. Even fine wine or a delectable meal would fail to bring them pleasure. Over time, such negative emotions would impact the individual's magnetic field, which would then disrupt their feng shui and fortune, ultimately affecting their physical well-being. In feng shui, anything that caused irritation to a person was labeled as killing energy. This included sound-killing energy from excessive noise, light-killing energy from overly bright environments, and emotion-killing energy when a person's heart was troubled or anxious. These various forms of killing energy were elusive, colorless, tasteless, shapeless, and invisible, making them incredibly difficult to address. If Donald were to place the Wilson family right next to Charlie, it would essentially be sending all these forms of killing energy straight to him. Charlie would undoubtedly endure daily suffering. As this idea crossed his mind, Donald felt a surge of joy and declared, "In that case, I will assist you in purchasing a villa in Thompson First. I'll buy the villa right next to Charlie so your family can move in without delay." Lady Wilson could hardly contain her excitement upon hearing this. After all, what had caused her to sever ties with her second son's family? Why had she spent so many days in detention? The root of the issue was none other than the villa at Thompson First. Her insatiable desire for the luxurious, elegant villa had consumed her thoughts. She fantasized about living there and indulging in the opulence of an upper-class lifestyle. Ultimately, she lost her battle against her second son's family. Not only did she fail to move into their villa at Thompson First, but the bank had also come to repossess her old home. However, circumstances had changed. She had managed to win the favor of the Webb family. Donald seemed genuinely interested after hearing Lady Wilson's comments. It appeared that Donald harbored a strong dislike for Charlie, making him eager to pursue anything that would disturb Charlie's peace. Lady Wilson was taken aback by Donald's willingness to buy her a villa at Thompson First so readily. As the saying goes, a third party often reaps the benefits of a conflict. This would allow her to secure a villa at Thompson First. Filled with enthusiasm, she quickly shared with Donald, "Mr. Webb, I want to be transparent with you. Charlie and his family reside in Villa A05 at Thompson First. I know the layout well since I've been there before. Villas A04 and A06 are right next to A05. If we could settle in either A04 or A06, it would surely make Charlie extremely uncomfortable." Lady Wilson had always been shrewd and calculating throughout her life. While there was also a B-series villa directly behind the A-series, she specifically suggested that Donald purchase either Villa A04 or A06, as the A-series units were the most spacious in Thompson First. This arrangement would allow her to reside in a magnificent villa that matched the specifications of Charlie's family. It was the perfect plan. The A-series villas at Thompson First boasted a staggering value of over $100 million, making them the priciest villas in all of Orus Hill. For an average family, such a sum was unattainable in a lifetime. An ordinary wealthy family might manage to acquire such a villa only if they exerted considerable effort throughout their lives. For those from extremely affluent families, it would still require at least a decade of hard work to even contemplate residing in a villa of this caliber. In stark contrast, the Webb family viewed this type of villa as merely a minor expense. Despite facing significant challenges at the moment, the Webb family possessed assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars. $100 million for a villa was a negligible amount for them. Furthermore, Donald was acutely aware that the Webb family intended to purchase this villa for the Wilson family. However, this transaction wasn't simply a gift, rather, it represented a strategic real estate investment. In a couple of years, if the villa appreciated in value, the Webb family could potentially profit. So, why wouldn't he be willing to proceed? Thus, Donald nodded and stated, "Since we're going to collaborate on major matters, I can certainly accommodate this modest request. Let's move forward. I'll have my team check whether Villa A04 and Villa A06 are still on the market. Even if they've already been sold, I can easily purchase them at a premium. You can move in as soon as the acquisition is complete." The 5 members of the Wilson family were filled with excitement. This was especially true for Christopher, who gazed at the old lady with admiration and reverence. He had previously thought his mother was past her prime and no longer useful. But now he realized the truth behind the saying, "The older the person, the wiser they are." If it had been him, he would have eagerly bowed and expressed his gratitude to Donald upon learning that the Webb family was investing in the Wilson family to help them get back on their feet. Yet his mother remained composed, calmly analyzing Donald's intentions. The moment she spoke, she secured a villa for the Wilson family. Even though their stay would be temporary and the duration uncertain, it was still a tremendous advantage. Nevertheless, Lady Wilson understood that with the Webb family's favor, she needed to strategize for more benefits. While not receiving immediate ownership of the villa was acceptable, she aimed to secure a commitment from Donald guaranteeing a substantial period of residency. With that in mind, she looked at Donald, smiled, and said, "Mr. Webb, your generosity is commendable, but as an elderly woman, I have a favor to ask." Donald nodded. "Please, go ahead." Lady Wilson continued, "Mr. Webb, as you can see, I am quite advanced in age, and my time left is limited. My frail body can no longer endure hardship. If I were to move into the villa at Thompson First today, and you eliminate that bastard Charlie tomorrow, would I then be forced to vacate immediately? After all, for someone as powerful and influential as you, dealing with Charlie would be child's play. Donald felt pleased and flattered by her words. He looked at her and asked, "You're seeking a promise regarding how long you may live in the villa, is that it?" Lady Wilson gave him a thumbs up. "Exactly. Nothing escapes your keen perception, Mr. Webb. An old woman like me doesn't yearn for riches and luxury anymore. I only seek peace for the remainder of my days. I hope you can formalize an agreement that allows us to reside in the villa at Thompson First for at least 10 years. After that period, whether I'm alive or not, the Wilson family will vacate the villa as agreed." To Lady Wilson, 10 years was already generous. After all, the standard ownership duration of a property is 70 years, making 10 years 1/7 of its lifespan. Considering the villa's value of over $100 million, 1/7 equated to nearly $20 million. Moreover, she was already 80 years old, there was a real chance she might not even live another 10 years. Initially, Donald had little interest in the villa. He certainly wasn't going to give it away to the Wilson family, he wasn't stupid. However, allowing them to stay there for 10 years didn't seem like much of an issue. So Donald responded casually, "All right, 10 years it is. But you must stay focused on completing the tasks I assign. If we handle Charlie quickly, I'll make sure to reward you." Lady Wilson quickly gathered her family around, and they bowed gratefully to Donald, their excitement overwhelming. The rest of the Wilson family shared her joy. They had successfully turned their fortunes around. The Wilson group was not only rescued but would also have the privilege of living in a villa at Thompson First. This was an improvement even compared to their former peak. Additionally, Donald had promised continued support for the Wilson group, meaning they could potentially rise to new heights with his assistance. At that moment, Donald said, "I'll arrange for someone to check the housing situation at Thompson First. I'll purchase either Villa A04 or Villa A06 shortly. After that, I'll send you all back to Orus Hill. For now, you can stay in the guest rooms here at the Webb family villa. Once everything is set up, I'll also transfer the funds for my investment in the Wilson Group directly into your company's account." The Wilson family was overwhelmed with excitement and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Soon after, a maid from the Webb family guided them to the guest room area. The Webb family villa was vast, divided into 3 main sections, one for the Webb family, another for maids and staff, and the last for guests. The villa was built on a sprawling plot of land and was far larger than the villas at Thompson First, boasting more than a dozen guest rooms in the guest wing alone. Accommodating the family of 5 was effortless. The maid assigned them 4 rooms. Lady Wilson, Harold, and Wendy each received their own rooms, while Christopher and Hannah, being married, naturally shared one. As soon as they entered their room, Christopher, unable to contain himself, embraced Hannah and said, "My love, you've endured so much while we were apart. I've missed you like crazy." With that, he began to undress her. Hannah, overwhelmed with emotion, felt immense joy at finally being reunited with her husband after so long. They were both at the height of their passion. After all, the sweetness of reunion can eclipse even the most intimate memories. Yet amid her joy, Hannah felt a pang of fear. She trusted that Christopher had not been unfaithful during their separation, especially since he'd been confined in a detention center most of the time. However, she couldn't escape the guilt of her own actions. During her time at the coal mine, she had given in to the advances of her supervisor and had become his lover, betraying Christopher almost every single day. She was anxious, terrified that her husband would one day discover her secret and be consumed with rage and disgust. Determined, she resolved to bury this secret forever, swearing that no one would ever learn of her betrayal. Before nightfall, Christopher and Hannah were already creating waves of sound in their guest room. During this time, Christopher had been feeling quite depressed. Naturally, after being separated from his wife for so long, he was filled with impatience. Hannah, on the other hand, loved her husband deeply. She had once thought she might never see him again in her lifetime. So, the chance to return to his arms now brought her immense joy. Yet, in this moment that was meant to be harmonious and blissful, Hannah suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. She felt somewhat disheartened because she couldn't help but compare her husband's abilities to those of the supervisor she detested. This comparison was truly discouraging. One was the man she loved, while the other was someone she despised. However, when it came to the act itself, she felt even the two men she loved couldn't compete with the one she loathed. After all, the supervisor came from a rough background. While he might not have been young, he was certainly fit and strong. She glanced at Christopher, who was slightly plump and had never been one to exercise. After spending a few days in the detention center, he had lost a bit of weight. Otherwise, she might have been turned off by his noticeable belly. In a direct comparison, Christopher likely only possessed about 20% of the supervisor's prowess. This realization made Hannah feel that the situation was losing its charm. What was meant to be a moment of intimacy now felt incomplete. Despite her inner turmoil, she sighed inwardly. Even if it meant enduring pain, she could never go back to that dark place again. She had no desire to serve or endure the presence of that dirty, loathsome bastard of a supervisor in that grimy brick house. Later that evening, one of the maids from the Webb family invited them to the guest dining room for dinner. Donald and Thomas did not join them that night. They viewed the Wilson family as their subordinates now, so it was out of the question for them to share a meal together. As they dined, the Webb family's butler approached Lady Wilson and said, "Mr. Webb has informed me that he has purchased Villa A04 at Thompson First. You're in luck, as it has already been renovated and is ready for you to move in. The villa is equipped with luxurious furnishings and appliances. Mr. Webb even spent an additional $30 million to acquire it from the previous owners, so you can move in tomorrow." Excitement filled the room as the Wilson family absorbed this news. Lady Wilson, overwhelmed, dropped her chopsticks in shock. After expressing her gratitude to the butler, Lady Wilson addressed her family, "We've seen the layout of the A-series villa at Thompson First, and it has plenty of rooms to accommodate us all. Since I prefer spacious areas, I'd like the largest master bedroom on the 3rd floor. You all can choose from the remaining rooms." Christopher quickly chimed in, "In that case, Hannah and I will take the biggest master bedroom on the 2nd floor." Harold added, "Then I'll take the 2nd bedroom on the 3rd floor." Wendy said, "I'll take the other bedroom on the 2nd floor." "Sounds good." Lady Wilson nodded in approval. She then smirked, "Didn't their family think we were finished? I can't wait to see their faces when they find out we've moved into the villa next door." Christopher clenched his teeth and said, "That wretched bitch Elaine and Charlie actually worked together to set my wife up. She's suffered so much because of them. I need to settle the score." Hannah quickly interjected, "Are you out of your mind? You can't bring this up with them." "Why not?" Christopher asked, frowning. Hannah explained, "I was the one who teamed up with Ethel to con Elaine out of her money. We ultimately failed, and Charlie ended up turning the tables on us. Ethel and I were the ones who broke the law first. If this gets out and the police get involved, they'll certainly arrest me instead." Suddenly, Hannah recalled how Ethel had been shot the night before, and she felt a wave of anxiety. "Ethel tried to harm me last night but was killed by the Webb family. Her family is still trapped in the coal mine. If this incident becomes public and the police release Ethel's family, they will surely come after me for revenge." Christopher frowned and asked, "Are we really going to let Charlie and Elaine off the hook this easily?" Hannah responded, "I can cause them trouble in other ways. The Webb family is already set to handle them discreetly, so I will definitely find a way to get my revenge. We should avoid bringing this matter up again." Deep down, Hannah felt a twinge of worry. If the coal mine was mentioned, and if her past connection with the coal mine's supervisor came to light, how would she be able to secure her position within the Wilson family? Christopher considered Hannah's words and nodded. "All right then, let's all agree to act as if we're unaware of this situation moving forward." The following day, the Wilson family of 5 made their way back to Orus Hill in a vehicle arranged by the Webb family. Unlike their arrival, the Webb family opted not to send a private jet for their return. Instead of a luxurious Rolls-Royce, they provided a Buick GL8 for the trip home. Lady Wilson was not pleased when she saw the Buick GL8. During their arrival, the Webb family had treated them to a Rolls-Royce for the airport, a private jet to South Haven, and another Rolls-Royce to escort them to the Webb family villa. It was quite the impressive welcome. Now, however, they were departing in what felt like a mere ordinary vehicle worth around $200,000 to $300,000. The experience of sitting in this car was a far cry from the elegance of a Rolls-Royce. Yet, since the driver was affiliated with the Webb family, Lady Wilson held her tongue. The journey from South Haven to Orus Hill took approximately 4 to 5 hours, and they arrived well past noon. Upon reaching the entrance of the Thompson First Villa community, the driver handed them several access cards and keys. He stated, "Mr. Webb expects you to move into the villa at Thompson First today. He will send someone tomorrow to discuss the investment in the Wilson Group." "That's wonderful!" Lady Wilson exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Webb. We will certainly meet his expectations." The driver nodded and then drove away. The 5 members of the Wilson family swiped their access card and entered the Thompson First Villa community. As they stepped inside, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. In the past, they had visited Thompson First with envy. But now, after many ups and downs, they finally owned a premier villa in this prestigious area. Lady Wilson was the most thrilled. She had long dreamed of living in a villa at Thompson First. She walked in the center, flanked by her grandson, Harold, and granddaughter, Wendy. Meanwhile, Christopher and Hannah held hands, portraying a loving couple. Lady Wilson felt regal as she strolled through the luxurious villa community, brimming with confidence. Overwhelmed with excitement, she remarked, "It would be fantastic if I could run into that wretched bitch Elaine. I want her to feel as uncomfortable as possible." Wendy chimed in with a grin, "Grandma, remember that you already broke her leg. I bet she's at home crying in bed right now." Everyone shared a laugh. Just then, Harold pointed down the lush path ahead and exclaimed, "Look! Isn't that Elaine?" He gestured towards a woman who was struggling with a crutch in one hand. At that moment, Elaine had just finished her lunch and was busy instructing Charlie. He was hard at work, carrying an iron bucket and a shovel as he dug into the soil of the villa's green lane. For the past 2 days, Elaine had been feeling quite aimless. Stuck at home with her broken leg, she couldn't go out to play and was growing increasingly bored. While scrolling through her social media, she noticed a female friend, someone she hadn't interacted with much before, had purchased a villa in the suburbs. This friend had even planted a variety of fruits and vegetables in her yard. When she shared photos of her flourishing garden, many people praised her, calling her smart and in tune with nature. Seeing this made Elaine envious. On a whim, she declared her desire to grow her own vegetables and fruits in the yard of their villa. However, with her broken leg, she couldn't shovel the earth herself, so she had to enlist Charlie to do the work for her. Initially, Charlie was reluctant to help. After all, he had previously confronted her, and if Elaine were to live in his villa in the future, she would need to treat him with respect. He wasn't going to let her boss him around. But when Claire, his wife, learned of her mother's ambition to cultivate fruits and vegetables, she thought it would be a wonderful way for Elaine to connect with nature and lead a more wholesome life. Claire then stepped in to ask Charlie for his assistance. This was the sole reason Charlie agreed to help. In his view, encouraging Elaine to grow vegetables was better than having her concoct various schemes. So, after finishing their meal, he assisted her in shoveling some soil at the villa and had already marked out a spot for her vegetable garden. Elaine stood nearby with her crutch and reminded Charlie, after digging up the loess, "Don't forget to also dig up the black soil. It has a foul smell." Charlie nodded and continued digging, remaining silent. After a moment of hesitation, Elaine cautiously approached Charlie with a request. "Charlie, may I discuss something with you?" Noticing her humble demeanor, Charlie replied lightly, "Go ahead, I'm listening." With a smile, Elaine suggested, "When you have a chance, could you drive to the countryside and find some old farmers? I'd like you to buy some fruit trees and vegetables with the roots intact, just buy the whole tree." Charlie raised an eyebrow and replied, "Isn't that unnecessary? If you want fruits and vegetables, we could just buy them at the supermarket. They even deliver." Elaine felt a pang of dissatisfaction with Charlie's response but held back her frustration. She smiled and explained, "Mom wants you to buy the whole tree, not just for eating. We can plant it directly in our yard and have a vegetable garden right away. If we start from seeds, it will take ages for them to grow. Charlie sighed, realizing his mother-in-law seemed eager to get this done, likely wanting to share her gardening success on social media as soon as possible. Just as he was about to decline her request, Elaine hastily added, "My dear son-in-law, let me be honest. Claire has loved growing vegetables and fruits since she was a child. She used to drag me and her father along to pick fruits and vegetables. Whenever we visited other people's gardens in the countryside, Claire was always reluctant to leave." Charlie eyed her with suspicion and asked, "When did this happen? I've never heard about this before." Elaine quickly responded, "That was long ago. Claire grew up, went to school, and worked. She didn't have time for gardens anymore. I promise she really loved it as a child. She even wanted to plant vegetables at the Wilson family villa, but the old lady wouldn't allow it." Charlie considered this for a moment. If Claire genuinely had a passion for it, he was willing to make arrangements. He took out his cell phone and called Claire, asking, "Wife, since the weekend is almost here, would you like to go out and pick some fruits and vegetables?" "Absolutely," Claire responded excitedly. "That sounds perfect. Where are we going to pick them? How did you know I loved it?" After hearing Claire's response, Charlie smiled and said, "Don't worry about the destination, your husband will handle all the arrangements." "That's wonderful," Claire replied with enthusiasm. "I'll wait for you to take care of everything." "Sounds good." Once Charlie hung up, Elaine quickly chimed in, trying to flatter him. "See, I told you I wasn't lying, right?" Charlie nodded absent-mindedly before checking his phone again to call Zeke. "Master Wade. What's prompted you to call me?" Zeke asked eagerly. "Zeke," Charlie said casually, "my wife has a great love for picking fruits and vegetables. I want to convert half of the courtyard at Thompson First into a vegetable garden so she can enjoy picking fresh produce every day. Please find the best varieties of fruits and vegetables for me. I need fully grown trees that are already bearing fruit, along with vines, saplings, and roots. Make sure to transport them directly to the villa at Thompson First. Can you handle that?" Zeke responded immediately, "Master Wade, don't worry. Even if you wanted a greenhouse for vegetables, I would make it happen." "Great. Start the preparations today. Make sure the trees are transported to Thompson First and planted in my courtyard tonight. I want my wife to see it first thing in the morning," Charlie instructed. Zeke smiled and said, "Master Wade, your love for your wife is truly commendable. I'll take care of everything." Elaine was equally excited at that moment. Charlie was quite adept at getting things done. With just a phone call, he had someone diligently preparing a vegetable garden for him. He was impressively capable. She had once believed that he would eventually face consequences for his actions, but the more she observed him, the more she felt he was thriving and becoming more successful. Suddenly, Elaine heard a familiar voice ring in her ears. "Oh! Isn't it my dear daughter-in-law? Why are you using a crutch? Your posture with that crutch is quite amusing." Instantly, Elaine's expression soured. Without needing to turn around, she knew that voice belonged to her mother-in-law, the detestable Lady Wilson. However, when Elaine did turn to look, she was taken aback. What was going on? Why were all five of them here together? The old lady, Christopher, and the two young ones should have been detained for a few more days. Why were they released early? Most concerning was the presence of Hannah. Hadn't Charlie's friend arranged for her to be sent to a coal mine for work? Charlie, noticing the commotion, turned around and frowned. He hadn't expected Hannah to appear here. Don Albert had always been reliable, and he would never make such a significant error as to allow Hannah to return. What could have possibly happened? Hannah was a secret between Charlie and his mother-in-law, Elaine. Although his wife and father-in-law eventually learned that Elaine had lost their family's money gambling, they were unaware that Charlie had sent Hannah to the coal mine. Both believed that Hannah had run off with the family's money. Thus, Charlie felt a wave of worry wash over him at Hannah's unexpected return. At that moment, Elaine, never one to back down, started scolding them. I was wondering who it was, and it turns out to be your entire family. What's the matter? Are you still plotting against our villa? Have you forgotten how you all ended up in detention last time? Do you think I wouldn't call the police to have you arrested right now? When Elaine began taunting everyone about the detention center again, Harold couldn't contain his irritation. He snapped, Elaine, have you looked in the mirror lately? You've lost both your front teeth, and it's making your speech so unclear. Why are you still trying to act superior? Upon hearing Harold's harsh words about her missing teeth, Elaine felt her anger boil over. For the past few days, she had avoided mirrors, feeling too unattractive after losing her 2 front teeth. However, the thought of visiting a dentist was daunting. Often, you had to make multiple trips just to get a filling for 1 tooth. Elaine had already lost several, meaning the dentist would have to start from scratch. Claire considered spending some money on dental implants for Elaine, but with her broken leg, it was impractical for her to move around. They decided it was best to wait until her leg healed before addressing her dental issues. Elaine had little desire to go out at all, feeling that her appearance was too embarrassing. If she did, she feared losing what little self-image she had left. And now Harold had the audacity to mock her teeth. How could she endure this humiliation? In a fit of rage, Elaine shouted, Harold, no matter what, I'm still your second aunt. Aren't you worried about the consequences of speaking to me like that? Harold sneered, what kind of second aunt are you? Just look at how hideous you are. I've never seen anyone uglier. Why haven't you gotten dental implants after losing your 2 front teeth? Are you planning to star in a skit? The last thing Elaine wanted was to think about the old lady from that skit with Bill Murray and Betty White, as she felt she resembled that character all too well. Harold's words only deepened her frustration. Fuming, she pulled out her cell phone, gritting her teeth as she declared, just wait. I'm calling the police to report you for breaking into my house. You refuse to change, and this time you'll pay for it. Lady Wilson scoffed dismissively, Elaine, do you honestly believe you're the only one who can afford to live in a villa at Thompson First? Elaine retorted, of course. How could someone as pathetic as you even think of living in Thompson First? It's not that I look down on you, but if you can afford that villa, I might as well twist my head off and hand it to you to kick around. Lady Wilson laughed, oh, Elaine. You haven't changed at all. Don't underestimate me just because I'm an old lady. Today, I'm curious to see just how fun it would be to kick your head. She then produced a fancy key, boasting, let me inform you, Elaine. Villa A04 at Thompson First is officially mine. Starting today, our families will be neighbors. What a joke. Elaine scoffed. You're such a good liar, old lady. You can't even afford to buy food, yet you claim you bought a villa. Did you sell Wendy to another rich man? Which rich man would want someone like her? Wendy, furious, pointed at Elaine and shouted, you bitch. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about you. Elaine replied casually. Who else would be with an old man older than her own father? And now you dare to confront me? Who do you think you are? Wendy was livid, ready to confront Elaine, but Lady Wilson held her back, saying lightly, Wendy, don't waste your time arguing with this disabled person. She's already miserable enough. Afterward, Lady Wilson called her companions, saying, let's head in and tidy up our villa. There's no point in arguing with someone so useless. The group spat at Elaine's feet as they strutted past her, exuding arrogance. Elaine still couldn't believe they could genuinely afford a villa at Thompson First. She yelled after them, you all think you're so impressive, but what's the point? The security guards will come and kick you out soon enough. Hannah turned, giving Elaine a cold stare. Don't forget, Elaine, we still have unfinished business between us. Elaine exclaimed, are you serious? Do you think I would be intimidated by you? My son-in-law can easily send you back to the coal mine at Mount Blackpine with just one phone call. With Jacob and Claire absent, Elaine felt free to speak openly about the coal mine. Hannah shot Elaine a fierce glare, her eyes filled with anger, ready to respond. Just then, Lady Wilson swung open the front door of Villa A04. With a key in hand and a smile on her face, she looked at the astonished Elaine and said, "Elaine, what was that you just said? Didn't you claim you would twist your head off so I could kick it around like a ball? Well, hurry up and do it." Elaine stood speechless as she processed the sight of the old lady unlocking the door to Villa A04. This was unbelievable. Wasn't the Wilson family so financially strained that they had no place to stay? How could they possibly afford a villa at Thompson First? Had their fortunes taken a turn for the better? And now, they were going to be her neighbors? This was infuriating. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Elaine turned to Charlie and asked, "Charlie, what's happening? Didn't your friend send them all to the coal mine? Didn't he say they wouldn't be allowed to escape? How did Hannah manage to get away?" Charlie was taken aback as well. He pulled out his cell phone and moved to a quiet spot. He then called Don Albert directly, asking, "Why is one of the people I had you sent to the coal mine at Mount Blackpine back? What's going on?" Don Albert responded in surprise, "Is that true? Master Wade, please hold on a moment while I find out." After a brief wait, Don Albert called Charlie back. "Master Wade. Someone bought my friend's small coal mine and offered him 3 times the market value." Charlie suddenly understood. He inquired, "Was it the Webb family?" "Yes." Don Albert confirmed. "It's the Webb family from South Haven." "Master Wade, are they targeting you? Would you like us to help come up with a plan?" Charlie replied casually, "No need. The Webb family hasn't made their move yet. I'm currently just dealing with a few minor issues. You don't need to worry about that." Feeling a sense of guilt, Don Albert said, "Master Wade, I apologize for not managing this situation better. Please punish me. I'll arrange for someone to capture Hannah today." "No need for that," Charlie replied calmly. "Now that she's back, I'll let her stay here." After that, Charlie asked, "What's the status of the father and son from the Weaver family who are digging for ginseng on Mount Gollum?" Don Albert quickly answered, "The Weaver father and son are still on Mount Gollum. Someone tried to take them away recently, but they were overpowered by my men and Liam's men. To bolster our defenses, Liam and I have sent additional personnel to the mountain. There are now over 20 men guarding them in secret." "All right," Charlie said thoughtfully. "The Webb family is likely searching for my enemies right now. So, keep them safe for me. I won't hold it against you now that Hannah is back, but you must ensure the Weaver father and son are not released." Don Albert assured him, "Master Wade, you can count on me. I'll instruct my team to protect them diligently and won't let anyone take them." "Good," Charlie replied. "Also, make sure you tell Liam to increase security for his father and brother to prevent anyone from trying to seize the Weaver pharmaceutical from him." No one was more terrified than Liam at the thought of his father and brother returning. If the Webb family truly succeeded in bringing his father and brother back from Mount Gollum, their first move would be to help them reclaim Weaver pharmaceutical. This was because the Webb family certainly wouldn't go through the trouble of rescuing the father and son just to let them wallow in failure. Instead, they would be looking to strengthen themselves by aligning with the two of them. Weaver Pharmaceutical was a significant player in the pharmaceutical industry, boasting a market value in the billions. A partnership with the Webb family could open up numerous avenues for growth. Therefore, once the father and son were back from Mount Gollum, Donald would undoubtedly be eager to help them regain their former influence. This move would essentially give the Webb family a loyal ally worth billions. Charlie was convinced that Liam would go to great lengths to stop any action the Webb family attempted once he became aware of their plans. Ultimately, even if the Weaver family's father and son did return, Charlie remained unfazed. He had countless strategies at his disposal to deal with them in no time. If he truly wanted to, he could easily get rid of Donald. However, that would serve no purpose. What enjoyment could there be in life without any adversaries? Since the Webb family wanted to play games with him, he would gladly join in. After all, they were a colossal family with assets exceeding $200 billion. This presented a rare opportunity for him to use them as practice dummies. Perhaps he would return to Eastcliff in the future, and when that time came, he would need to confront the Wade family, whom he did not know well. If he didn't learn how to navigate interactions with the wealthy beforehand, facing future threats would become quite challenging. Now was the perfect time for him to hone his skills. After ending the call, Charlie resumed shoveling soil. Elaine quickly approached him and asked, "Did you find out what happened? Why did that annoying Hannah come back?" Charlie replied, "I just spoke with a friend over the phone. According to him, the coal mine went bankrupt, and they have a new owner now. All the workers fled, and Hannah took advantage of the chaos to escape." Elaine felt frustrated and exclaimed, "How could that shameless woman get away? Just the sight of her makes me so angry." Thinking back to how Hannah had tried to set her up, Elaine felt deep resentment, not just toward Hannah, but toward Charlie as well. After all, it was Charlie who had pressured Ethel into giving away all her money, including the amount Elaine had lost to her. Once, Elaine had had a net worth of around $2 million, but Charlie had caused her to lose it all in an instant. In the past, she would have scolded Charlie for this, yelling at him, pointing fingers, venting her anger. However, now Elaine felt hesitant. Living in Charlie's villa, and with her daughter no longer on her side, she understood that Charlie was no longer intimidated by her. Charlie glanced at her and said calmly, "It's pointless to ask how she managed to escape. The fact that they now live in Thompson First means they've found someone powerful to back them. You should avoid provoking them unnecessarily. If they go after you again, we may not be able to handle it." Elaine felt a twinge of anxiety at his words. Still, she couldn't accept the idea of having to behave respectfully toward that family in the future. Why? These people seemed destined for failure. How did they manage to make a comeback? And now they were living comfortably. Elaine clenched her teeth and said, "Charlie, why not take this opportunity to really teach their entire family a lesson? Ideally, you'd break all of their legs so they'd be stuck in wheelchairs for the rest of their lives, just sitting around in their villa every day." Charlie responded, "But if they report me, I may end up in prison. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that at all. The real question is, if I'm locked up, who will protect you if they come after you?" Elaine was taken aback. She had to admit Charlie was right. The Wilson family outnumbered them. With Charlie around, they would think twice before provoking her. But without him, who would defend her? Jacob? That old fool was planning to divorce her. He'd probably join the bullies instead. Besides, he had always been weak and easily intimidated. He would crumble the moment he saw his mother. Elaine was foolish to think he could protect her. With a sigh, she lamented, "It looks like we'll have to live next to the Wilson family from now on. I can't shake off this uncomfortable feeling." Meanwhile, the members of the Wilson family were in disbelief as they explored their new villa. Villa A04 at Thompson First mirrored Villa A05 in layout. The previous owner had invested a lot of thought into its decoration, making it quite luxurious. Lady Wilson was speechless as she stepped inside. The decor was even more extravagant than she had imagined. Golden accents adorned the interior, giving it a palatial feel. In contrast, Villa A05, where Charlie lived, appeared even more restrained. This was because Zeke knew Charlie preferred a low-profile lifestyle, so he had intentionally chosen a simpler, less ostentatious design for his renovations. Villa A04 resembled a high-end karaoke lounge filled with overly flashy decorations. The Wilson family, however, loved to show off and enjoyed flashy displays. They had little appreciation for culture, so naturally, they gravitated toward this kind of garish gold decor. As they stepped into the living room, the Wilson family was awestruck. Lady Wilson was so overwhelmed that she couldn't help but shed tears. It felt like a dream come true. The rest of the family shared her excitement. They had never experienced such luxury before. Just seeing Charlie's villa had already made them envious, but now they had a chance to call an even more lavish villa their home. This realization thrilled them beyond measure. Lady Wilson eagerly rode the elevator to the largest bedroom on the third floor, satisfied with its furnishings and decor. The room featured a luxurious Simmons bed, and anyone could tell it was a top-tier model just by touch. She had heard that a high-quality Simmons mattress could easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even when the Wilson family was thriving, she would never have considered splurging on such a luxury. Now she was astonished to find herself in a position to enjoy it. As she opened the balcony door, she was greeted by an unobstructed view of the villa area. The Thompson First Villa community was designed with 3 floors above ground and 2 below, ensuring that the homes were not very tall. This meant that standing on the 3rd floor allowed for clear and far-reaching views. What caught Lady Wilson's attention was the sight of Charlie's courtyard from her balcony. She spotted Elaine, crutch in hand, instructing Charlie to add soil to their small garden. When Lady Wilson glanced at her own courtyard, completely empty, a smirk formed on her lips. Looks like Elaine is planning to plant some flowers. Perfect. Once she's done, I'll just go over and steal them. That way, I won't have to buy any myself. Charlie didn't regard the Wilson family with much seriousness. To him, they were little more than a bunch of clowns. He was confident that this group wouldn't dare to stir up any trouble with him. Additionally, Hannah held a deep-seated hatred for Elaine, leading Charlie to anticipate that the Wilson family would likely direct their future grievances toward his mother-in-law. This, he thought, was a blessing in disguise. Those with ill intentions should face their own consequences. As a result, Charlie's attention was entirely devoted to creating a vegetable garden for his wife. At that moment, Zeke was hard at work, traveling to various vegetable farms to procure high-quality fruits and vegetables. By the afternoon, he had gathered an impressive collection of vibrant, organic plants. Charlie wanted his wife to wake up the next morning and see the beautiful vegetable garden in their courtyard. To accomplish this, he decided to have Zeke lead a team to bring over plenty of fruit and vegetable plants so they could set up the garden late into the night. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson was staring at the opulent kitchen in the villa, feeling utterly powerless. The villa was exquisite, boasting top-notch appliances and furniture, but the kitchen was completely barren, no oil, no rice, nothing to prepare a meal. Everyone had left the Webb family villa early in the morning, traveling by car from South Haven. Now it was 6 o'clock in the evening, and hunger was setting in as it was time for dinner. However, an awkward predicament confronted the 5 members of the Wilson family at that moment. They had no money to buy food. Lady Wilson, Wendy, Christopher, and Harold had been broke even before their stint in the detention center. After spending so many days locked up, they had no chance to earn any money, which meant they had no funds at all. Hannah had also been without money when Charlie sent her to the coal mine, and when she was rescued, she returned with nothing but a soot-covered body. Although Donald from the Webb family had agreed to invest $80 million into the Wilson Group, the funds had yet to arrive. This meant that none of them had any cash for dinner at that moment. Harold proposed, "Grandma, why don't we call Donald and ask him to send us $1 million right away? That way, we would at least have some money for meals." Lady Wilson waved her hand dismissively and replied sternly, "You fool. Do you want to give Donald a reason to look down on us? We are living in a villa worth over $100 million, yet we can't even afford a meal. How can you even suggest such a thing without feeling embarrassed?" Harold retorted angrily, "What other choice do we have? We can't just starve." "Yes, Mother," Christopher added awkwardly, "we might get by without 1 or 2 meals, but who can handle constant hunger? The investment process for the company is complicated. Plus, our bank accounts have been frozen. Even if Donald transfers the funds to our company account, we'll still have to deal with the bank, which could take days. We can't just wait around starving until then, can we?" Lady Wilson inquired, "Don't you have any friends who could lend you $10,000 to tide you over?" Christopher felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he confessed, "I already borrowed money before I got to the detention center. I took out as much as I could, but now many people have cut me off." Lady Wilson glanced at Harold and Wendy before inquiring once more, "Harold, Wendy, what about you two? Don't you have any friends who might lend you some money?" "Grandma, you really don't understand," Harold replied with a downcast expression. "News of the Wilson family's bankruptcy has spread like wildfire among my friends. Now, whenever I text someone, they just ignore me. Even those who might care to respond go silent the moment I mention borrowing money." Wendy, looking equally despondent, added, "Grandma, I can't borrow money from anyone. If it were that simple, I wouldn't be relying on DeBeosod honey. Lady Wilson suggested, why not send Kenneth Wilson a message and ask him for some financial help? After all, you two were in a relationship for a while. He might be willing to assist you. Wendy let out a sigh and replied, Kenneth has already blocked me. Turning to Lady Wilson, Christopher asked, Mom, don't you have any friends you could reach out to? Me? Lady Wilson scoffed, her face displaying irritation. If I had a way to borrow money, I wouldn't be wasting time talking to you. Suddenly, an idea struck Harold, and he exclaimed, Grandma, why don't we search the villa for something valuable to sell on OfferUp? I bet that big brand new LCD television in the living room is worth around $50,000 to $60,000. We could easily get $20,000 for it as a second-hand item. Christopher responded, Donald let us use this villa. Do you really think it's appropriate for us to sell someone else's property? Why would it be inappropriate? Harold countered. We're allowed to stay here for 10 years. What kind of television would last that long? We can just say it's broken and that's why we're getting rid of it. Besides, once the $80 million he's investing in the company hits the account, we can buy a new one just like it, right? Lady Wilson's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, Harold, that's a brilliant idea. Harold chuckled at her response and said, Grandma, what do you think? I can still be quite useful in tough situations like this. Not bad. Not bad at all. Lady Wilson nodded enthusiastically before adding, okay, go check the retail price of that television. Then we can list it on OfferUp and see if it sells. Harold rushed over to the impressive LCD television in the living room, looked up its model online, and gasped, oh my God. This television is worth $100,000. The entire family was taken aback by this revelation. A television worth $100,000? That was absolutely extravagant. Harold quickly opened the secondary market app and discovered that a television in 90% condition was selling for $60,000. He said, if they can sell a 90% new TV for $60,000, we should be able to sell our brand new one for $70,000. It should be no problem. Lady Wilson urged, if you list it for $70,000, it might not sell quickly. You should go for $60,000 so we can get a buyer right away. Our priority is getting food on the table. Harold realized the wisdom in her words and said, you're right, Grandma. I'll take a picture of the television and list it for $60,000 right now. He quickly activated the camera on his phone, snapped a few shots of the television, and posted them on the second-hand website. Meanwhile, at the Webb family villa in South Haven, Donald inquired of his assistant, what's going on with the Wilson family? Did they have a clash with Charlie? The assistant made a call and reported, Mr. Webb, the monitor said there hasn't been any conflict with Charlie. They had a brief argument with him and his mother-in-law before retreating to the villa. Right now, they're trying to sell the television that came with the villa on a second-hand website. Donald was taken aback by this revelation and exclaimed, what the hell? Donald was aware that the Wilson family was struggling financially, but he had no idea just how low they would stoop. In an act of kindness, he offered them a place to stay, but it quickly became apparent that they were nothing but a nuisance to Charlie. To his dismay, the Wilsons' first action upon moving in was to sell off the villa's appliances. In frustration, he exclaimed, this family is truly despicable. They are useless, incompetent, and incapable of doing anything right. The assistant shared his disdain for the Wilson family's actions and asked, Mr. Webb, would you like me to evict them immediately? If we don't act now, they'll ruin the villa and take everything. Donald sighed, looking down on the family even more. However, they were now living right next to Charlie's house. If he kicked them out, wouldn't that make him appear weak in Charlie's eyes? With that in mind, he waved his hand and replied, there's no hurry. Let's keep an eye on them for now. The assistant nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I'll arrange for someone to monitor their activities. Unbeknownst to the Wilson family, Donald was keeping a close watch on their every move. After Harold listed the television on a second-hand website, he was quickly contacted by a buyer. The price he had set was incredibly low, a brand new television for only $600, representing a hefty 40% discount. After a brief exchange of information, the interested buyer promptly agreed to the deal and arranged to pick up the television. Harold, eager to complete the sale, quickly provided his home address for the buyer's convenience. At this point, the Wilson family was so hungry that they could hardly wait to sell the television, hoping to treat themselves to a decent meal afterward. Before long, a middle-aged couple arrived at the villa. After inspecting the television and confirming it was in good working order, they decided to proceed with the purchase. However, since they were not residents of the villa community, they had to park outside the gates. The couple requested Harold's assistance in moving the television out to the gate of the Thompson First community. Harold had no objections, but the television was quite large. He and the middle-aged man struggled to lift it, so Christopher joined in to help carry it. Together, the father and son, along with the middle-aged man, maneuvered the bulky television toward the villa community's exit. Meanwhile, Hannah trailed behind with the elderly lady, who was so famished that she was struggling to keep up and needed support. Elaine, who happened to witness this unfolding scene, leaned on her crutch and chuckled, "Oh. Your family just moved in, and now you're already selling off your television? I told you before, if you're low on funds, there's no need to pretend. How can people like you afford to live in a villa at Thompson First?" Christopher shot back angrily, "What do you know? I'm just upgrading to a bigger television." "Sure, right." Elaine scoffed. "You're really good at making excuses. I know your family's situation all too well. The Wilson Group is bankrupt, and your wife has donated all your money to the Hope Foundation. How can you possibly have any funds left? If you did, you wouldn't be in such dire straits that you had to beg for shelter." Christopher bristled at Elaine's comments about his wife's charitable actions, fully aware of the embarrassment it brought him. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Elaine and warned, "Watch your words. I'll settle the score with you one day. Bring it on." Elaine retorted disdainfully. "If you're brave enough, confront me now. My son-in-law is home, and I'm sure you two could have an interesting conversation." Hearing this, Christopher's bravado faded, and he lowered his tone. He didn't want to risk angering Charlie. Instead, he muttered, "Just wait. You'll regret this later." With that, he urged Harold, "Hurry up and move that television already." Hannah shot a burning glare at Elaine as they left, filled with animosity but choosing silence instead. After some struggle, the family managed to move the television into the other party's car, finally receiving the $60,000 from its sale. Harold exclaimed with excitement, "Now our family can go out for a nice meal. How about seafood hot pot?" Christopher quickly chimed in, "Yes. I want to enjoy a few abalones for fun." At that moment, Lady Wilson interjected, "Harold, please transfer the money from the television sale to me first." Hearing this, Harold quickly replied, "Grandma, you can trust me with the money. There's no need for concern." Having endured so many challenges, Lady Wilson was determined to keep all the money for herself. She felt that without it, she would have no sense of security. With a sharp tone, she retorted to Harold, "When did it become your place to make decisions in my house? Have you forgotten who secured our right to live in the villa at Thompson First?" Harold's expression darkened upon hearing her words. Christopher understood that it was time for the old lady to reclaim her role as the head of the household. No one was to oppose her. Thus, he shouted at Harold, "You little rascal! When did you start talking back to your grandmother? Transfer the money to her right now." With no other option, Harold reluctantly transferred the entire amount to the old lady. Once she received the money, Lady Wilson relaxed a bit and said, "All right then, let's go enjoy that seafood hot pot you all wanted." At the seafood hot pot restaurant, the Wilson family reserved a room and settled in, each one tending to their own small hot pot. After enduring so much hardship recently, the five of them were eager to feast. They ordered an abundance of seafood, completely skipping any vegetable dishes. The room was already quite warm, and with 6 hot pots steaming away, the humidity increased. Despite the heat, the Wilson family was cheerful as they savored their meal. Christopher and Harold were particularly drenched in sweat at that moment. Hannah also indulged, having gone through a tough time in the coal mine. She hadn't even tasted a dried shrimp in ages, let alone any seafood. As she relished her food, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping her. Subconsciously, she removed her coat, but soon realized her backside was damp from sitting on the chair, making her feel sticky and uncomfortable. Unable to scratch in public, she discreetly rubbed her backside against the chair. Unfortunately, the more she rubbed, the itchier and more uncomfortable it became. Initially, she thought it was just the hot pot causing the discomfort. However, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Not long ago, that insufferable supervisor at the coal mine had forced her to accompany him every night without any regard for hygiene. That time may not have been too long, but it was certainly significant enough. There could be hidden dangers due to the lack of cleanliness. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Hannah couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that she had contracted some disease? Hannah's anxiety spiked as she considered the possibility of having contracted a disease. The itching sensation within her intensified, amplifying her fear. She couldn't shake off the panic. What if she was genuinely ill? After finally reuniting with her husband, Christopher, it would be nearly impossible to conceal any sickness from him. The thought of him discovering her condition filled her with dread. To make matters worse, they had been intimate at the Webb family villa just the previous night. Christopher hadn't taken any precautions, and Hannah was terrified at the thought of having potentially infected him. Would he find out that she had been with someone else during her time at the coal mine? This thought weighed heavily on her mind, prompting Hannah to resolve to visit the hospital first thing in the morning for a checkup. She hoped against hope that she was healthy. If it turned out she was indeed sick, she would have to find a way to treat herself, no matter what it took. Yet, another challenge loomed ahead. Going to the hospital meant she would need to register, undergo tests, and get medications prescribed. Unfortunately, she had no money for even the registration fee. There was, however, an old lady with $60,000 to her name. But how could Hannah possibly ask her for money? She was acutely aware that the old lady harbored negative feelings toward her. After all, when the old lady had previously requested money from her husband, both Hannah and Christopher had completely disregarded her. To top it off, they had lost all their family funds due to Charlie, leaving the old lady furious. Given the circumstances, it was clear that borrowing money from her was out of the question. What other options did she have? If she was truly sick, she couldn't avoid treatment. The worry began to consume Hannah as she pondered her predicament. How on earth would she scrape together some funds? Suddenly, an idea struck her: the television sale. She realized there were numerous items in the large villa, and she could discreetly sell one or two lesser valuables without attracting the old lady's attention. This thought provided Hannah with a glimmer of hope. She resolved to return that night to see if there was anything she could sell to raise some cash. With the money in hand, she could register at the hospital the following day. However, just as she began to feel a sense of relief, the itching flared up again. Sitting in her chair, she rubbed her backside repeatedly, but the discomfort only seemed to grow. No matter how much she rubbed, the itchiness persisted. Noticing her fidgeting, Christopher looked over with concern. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling okay?" Startled, Hannah quickly replied, "I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me at all." Christopher nodded but didn't press further. Yet, after a moment, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Wife, is your hemorrhoid acting up again?" Hannah instinctively waved her hand dismissively. "No, that's nonsense." With a playful smile, Christopher replied, "We're an old couple now. You know I know you well. Haven't you had issues with that before? We can pick up some ointment on our way home so you can treat it." With rising panic, Hannah insisted, "What are you talking about? That's not it at all." The more Hannah protested, the more Christopher sensed she was hiding something. With a knowing smirk, he pointed to the seafood on the table. "Wife, whether you admit it or not, all that seafood is a trigger for inflammation. If you have any issues like ulcers, acne, or hemorrhoids, you really should avoid it. Just be cautious, you've eaten quite a bit of seafood." Hannah's heart raced at his words, and her chopsticks clattered to the floor. She was aware that seafood could exacerbate inflammation and other conditions, but could it also trigger issues related to sexually transmitted diseases? In a flurry of anxiety, Hannah pulled out her cell phone and began searching. Can someone with a sexually transmitted disease eat seafood? The results of her search left her utterly shocked. All the doctors had issued a stern warning to individuals with S***zuli transmitted diseases: avoid seafood at all costs. Touching or consuming it could not only worsen symptoms but also lead to further health complications. Hannah was gripped by fear. She had indulged herself, devouring a considerable amount of seafood just moments ago. Would she be plagued by bad luck tonight? At that moment, Wendy picked up a piece of sea cucumber and placed it in Hannah's bowl, saying, "Mom, you've been through so much lately. You should eat more sea cucumber to help nourish your body." The sight of the sea cucumber sent chills down Hannah's spine. Almost immediately, she felt her itch intensifying. Panic surged through her as she quickly pushed the sea cucumber back to Wendy, feeling increasingly uneasy. The warmth from the 6 small hot pots had transformed the room into a sweltering sauna. Hannah was drenched in sweat, and the discomfort from her itch was growing worse. She abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "I'm full. I need to step outside for some fresh air." "Please, enjoy your dinner." Harold chimed in, "Mom, there are still plenty of abalones and oysters left." Irritated, Hannah replied, "I said I'm full. I don't want any more." With that, she left the room in haste. Once outside, Hannah felt a slight relief from the oppressive heat. However, she was acutely aware that she had just consumed a significant amount of seafood, and the side effects were yet to manifest. Having experienced the consequences of eating seafood while suffering from hemorrhoids before, she knew that the repercussions would likely set in about 3 hours later. With this knowledge, she braced herself for a night of discomfort. Depression washed over her. The previous night, during intimate moments with her husband, she had compared him unfavorably to her supervisor, who had once brought her immense pleasure. Surprisingly, she found herself feeling less animosity toward the supervisor in that moment. Yet, she never anticipated that just a day later, her situation would take such a dire turn. If she truly fell ill, what would happen to her? Hannah felt a wave of sorrow and hesitated to re-enter the stifling room. She waited for her family to finish their meal before returning with them. By then, the side effects from the seafood had begun to take their toll, and the itching sensation was becoming unbearable, making it difficult for her to walk. When she finally arrived back at the villa in Thompson First, Hannah's itch had escalated to an intolerable level. The first thing she did upon entering the villa was scan the surroundings for anything discreet that she could sell. After a brief search, she spotted an imported DeLonghi coffee machine in the kitchen, which looked quite upscale. Lady Wilson never drank coffee, preferring tea instead. Therefore, she would likely overlook this coffee machine. If Hannah sold it discreetly, Lady Wilson would probably never find out. Curious, Hannah took to the internet to learn more about the coffee machine's model. To her surprise, she discovered that it was a top-of-the-line, imported device, worth $50,000. Following her son's lead, she logged into a second-hand website to search for similar machines. She found that a comparable used coffee machine was listed for $30,000. Desperate to find a buyer quickly so she could see a doctor sooner, Hannah decided to lower the price and listed the coffee machine for $25,000 on the local second-hand site. She fought through the itching and waited anxiously for more than 10 minutes on her phone before someone reached out, saying, "I'm interested. Can I come pick it up tomorrow morning?" Hannah quickly responded, "Absolutely. I'll see you at the entrance of the Thompson First Villa community at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Meanwhile, far away in South Haven, Donald was engrossed in finding ways to halt the relentless decline of his company's stock prices. Suddenly, his assistant approached him, saying, "Mr. Webb, Hannah from the Wilson family just listed the coffee machine from the villa for sale on a second-hand website." Donald was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh my, is this family truly a gang of bandits?" This marked the Wilson family's inaugural night at the villa in Thompson First, and each member felt a profound sense of ceremony in their hearts. Lady Wilson gathered everyone in the living room, where they settled onto the opulent European-style sofa. She appeared to have regained the commanding presence she had when she was at the helm of the Wilson Group. A smile adorned her face, radiating both warmth and authority. Surveying the room, she spoke calmly, "Today symbolizes a significant victory for us. While the Wilson Group has yet to reclaim its former prominence, our family is making strides. This alone calls for a celebration. Everyone nodded enthusiastically, though Hannah's expression was notably sour amidst the excitement of the others. Hannah was beginning to feel the repercussions of the seafood she had eaten, with an uncomfortable itching sensation that left her restless. Lady Wilson cast a disdainful glance in Hannah's direction and remarked, "Hannah, you're an adult now. Why are you behaving like a maggot flitting between stages of a pupa?" Hannah's face turned even more ashen at the comment. Such a harsh description from Lady Wilson, comparing her daughter-in-law to a maggot and a pupa, was utterly unexpected. Despite her feelings, Hannah dared not show any defiance or disrespect towards the matriarch. Instead, she replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mom. My stomach is just a little upset." Lady Wilson shot her a sharp look before continuing, "I suspect you overindulged at the coal mine. You devoured that seafood hotpot as if you hadn't eaten in 3 years. How could your stomach handle it?" Feeling even more downcast, Hannah nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right, Mom." With little patience left for further discussion, Lady Wilson pressed on, "Now that our family is on the rise, we must ensure the same for the Wilson Group. It's crucial that we resume normal operations once Mr. Webb invests in our company." Turning her gaze to Christopher, she stated, "Christopher, when the Wilson Group gets back on its feet, you will take on the role of business manager, overseeing all future collaborations and partnerships." Christopher eagerly replied, "Understood, Mom. I'll give it my all." Lady Wilson nodded with approval before addressing Harold, who sat nearby. "Harold, you will be the future director of the Wilson Group. You need to shed your careless and frivolous demeanor. We can't have anyone viewing you as a joke, especially not Claire. Do you understand?" Harold quickly responded, "I understand, Grandma." Next, Lady Wilson turned her attention to Wendy. "Wendy, you are young and beautiful. In your previous relationship with Gerald, you spent all your time playing and having fun. It's time to step up and contribute to the Wilson Group. I believe you should take on the role of public relations manager, handling our market and customer relations." Wendy nodded obediently, replying, "Of course, Grandma. I'll listen to you." "Good," Lady Wilson said, satisfied. "All of you must remain vigilant and invest your full effort this time. The Wilson family has worked hard for this opportunity, and we cannot afford to let it slip away. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes, we understand." The response was filled with enthusiasm from everyone present. Christopher quickly added, "Mom, shouldn't we find a role for Hannah too?" Lady Wilson scoffed and replied, "Hannah will stay home to manage the household. Someone needs to oversee things at home." Without giving Hannah a chance to voice her opinion, Lady Wilson stood up and declared, "That's enough for now. I'm heading upstairs to rest. You all should turn in early as well." Harold and Wendy were eager to retreat to their rooms, excited by the luxurious decor and high standards of the villa compared to their previous living situations. As soon as the old lady left, they both rose and headed to their respective rooms. Christopher looked at his wife and suddenly felt a spark of intimacy. He quickly said, "Wife, let's go back to our room and rest as well." Hannah was increasingly aware of her discomfort as the itch worsened, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. Unfortunately, there was little she could do about it, especially since it was late at night. Even if she felt the urge to seek medical attention, her lack of funds meant she had no choice but to wait until she could sell the coffee machine the next day. With no alternatives, Hannah stood up and headed upstairs to the bedroom on the second floor, accompanied by Christopher. Upon entering the spacious and opulent master bedroom, Christopher couldn't help but say, "Wife, I'm in the mood for some intimacy tonight." Hannah was taken aback by his words. Trying to evade the situation, she replied, "Let's not. I'm exhausted. Let's just get some sleep." Christopher urged her, "Wife, don't you feel the same way?" Feeling highly uncomfortable, Hannah firmly stated, "When I say no, it means I'm not interested. We'll each use our own blankets tonight." Although Christopher felt disheartened, he recognized that pushing Hannah when she was in such a state would be futile. Reluctantly, he accepted her decision. Once they were both in bed, Christopher continued to try to persuade Hannah, but she remained resolute. Eventually, he succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep sleep out of frustration. Meanwhile, Hannah lay beside him, unable to find any rest as she tossed and turned. The incessant, worrying itch was a source of great discomfort, making her feel increasingly anxious, as if she were suffering from some illness. As she contemplated getting a thorough examination at the hospital the next day, her mind raced with worry that her husband might also be infected because of her. Charlie was still immersed in thoughts about creating a vegetable garden for his wife, envisioning a place where she could pick fresh fruits and vegetables. Before going to bed, Claire eagerly anticipated their trip the next day, looking forward to harvesting produce from a farm in the suburbs. What she didn't realize was that her devoted husband, Charlie, was secretly planning to establish a special vegetable garden for her in their courtyard that very night. At midnight, Zeke sent Charlie a text, informing him that he had arrived with a team. Claire lay next to Charlie in a deep sleep, her breathing steady and peaceful, clearly enjoying her rest. To avoid waking her, Charlie gently gathered some spiritual energy in his fingertips and tapped her forehead lightly. This ensured that Claire would remain in a deep slumber until morning, as he wanted to keep his surprise under wraps. Should she awaken to any noise, the surprise would be ruined the moment she looked out the window. After that, Charlie turned around, slipped out of bed, and made his way down to the courtyard. A few minutes later, Zeke arrived at the villa with several light trucks. The trucks were filled with a variety of vegetables, melons, and plants, all bearing fruit, showcasing their healthy growth. Upon seeing Charlie, Zeke respectfully addressed him, "Master Wade, I've brought over some of the finest fruits and vegetable plants available in Orus Hill. I've meticulously selected these plants from the top greenhouses in Orus Hill. There won't be a more impressive or satisfying vegetable garden anywhere in the city or even the entire country." Charlie nodded in approval, smiling as he replied, "You've done well. I appreciate your efforts." Upon hearing the news, Zeke couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "It's truly an honor to serve you, Master Wade." Without delay, Zeke continued, "Master Wade, I've brought over 200 plants with me today. If we aim to plant and nurture all of them tonight, it's going to take quite a while. Should I have the workers start right away? It looks like we might be working until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning." Charlie nodded and replied, "All right, let's get the workers started." Zeke quickly signaled to one of the men beside him and instructed, "Tell the workers to get to it immediately. They need to handle the plants with care, especially the melons and fruits. We cannot afford to lose any of them. If you all do a good job, I'll reward everyone with a $10,000 red envelope. But remember, if you disappoint Master Wade, I won't hesitate to take action." The subordinate nodded eagerly and rushed over to the workers, announcing, "Listen up, everyone. We need to give our best effort. Mr. White has promised a $10,000 red envelope to each of you if we finish this task on time and to satisfaction." The workers were instantly energized by this news. Typically, they couldn't even make $10,000 in a month. After exhausting themselves, they usually earned only around $5,000 monthly. Now, with the chance to earn the equivalent of 2 months' salary in one night, it felt like a windfall to them. Motivated, the workers began their tasks without delay. Charlie decided not to sleep. He wanted to supervise the workers closely as they carefully planted the various plants in the villa's courtyard. The Thompson First Villa boasted a vast yard, divided into a front and back area, spanning at least 4 to 5 acres. Charlie directed the workers to stick close to the wall, allocating a 1-acre section for the planting of fruits and vegetables in an organized manner. If his wife, Claire, truly enjoyed this, he'd arrange for a greenhouse to be built for the vegetable garden. That way, he could control the temperature and humidity inside the greenhouse. This setup would ensure they had fresh fruits and vegetables year-round, even in winter's chill. Claire would be delighted to pick her own produce daily, which would certainly bring her joy. Although it required considerable effort, Charlie felt it was worthwhile to make his wife happy. Meanwhile, despite being separated, Jacob and Elaine rushed to their balconies at the sound of commotion outside. They both gazed down at the remarkable scene unfolding in the courtyard. Confused about Charlie's actions, Jacob hurried downstairs, asking, "Charlie, what's going on? Why have you brought so many fruits and vegetables? Are you planning to turn our home into a vegetable farm?" Charlie nodded with a smile, "Yes, I learned that Claire loves picking fruits and vegetables. So, I decided to transform part of the courtyard into a vegetable garden so she can enjoy picking her own produce every day. Jacob gave him a thumbs up, saying, as her father, I had completely forgotten that Claire enjoyed this. I didn't expect you to know. Then, Jacob sighed and commented, Claire is truly fortunate to have married someone like you. Most men wouldn't go to such lengths just to please their wives. At that moment, Elaine, standing on the third-floor balcony, scoffed, Jacob Wilson, any man would treat his wife better than you do. Only a scoundrel would seek separation after causing his wife so much distress. Jacob's face darkened as he shouted back, you, Parker. Enough with the nonsense. If it weren't for Charlie, you would have ruined this family long ago. I might even lose my life if I don't divorce you soon. Elaine retorted, screw you, Jacob. I'll never agree to a divorce as long as I'm alive. With that, she huffed and turned to retreat into her room. Jacob felt a mix of discomfort and frustration, unable to do anything but look at Charlie with a resigned expression, saying, did you see that? She's impossible. Charlie chuckled softly. He was well aware of Elaine's challenging nature, but he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he casually asked Jacob, have you caught up with Aunt Matilda recently? Jacob quickly waved his hand nervously, replying, keep your voice down. What if that shrew hears you and finds out Aunt Matilda is back? It would be chaos. Charlie chuckled softly, noticing Jacob's evident concern that Elaine would discover Matilda had already returned to China. However, it was clear that even if Jacob managed to keep this secret for a while, he could never hide it from her for good. The length of time Jacob could keep this from Elaine would ultimately depend on the old man's luck. Lady Wilson was a light sleeper. When she heard some commotion outside, she got out of bed and made her way to the balcony. Upon peering out, she noticed that Charlie's house was aglow with lights. A closer look revealed numerous workers busy planting fruits and vegetables for him. What on earth was going on? Shouldn't they display something first before planting vegetables? What Charlie was doing felt like he was transferring an entire vegetable garden into his yard. A country bumpkin would always be a country bumpkin. He had such a lovely villa, yet he was ruining its charm by filling it with a mishmash of fruits and vegetables. If it were her, she would have opted for elegant flowers to enhance the villa's beauty. Nonetheless, she noted that the quality of the fruits and vegetables being planted appeared quite good. They seemed to be organic and rather expensive. With that thought, Lady Wilson began plotting to send Hannah over tomorrow to snag some of those fruits and vegetables. Meanwhile, Hannah was tossing and turning in bed, unable to find any comfort. The itchiness had intensified, becoming unbearable. In desperation, she decided to take a shower to alleviate the discomfort. While in the bathroom, Hannah was horrified to find red spots appearing on her skin. Fear gripped her. Panic set in as she anxiously awaited dawn, eager to rush to the hospital at the first light. The night was a torment for Hannah. During the first half, she could only lie there restlessly, while the latter half of the night left her unable to lie down at all. She couldn't comprehend why her condition had escalated so rapidly. After browsing the internet on her phone, she discovered recommendations urging anyone with a sexually transmitted disease to avoid seafood and spicy foods. Regret washed over her as she recalled the seafood hot pot from earlier that evening, where she had chosen a spicy broth. She vowed never to indulge in either of those foods again. Worried about the coffee machine and how to sneak it out of the villa without her family noticing, Hannah rose at 5 in the morning. She quietly slipped into the kitchen and made her way out, coffee machine in hand. As she passed Charlie's house, she noticed that the vegetable garden he was preparing for his wife was nearly finished. Peering through the courtyard fence, Hannah was surprised to see that a large vegetable plot had sprouted overnight in Charlie's yard. Though taken aback, she brushed it off. Her mind was too occupied to focus on anything else at that moment. After waiting at the entrance of the Thompson First Community Villa for over an hour, the buyer for the coffee machine finally arrived. The first thing Hannah did upon receiving the money was call a cab to rush her to the People's Hospital without delay.